An hour had passed, and the battle over the Blood Sea continued to escalate with increasing power. The clash between the powerhouses of the integrationist path and the purist path was intensifying. A clear victor was already emerging in the battlefield between Wave Kings, thanks to the arrival of a 16-year-old man. While Kane's power wasn't overwhelming enough to instantly reverse the tide on his own, his assistance played a pivotal role. His help allowed Kale to take down a middle Wave King essence cultivator from the purist path, contributing to the shift in the battle dynamics. It was a chain reaction, with Kale free to help more of his comrades, and with every minute, the advantage of the integrationist path increased. Presently, more than 9 Wave Kings from the purist path had fallen, while only 2 from the integrationist path had suffered the same fate. Kane was kept informed of the battlefield's state through Apex's guidance, but he couldn't afford to lose focus. The flow, though a powerful tool for predicting opponents' movements, wasn't foolproof. While he could predict Jason's actions, it didn't guarantee he could always evade them. Unlike Zima, whose attacks were somewhat crude and patterned, Jason executed an almost flawless bloodflow fury, even in his current state. However, as the battle carried on, Kane's use of the flow and his ability to face the Wave King increased, allowing him to get closer and closer to an opening, and when it finally happened, he did not waste it. Kane managed to break through Jason's guard, landing an elbow strike to the man's elbow. This spot was the same area where Kale had previously landed a flaming downward kick. Crack! The sound of breaking bones reached Kane's ears, but he was forced to retreat as a powerful blow targeted his head. Just as Kane moved back, a powerful kick flashed toward his chest. He anticipated the pattern, twisted his body, and raised his guard to fend off the attack. However, he was still sent hurtling through the air. Clenching his teeth, Kane regained control over his body and swiftly returned to the battle. He fought valiantly, using his utmost strength, but things were taking a dire turn for him. His energy pool was running low since even if his body and techniques could equal a Wave King, his astral wave and blood energy could not. If it weren't for Kane's ego wave taking control of the life wave in the air and the help of the gluttony module, constantly recharging his energy and vitality, he would have run out of stamina a long time ago. Ah! Then, a scream of pain pierced the air, and the skies turned red as blood began to rain down. Powerhouses from both sides stopped their fights for a second as they looked up and saw how clouds of blood began to fill the sky before they rained down. It was a majestic and gory phenomenon to see blood raining for hundreds of kilometers, tainting Blood Island and Blood City. The silence that followed was heavy as everyone recognized the source of the shout and the implication of blood raining upon the Blood Sea. The second Blood Elder had fallen. Boom! Less than 2 seconds after the rain of blood, an explosion covered the sky, one so strong that it made the ears of even Wave Kings bleed. Not long after, a figure crashed into the Blood Sea, creating a towering pillar of blood water that splashed in all directions, only for 2 figures to appear above the Wave Kings the next second. Powerhouses from both sides froze, recognizing the newcomers as the Blood Duke and Bloodless number 1. Even Kane and Jason couldn't disregard these figures, as they were far beyond their power levels. Their auras immediately stopped all other fights since their appearance made it clear that there was no longer a need to carry on with the fight. A winner had emerged. Bloodless number 1's left side of the face was gone, and a fist-sized hole marred his stomach. Despite this, he smiled triumphantly, having succeeded in taking the second Blood Elder's life. The Blood Duke had lost his right leg and bore claw marks all over his body, with the deepest wound revealing his spine. The battle had been brutal, but his aura still radiated strength as he surveyed the waters. A figure then rose from the sea in silence. The High Blood Elder's body was battered but not fatally wounded. He lacked arms and bore a deep indentation where his evolution core had been. His cold gaze fixed on Kane, who clenched his fists in response. The High Blood Elder's eyes held menace, but Kane's resolve remained firm. He didn't fear death, especially when he stood on the victorious side of the war. The High Blood Elder didn't linger on Kane for long, turning his attention to the Blood Duke and sighing. "I am willing to leave with my people." This declaration incited a burning rage within the Blood Duke. "Do you think I will simply let you go?" The High Blood Elder felt the burning killing intent on the Blood Duke, but there was no fear in his eyes. Even with all his wounds and the dire state of his sacred organ, there was still an immense amount of power inside him. You too have the power to take my life, but I assure you, it will come with a dire price. I will use all I have and fight until the last second. My body will not be a war trophy. Dread appeared in the eyes of all the powerhouses from both sides when they heard that. The High Blood Elder hinted at the change of self-destruction before death, and if all the energy in his body were to erupt at the same time, it would take down a big piece of the Blood Sea with him. Facing the High Blood Elder's steadfastness, Cain saw an exchange of glances between the Blood Duke and Bloodless Number 1. The ongoing war exposed their vulnerabilities and weakened their forces significantly. The deaths of several Wave Kings and the Second Blood Elder left them vulnerable to external threats. The Blood Duke was confident in his ability to end the High Blood Elder's life, yet he understood that doing so would result in severe injuries. This, in turn, would weaken his ability to fend off challengers seeking to exploit the Blood Sea's vulnerability. Although Cain also desired to end the High Blood Elder's life, he refrained from issuing opinions to others. Lacking the power to kill the man, he had no right to speak. The Blood Duke motioned, ordering the Integrationist Path's Wave King to withdraw, creating a separation between the two sides. Just as he was about to give a command, his eyes widened, mirrored by Bloodless Number 1's. Both of them were the first to perceive it, and soon, everyone else saw it. Zima! Cain involuntarily cried out at the sight of the phantom-like figure resembling Zima, albeit much older. The High Blood Elder felt it, but before he could do something, his eyes trembled as all his defenses collapsed. In the next moment, Zima's phantom figure merged with him. A scream of agony echoed, but it was brief, replaced by a surge of power even greater than before. The High Blood Elder turned towards the crowd and then directed his focus onto Cain. "You little bastard!" A wave of terror washed over Cain as he felt the High Blood Elder's malevolent gaze. These eyes were more menacing and feral than even the High Blood Elder's. In the next second, the Blood Duke and Bloodless Number 1 positioned themselves in front of Cain. The Blood Duke and Bloodless Number 1 shielded Cain from the rage of the entity in control of the High Blood Elder. However, despite their strength, both adopted solemn expressions since the aura of the enemy was one that surpassed theirs. The High Blood Elder's fury was uncontainable. Whoever was in control did not care about the Blood Duke or Bloodless Number 1's protection. His singular focus was on Cain. "All my plans, all my efforts for over 100 years, and you dared to ruin them. Little bastard, I will kill you." A dark force field enveloped the High Blood Elder, causing the sky to darken as the world quivered. Even atoms struggled under the pressure of this overwhelming power. Cain's eyes widened as he observed the event. He had heard of the power of the Third Realm, yet the force he now witnessed exceeded it. It was evident that the man before him had reached the fourth realm of the ego-eternal path of power. On the purest path's side, confusion reigned. They lacked awareness of the person who had taken control of the High Blood Elder's body. Amid the tense atmosphere, a sound of spatial rupture echoed, and a shadowy figure materialized. The aura emanating from this figure was on par with the being that had seized control of the High Blood Elder. "Haha, good Shadow King. Assist me in eradicating these pests." "Haha, good Shadow King. Assist me in eradicating these pests." It was impossible to distinguish almost anything from the person that just appeared since a dense cloak of shadows covered his figure. However, his golden eyes were clear to everybody, and no one beneath the second realm could focus on them. Yet, many of the powerhouses of the Blood Sea immediately recognized him. A unique force controlled the underground of the empire called the Organization, and the shot callers went by the name of Dark Kings. Of the 10 Dark Kings, there was one whose nature was secrecy, capable of infiltrating even the Emperor's royal palace. No one knew his name or appearance, but everybody called him Shadow King. The Blood Duke immediately took control over the Blood Pagoda, channeling all its energy into him and Bloodless Number 1 as soon as the Shadow King appeared. Just the entity that took control over the High Blood Elder's body would have been challenging, but now there were 2 of them. And even more important, the only one that could give a command to a Dark King would be another Dark King. 2 Dark Kings from the Organization. That would be enough to threaten an entire sector, much less a weakened organization like the Blood Sea. Despite the duo facing the Blood Duke, Bloodless Number 1, and over 100 Wave Kings, there was not even a trace of fear or worry in their eyes. They were that confident in their powers. Cain clenched his fists as he pushed his willpower to the limit in order to control his emotion and suppress his fear. It was hard to say about the rest of the powerhouses, but his chances of surviving a battle would be small since one of the Dark Kings was so keen on taking his life. The Shadow King turned his eyes toward Cain and glanced at the young man for a moment before speaking. Blood King, I did not come here to fight. You hire me to take you out in case of danger to your life, and that is what I am going to do. Although the voice of the Shadow King was male, it constantly changed between different tones, making it impossible to distinguish anything from it. HMPH, none of these rats could stop me if I wanted to leave. If you wish for the other half of your payment, help me kill that brat. The Blood King, the one that possessed the High Blood Elder's body, shouted. His killing seemed to burn with the intensity of a volcano and would not rest until Cain was dead. Are you sure you can escape without my help? The Shadow King looked to the sky as he uttered those words. Everybody else followed his sight, and only then did they notice the middle-aged man floating in the sky. Shock appeared in the eyes of the powerhouses, and that included the Blood Duke and Bloodless number 1, since neither had noticed the man's presence before. The man was around 2 meters tall, with short black hair, blue eyes, and a muscular body. He wore regular clothes, but a strange dragon-like beast revolved around his chest, and a sword hilt emerged from its maws. First collapsing lightning pillar, the Blood King shouted as he saw that man. He had been so focused on Cain that he overlooked the immense threat in the sky. Before any of the presents could even blink, the first collapsing lightning pillar appeared before the Dark Kings and grabbed the sword hilt emerging from the dragon's mouth. The life wave in 100,000 meters was drained when the middle-aged man touched the sword, and all that power was unleashed as soon as he took the weapon out. ZNNN, first, it was a blinding light, and what followed it was a giant arc of blue sword light that split the blood sea for nearly 200 kilometers. Cain's eyes widened as he saw how the man managed to split billions of tons of water with one single attack. People like to compare the power of titans with nuclear weapons, but the destructive power of that sword strike was something humanity of the old world could never achieve. Boom! Clashing sounds emerged from the blood sea as the water fell back. It took a moment for silence to return, but once it did, no one uttered a word as they looked at the man. As expected, I still lack the power to stop the Shadow King from escaping. The first collapsing lightning pillar uttered those words without much concern in his body before turning around. The Blood Duke and Bloodless number 1 grew tense under the eyes of the man. Both of them had heard the feats of the first collapsing lightning pillar, but it was clear the man far exceeded the legend. The old man said, you must return to the Imperial Lightning Fort once you finish here. Of everybody present, the only one that drew the first collapsing lightning pillar's attention was a young man, and as soon as he spoke those words, he vanished. Cain's eyes burned with red light as he stared at the sea and remembered the sword strike that managed to split it. The higher he rose, the more he learned, and now it was clear to him that even among titans were those whose powers defied logic and could only be described as divine. The first collapsing lightning pillar and the Dark Kings fall in that category. The bad part was that one of them seemed very interested in taking his life, and he doubted they would just give up after failing once. The Blood Duke sighed as everything went way out of hand. Had it not been for the arrival of the first collapsing lightning pillar, who knew how many more people would have died before they could force the 2 Dark Kings away. However, his problems were far from over. The way the Blood King managed to take over the High Blood Elder was very strange, not to mention that the Dark King had hidden inside the Blood Sea for over 17 years under the disguise of Zima. Now he had to take care of the powerhouses of the purest path, and he could not simply exile them since there was no way to say for sure if one or more were under the influence of the Blood King. All members of the purest path, you will be put under arrest until we figure out everything that happened and just how far the influence of the Blood King went. When the powerhouses heard that, many of them frowned since the idea of being thrown into jail was not something they would accept gladly. The Blood Duke noticed the reluctance of the powerhouses, but his eyes grew cold. There was a great danger looming over the Blood Sea right now, and he would do everything in his power to keep it safe. Anyone that resists will be considered a traitor and punished accordingly. Fear appeared in the Wave Kings of the Purest Path when they saw the killing intent in Blood Duke and Bloodless Number 1 and were sure that the duo would not hesitate to attack with all their power if they were to resist the arrest or escape. In the end, despite their reluctance, all the powerhouses of the Purest Path shut down their energy defenses, allowing the Blood Duke to use the power of the Blood Pagoda to suppress their cultivation before being escorted out. Once that was taken care of, the Blood Duke commanded certain people to accompany him to the Blood Pagoda, where they would discuss the Dark Kings. As for the rest of the powerhouses of the Integrationists' path, they would remain on Blood Island and Blood City. The Blood Sea just went through a civil war, and while Kane's actions with the Blood Pagoda reduced casualties to a minimum, there was still resentment between both sides, so martial law was needed. Everybody had to remain in their homes, and the Wave Kings would be in charge of keeping order and ensuring there were no more deaths. Wave Champion, Wave Warriors, and normal people returned to their homes once they were free of the red plasma net. There was still killing intent in the eyes of many, but no one dared to fight with the Wave Kings watching from the sky. Blood kept raining over Blood Island and Blood City since the death of the second Blood Elder unleashed energies that changed the atmosphere. It would be a long time before things returned to normal. People across the Empire stopped watching the Blood Sea, but that did not mean they would stop talking about it since the arrival of two Dark Kings was something that shook the Empire. The civil war of the Blood Sea might have been short, but people would talk about it for a very long time. While the situation on Blood City and Blood Island had quieted, peace was far from over. The Blood Duke, Bloodless Number 1, and 9 of the Blood Sea's strongest and oldest powerhouses were in the Blood Pagoda's highest level. Those people's loyalty was unquestionable, and their voices and eyes could reach every corner of the Blood Sea. However, there was one more person among the group that the Blood Duke called into the meeting. Kane might be young, and his time in the Blood Sea was short, but no one in the room felt there was a problem with his presence. Not only had Kane's attack pushed the High Blood Elder into the sky and away from innocent people, but he also took control of the Blood Pagoda just at the right time, avoiding thousands of unnecessary deaths. Regarding his loyalty, even a complete idiot could see that he was not part of the Blood King's scheme since there was nothing that man wanted more than to kill Kane. He was also a very important figure for the collapsing Lightning Duke and the Imperial Lightning Fort since the mighty First Pillar acted as Kane's bodyguard. It was true that his current battle power was not much compared with the rest of the people in the room, but no one dared to look down on him for that. Kane's talent was so immense that it would only be a couple of decades before he caught up to them or even surpassed them. It will be a very long time before we find out the true intentions of the Blood King and exactly when he managed to infiltrate the Blood Sea. If we go by his words, he had planned for 100 years already, so there is no doubt he is not over with us. Right now, we must decide what our approach will be for the powerhouses of the Purest Path. Does anyone have a good idea they would like to share with the group? Silence reigned as the Blood Duke spoke those words. Everybody understood the dangers of keeping snakes in their ranks, but the decision was not so easy to make. We are not in a position where we can allow weakness. The Blood Sea must act as a single unified force if we want to handle the looming threat. Bloodless Number 1 was the first to speak, and his voice was eerily cold. There was a merciless light in his eyes, and everybody could understand his plan. Since they could not fully trust the powerhouses of the Purest Path, the only chance was to kill them all. Killing all of them would mean a great loss to our war power and alienate the younger generation. Countering Bloodless Number 1's idea was none other than Radin's grandmother. No one would accuse the woman of having a soft heart since she alone killed 2 of the Purest Path's powerhouses during the Blood Sea's civil war. However, her way of acting during times of war and peace was very different, worthy of a general who knew how to adapt to the battlefield and diplomacy. We can mitigate the loss in war power by using them as furnaces to give birth to new powerhouses or transform them into battle puppets. As for alienating the new generation, while it could happen, it would not generate problems for a long time. Bloodless Number 1 immediately gave solutions to the old woman's concerns. Clearly, he was not just ruthless but also a brilliant tactician. The Blood Duke and the other Blood Sea powerhouses began to consider Bloodless Number 1's solution with care when they saw Kane raise his hand. Kane was not conceited or careless and knew that while he was allowed in the room, he did not have the same freedoms the others had earned through hundreds of years of service. The Blood Duke saw that Cain had something to say, and after making sure that no one in the room had a problem with the young man giving his opinion, he nodded. Your plan will bring order, stability, and power to the Blood Sea. And it is true that you do not have to worry about the younger generation now, but what about in 100 years? Killing those powerhouses would do more than just alienate them. Learning about the death of their fathers and grandfathers at the hands of the Blood Sea's higher-ups will fill their hearts with rage that will fester, and the smart ones will hide it until they can do something about it. I understand the urgency of the situation, but there is always another path. Bloodless number 1 frowned when he heard Cain's words. He knew the young man was in the right, but there was nothing he could do about it. Allowing untrusted elements with the power of Wave Kings to roam around Blood Sea in a moment like this was not something they could permit. As for keeping them detained inside the Blood Pagoda, that was also not wise since they could always escape, and the damage they would do on their exit would be catastrophic. You see the problem with Bloodless number 1's plan, but do you have a solution? The Blood Duke was surprised by Cain's deep analysis and wanted to see if this one could guide them. Before anything, we must learn about the Blood King, his plan, and if anyone else is under his influence before doing anything with the Wave Kings of the purest path. I understand that time is of the essence, and it would take a long time for you to gather accurate information and root out the spies, so I proposed to contact a force specialized in that type of task. Cain's words made sense. Hiring a specialized force would help since they could do things much faster than the Bloodless force. While the Bloodless force was strong, they were warriors, not spies, so gathering information was not their forte. However, they could not just hire anyone. First of all, they had to be able to trust the result of the investigation, and there was also the fact that not many forces would be willing to meddle with the Dark Kings. Cain knew all that, but he had the perfect choice in mind. I suggest hiring the Aegon family. Many of the people present widened their eyes as they heard Cain's proposal. While it was true that the Aegon family was known for its assassination skills, they were also great detectives. However, there were problems. Not anyone could hire them, and they were extremely expensive. You have a deep connection with the Aegon family, so you will act as the proxy? Bloodless number 1 knew about Cain's connection with the Aegon family. After all, he would have to be blind not to recognize Void State. Yes, I have a very good relationship with a member of the Aegon family. He has the authority to negotiate in their name. As for the price, the wealth left behind by the High Blood Elder and Second Blood Elder would be more than enough. Awkward expressions appeared in the powerhouses when they heard that. Many of them were already thinking of taking part of that wealth for them, but it seemed that it would not be the case. The Blood Duke and Bloodless number 1 exchanged glances as they heard Cain's proposal. The Aegon family did not fear the Dark Kings. With their skills and resources, they would have news quickly. Since Cain could act as their proxy, everything would go smoothly, so there was no reason to refuse. Cain saw the exchange between the Blood Duke and Bloodless number 1 and smiled. He had promised Jonathan to establish a channel between the Aegon family and Blood Sea, and if both parties could benefit, all the better. The Blood Duke looked around and, after seeing everybody nodding, turned toward Cain. We accept your proposal. I hope you can contact the Aegon family once this meeting is over since the faster, the better. Cain nodded, then went to the next point of his plan. Once we are sure there are no spies, we need to find a way to fix the division between the people of the Blood Sea, and for that, I have 2 words. Cultural exchange. Confusion appeared on the faces of the powerhouses when they heard that. They understood the term but were curious about the way in which Cain wanted to apply it. As Bloodless number 1 said, to face the incoming threat, the Blood Sea must act as a singular force, and it is impossible to achieve that goal with people that are xenophobic to the bone. Everybody nodded since they understood that the core of the animosity between both groups was the xenophobic behavior of the purest path, one that could only lead to the downfall of the Blood Sea. There must be an exchange of ideas if we want them to break the prejudice. People of the Blood Sea must establish a sense of brotherhood with outsiders, and there is no better place for that than the military. I propose to start with members of the younger generation. It is easier for them to learn and eliminate the xenophobic ideology implanted in their minds by their father and brothers. Cain could see a mixture of emotions in the faces of the powerhouses, including Blood Duke and Bloodless number 1. They could see the gain in sending people of the purest path into the army. There was no better place to prove yourself and understand that the essence of a man was his character and not the blood that ran through his veins than the flames of the battlefield. Not to mention, they would be fighting against the dark races, something all humans hated, making it easier to bond. However, it could also erode those youths' sense of belonging to the Blood Sea, generating problems in the long run. Of course, you would not just send warriors to the Imperial Lightning Fort and expect nothing in return. I am sure the collapsing Lightning Duke would be happy to send young soldiers here. That would also help to combat xenophobia. You can establish a merit system to increase their standing and ranking in the Blood Sea, making their presence a win for everybody. The frown on the powerhouses grew weaker as they heard that part of Kane's plan, since it indeed would be a win for everybody. They were not totally convinced, but the next part made everybody's eyes glow. Besides, having a large number of soldiers in the Blood Sea would make anyone think twice about attacking you. A flash of shock crossed the eyes of the Blood Duke, Bloodless Number 1, and every other powerhouse in the room. It was clear that the Blood King did not fear the Blood Sea, but even the organization thought twice about attacking the Imperial Army. Taking soldiers from the army into their ranks would help people understand that outsiders were not all monsters and give the Blood Sea a new shield without them losing their individuality. That tactic will work in most of the youths. Some would retain their xenophobic nature regardless of everything, but their numbers, power, and influence will be so little that they would not be a problem now or in the future. Kane's words made awe appear in the powerhouses. They wonder how someone so young would have such sharp insight regarding human nature. In all honesty, even Kane did not know it. Most likely, it was part of the experiences of his past life that lingered in his soul. Bloodless Number 1 was very pleased with Kane's plans, but one major problem remained. Helping the majority of those youths see the stupidity of xenophobia is plausible, but what about the Wave Kings? They are older, and it would be harder for them to change their nature. We can allow a few dozen or even hundreds of Wave Warriors or Wave Champions with a xenophobic nature since they can be kept in line, but a single Wave King could provoke a lot of damage. Kane nodded, and cold light appeared in his eyes as he exchanged glances with Bloodless Number 1. The battlefield is a very dangerous place. Everybody that goes in must be ready to die. Once it is proved they are not part of the Blood King's forces, you must send all the Wave Kings of the purest path into the Imperial Lightning Fort. They must immediately join the battlefield against the Dark Races as punishment for their indirect assistance to the Blood King's scheme. There, those that can change will return to the Blood Sea. The other will die. We can also ask the Aegon family's help for that task. As long as it is done in silence, their families and friends will only blame the Dark Races. Silence reigned in the room once the powerhouses heard Kane's plan for the Wave Kings. The youth had brilliant ideas when it came to helping people, but he truly shined when it was time to handle problems. Luckily, he was on their side since none of them wanted to be the target of his schemes. Chatter soon returned to the room as the Blood Duke, Bloodless Number 1, and the powerhouses began to discuss the fine details of Kane's plan. It was only after 2 more hours that everything was defined. Kane would be the proxy of the Aegon family and would establish talks with the Imperial Lightning Fort, but from that point on, the one in charge would be Bloodless Number 1. It was impossible for the young man to take that position since he could not talk in the name of the Blood Sea. Once everything was in order, Kane's eyes focused on the Blood Duke, and red light emerged in them, along with a brutal coldness. Since the meeting is over, please let me speak with the Blood Duke in private. Surprise appeared in the powerhouses when they saw Kane's eyes, and they turned toward the Blood Duke, waiting for this one to tell them what to do next. Please, leave us. The Blood Duke's eyes grew sharp as he focused on Kane and indicated for everybody but Bloodless Number 1 to leave. Once they were alone, Kane's eyes grew colder. His gaze was not different from the one he would give an enemy. You were the one that revealed our presence to the High Blood Elder so they could hire an assassin and take care of us. Kane's voice was full of certainty. He was not making a question but affirming a fact. The locations the Blood Maiden and Blood Champions would use to go through the 4 trials of purity were a secret, yet assassins were waiting for them in Icecrow. Only 2 people could have revealed that information, the Blood Duke and Bloodless Number 1, but Kane knew the second was not responsible. Kane learned about Bloodless Number 1's reaction to Martin and Radon's deaths. There was rage in the man's eyes but not guilt. Bloodless number one's eyes grew sharp as he heard Kane's words but remained silent. The Blood Duke stared at Kane for a moment, and although he did not negate it, neither did he affirm the young man's words. Why would I harm the people of my own path? My stance toward the purest path should be clear, and that my relation with the Blood King can only be one of pure animosity. Kane's eyes remained cold as he stared at the Blood Duke. You wanted a civil war, a way to get rid of the High Blood Elder and all those powerhouses from the purest path. While there was discomfort and rage in the integrationist path's Wave Kings, it did not reach the point where they would march into war. Yet, things would have taken a very different turn if the Blood Maiden or some of the Blood Champions had perished under the nefarious tactics of some assassins. Kane noticed how the Blood Duke clenched his fists, but the young man did not stop. One or two deaths would have been enough. You never expected everybody to be in danger, so the Wave King assassin should have been a flaw in your plan. The Blood Duke's eyes grew sharp as he was about to counter Kane's words when he felt Bloodless number one cold gaze. He sighed and shook his head for a moment before speaking. The Blood Sea could not endure this division for much longer, so I needed to do something. I knew danger was looming, so I made the hard choice. The life of two people for the safety of millions. It was not easy, nor something I enjoyed, but I did it. Sacrifices are needed in war. Any good general understands that. Kane stared at the Blood Duke for a moment before nodding. He could see the reasoning behind the man's plan, and shouting in anger was useless since he had no way of harming this one. He just wanted to ascertain the kind of man he was and also verify Bloodless number one's participation. I understand you, but from now on, you will never have my trust. The Blood Duke clenched his fists. Before the war, the trust of a Wave champion would have meant nothing, but Kane was already intertwined with the fate of the Blood Sea. However, he could do nothing about it. His decision pushed things to this place. Soon, the ascendance of the Blood Moon will begin, and I will march into the Blood Sea's core. Before that, I would like a meeting with Jason Sampson, alone and without people watching us. The Blood Duke and Bloodless number one immediately understood what Kane was after. Kane had already learned the consequences of not taking care of his enemies and would not allow another Uriel to appear. Jason would never stop hating him. If that were the case, he would kill this one here and now. I can visit Jason for you, Bloodless number one spoke. It was easy for him to decide between Kane and Jason. Kane immediately shook his head. I want to visit him myself, without shackles on his body. Bloodless number one saw the killing intent in Kane's eyes, and a smile appeared. As the enforcer of law and order in the Blood Sea, he saw a lot of himself in the young man. Before the Blood Duke could say something about Kane's petition, Bloodless number one nodded. I can take you to Jason now if you are ready. Kane's eyes grew sharp as he nodded. He and Bloodless number one head to the teleportation formation and leave the room. The Blood Duke saw how all of that happened and sighed. Clearly, his tactics had not only alienated Kane but also created a rift between him and Bloodless number one. The prison containing the Wave Kings of the purest path was located in the lowest level of the Blood Pagoda and went by Blood Prison. Dozens of large blood metal cages could restrain Wave Kings in that level, and two peak Wave champions guarded each. Two middle-aged men stood guard outside one of those cages. Both were hairless and had white skin, making their connection to the Bloodless Force clear. A sharp light appeared in their eyes when they saw two figures appear, but they immediately relaxed when they saw Bloodless number one appear. We welcome the Bloodless leader. The duo shouted in unison as they adopted a firm stance, looking forward without moving a muscle. Still, their eyes trembled for a moment when they saw the young man accompanying Bloodless number one. Guard of the Blood Prison could not leave their post without the express order of Bloodless number one, no matter the catastrophe happening outside, so the duo spent the entire civil war here. Yet, that did not mean they did not know about the young man who won 10 battles in a row in the Blood Champion Final Tournament, sent the High Blood Elder flying away, and joined the battlefield full of Wave Kings. Bloodless number one gave a short nod toward the duo before waving his hand and opening the cage. It was completely dark inside, but as the light reached in, everybody could see Jason with shackles around his arms. Jason was confused when he saw his door opening. He was full of fury and wanted to get out, but he was sure it would be a long time before they were let go. However, when he saw the figure of Cain and Bloodless number 1, his instincts began to scream. "What are you two doing here?" Neither Cain nor Bloodless number 1 bothered to answer Jason's question, and they just looked at each other before the young man walked in. Bloodless number 1 waved his hand again, making the shackles around Jason's body disappear before closing the gate. Boom! Less than 5 seconds after the cage was closed, Bloodless number 1 and the two peak wave champions began hearing an explosion from within. Boom! 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 They became faster and louder, and even indentation began to appear in the cage due to the powerful blast inside it. Only battles between Wave Kings using every ounce of power inside them could unleash such destructive might. A Wave King could unleash as much destructive power as a small nuclear weapon. One could imagine the havoc of all that power in a cage smaller than a house. It took over half an hour for the noises inside the cage to quiet down, and then Bloodless number 1 and the two Wave champions heard a soft tap in the gate. Bloodless number 1 smiled as he opened the gate, showing Cain's bloody figure. The young man had bruises all over his body, and it seemed his left arm and shoulder were broken to the point that it no longer worked. Cain did not say anything and only nodded to the two peak wave champions before leaving the place. Clean the cage, and then ask Bloodless number 5 for new jobs. Bloodless number 1 commanded the duo before leaving as well. The peak wave champion remained firm until Bloodless number 1 finally left, and only then did they look into the cage, and what they saw filled their hearts with shock and awe. Jason Samson, an early Wave King who trained the Saint techniques of the Blood Sea, a powerhouse of the Godslayer humankind empire, was dead. His body was embedded in the walls of the cage, with a large hole where his heart should be, and there was not a single drop of blood left in his body. What a monster! One of the middle-aged men could not help but shout when he saw that. Cain had not only killed Jason but also devoured the blood of this one. Both men looked at each other and nodded. Although Bloodless number 1 did not say anything, they knew some things were better forgotten. Once they finish cleaning this place, they will forget everything that happened. Cain and Bloodless number 1 separated after finishing with Jason. The young man was in a room that belonged to one of the strongest powerhouses of the purest path that perished during the Blood Sea's civil war. A red fog covered the entire room, born out of a combination of wave and blood vitality extracted from the Blood Sea, making it a perfect place for cultivation. Thanks to the sun seed inside his soul dimension, the wounds he endured during his battle against Jason were gone, and he was free to cultivate. There were less than 2 weeks before the main event of the century ascendance of the Blood Moon started, and he wanted to be in his peak condition before that happened. Unfortunately, Slaughter, the natural holy weapon that worked as a catalyst for this sonic blade fusion cultivation technique, had shattered during the Blood Sea Civil War. Luckily, he had already taken care of that. Cain smiled since there was someone who wanted to enter his room. He sent the signal through his AI chip module, and the teleportation matrix began to glow the next second. A figure appeared in the room, and Cain was surprised to see that it was Shura. Although gathering Slaughter's part was an important task, there was no reason why someone in Shura's position would handle it. The young woman noticed Cain's surprise but did not say anything and just walked toward him before presenting a small black chest. All the pieces of your natural holy weapon are in here. I asked the best wave crafters in the Blood Sea, but none can restore something of such a high level. Thank you for that. Cain nodded and opened the chest. A sigh emerged when he saw the state of Slaughter. He worked very hard and overcame all sorts of trials to obtain the weapon, but now it was no longer usable in a fight. After a moment, he focused on the pieces, and they went back into his heart. Even in their state, they could still assist his cultivation. Cain then stared at Shura, and the duo exchanged glances in silence for a few minutes before the woman finally opened her mouth. Did you figure out that all blood champions are of the opposite sex than the Blood Maiden? Cain's eyes narrowed when he heard that question from Shura. He had thought about it before and had come to a conclusion. The effect of the baptism of the astral blood beast will impact the souls of the Blood Maiden and the Blood Champion. This effect will enhance their bodies and energy, but something else exists. Heritage and blood are extremely important for the Blood Sea, so its most significant event must be related. If my hypothesis is correct, the astral blood best's soul force will also affect our descendants. Forcing you into a marriage of convenience would lead to severe problems in the future, but there is a way around it. The purpose of the trial of danger was to establish a connection between you and one of the blood champions. Shira displayed a rueful smile upon hearing that. As she expected, Cain had already figured out everything. She softly nodded before gazing at Cain and parting her lips. Would you not consider remaining in the Blood Sea? With your power and talent, I am sure the Blood Duke would be more than happy to offer you the position of future Blood Heir. You could rise to become the next Blood Duke. Becoming a Titan, and not just any Titan but one leading a substantial force alongside a beautiful wife, was the dream of any man. Yet, Cain's eyes glowed red as he looked back at Shira. I am sorry, but I will not stay in the Blood Sea. Shira trembled for a moment upon hearing that, but she didn't give up and continued to stare at Cain. Then what if I follow? Before Shira could finish her sentence, Cain interrupted her. My path is mine, and I need to follow it alone. Shira immediately lowered her face, making sure Cain could not see the moisture in her eyes, before turning around and leaving the room. Cain saw everything with coldness and apathy, but once he was alone, he sighed, and a sad smile appeared on his face. You were cold, brat. Apex's voice echoed inside Cain's mind, making this one sigh. Is it due to the Ice Girl? Are you going to mourn her forever? There was curiosity in the voice of the spirit system, and Cain did not leave him in doubt. I will never forget Belzy, how she made me feel, or what she did for me, but I am not so selfless as to close my heart forever. Then what is the problem? That girl is beautiful, brave, and more than once put her life on the line for you. Shira seemed to have left a very good impression on Apex. Cain remained silent for a moment before finally answering. I will not open my heart to someone if I lack the power to protect her. After the golden humanoid inside Cain's soul dimension heard those words, a disapproving light appeared in his eyes as he shook his head. You have grown in a lot of aspects, brat, yet, you are still weak. It is not your talent, battle power, or cultivation that makes you weak but the fact you allow the fear of the unknown to hinder your path. Apex did not say another word after that. Cain only shook his head as he felt the disapproval of the system spirit, but there was nothing he could do. The pain of losing someone he loved was still clear in his mind and heart. It was something that reached all the way to his soul. Until he reached a level where there was no doubt that he could protect his loved ones, Cain would close his heart, regardless of how much he wanted them in. Not wanting to waste more time in those depressing thoughts, Cain took a deep breath and used his willpower to clear his mind. Only then did he adopt a meditative position and focus on his cultivation. While the astral rebirth path of power and essence evolution path of power were similar in the wave warrior rank, both focusing on the formation of meridians to spread the wave across their bodies, everything changed once they reached the wave champion rank. While those in the essence evolution path of power focused on upgrading their evolution core and qualitative change of their essence wave, those in the astral rebirth path of power focused on the reforge of their skeletal structure and size of their energy pool. Actually, for the Godslayer humankind, the true name of the cultivation stage after Wave Warrior was skeletal reconstruction. The term Wave Champion was used as a universal classifier since it would be too messy to call everybody by the specific name of their ranks that vary according to their path of power and race. As its name implied, skeletal reconstruction required the astral cultivator to reconstruct their entire skeletal system. The first step was gradually breaking the bones in his hands, arms, and legs before reforging them according to the instructions of his cultivation technique. It was an extremely delicate and painful process, but for someone like Cain, with willpower at the late Wave King level, it was not a problem at all. There are 12 days until the main event of the century ascendance of the blood moon begins. That time should be enough to complete the reconstruction of my fingers. The first thing Cain did was to make sure his energy needs were satisfied. He took several blood orbs and mid-quality wave crystals, but that was not all. Bloodless number 1 had already returned the Wave King assassin's corpse to him along with the special space ring of this one. He did not hesitate before sending the corpse into Devourer dimension, where it would work as a source of energy and vitality. Cain would have wanted to take Jason's corpse as well, but he did not want to arouse suspicion, so he only took the blood of the Astral Wave King. All that energy and vitality was more than enough to carry on. Cain made his astral wave revolve around his body while circulating the sonic blade fusion cultivation technique. A red light appeared in Cain's eyes as he was surprised by the pain of using sonic pulses to break the bones in his hands before using his astral wave to reforge them. The process was not only making the bones stronger, more flexible, and resilient but also changing their configuration, increasing the number of joints in them. An average human's finger had 3 joints, but those of Wave King, who had already finished skeletal reconstruction, had over 50. Each joint not only increased maneuverability and the ability of the hands to endure pressure but also the maximum speed at which you can throw a punch or kick. Cain made sure the revolution of his astral wave and reconstruction of his skeleton was on course before taking a deep breath and adopting embryonic breathing. That state not only enhanced his cultivation speed, but now that he had reached mind over wave, it allowed his mind to split into several trains of thought. He could enhance his cultivation and, at the same time, improve the number of his blood runes and advance in blood hands. The number of runes was growing very fast, and it was just a matter of time before he reached the final level of blood hands. The 12 days went on incredibly fast. Cain felt like it was the blink of an eye before he had to leave his room in the blood pagoda and march to the blood sea. Cain could move through the air at a speed above Mach 15, so it took him less than 5 minutes to reach the place. He immediately noticed the Blood Duke, Bloodless number 1, and some of the strongest powerhouses in the sky. Usually, there would be thousands of people watching the event, but the Blood King's threat still loomed over the Blood Sea, so the Blood Duke and Bloodless number 1 did not want to risk those too weak to defend themselves. Cain did not head to them since his destiny was the group that contained the Blood Maiden and the 7 Blood Champions. Despite arriving last, like in their first meeting, no one dared to even look at him in the wrong way. First, he made it in time, and second, Cain would be in charge of protecting the entire group. The rest of the Blood Champion had yet to fully heal from their battle against the Wave King, so it would be better if they did not fight. Shura stared at Cain, her eyes empty, and she simply nodded before looking away. Cain showed a small smile upon seeing that. He didn't blame the young woman for her behavior, as he was the one who had severed any connection between them. People noticed her reaction, but they refrained from intervening. They understood that meddling in the sentiments of others during such a solemn occasion wouldn't be appropriate. Once everyone was ready, the Blood Duke stepped forward. Soon, the century ascendance of the Blood Moon will start. It would be at this point that scattered pieces of the soul of the astral blood beast will unleash their power, allowing its remnant spirit to materialize deep in the Blood Sea. At that juncture, all of you must appear before it so you can pay your respects and enjoy the radiation of its soul force. Only the 9 of you, who went through the 4 trials of purity and are below 20 years old, can reach the astral blood beast's spirit since everybody else would face a strong repulsion. The journey will be dangerous since the repulsion force will not affect the wave beasts, and you will have to face them until you reach the spirit. There, you will be safe. There have been occasions in the past when several wave champions perished, so you must not get complacent, although things should not be so dire this time. The Blood Duke and the other powerhouses turned toward Cain. Even though he would have the weight of the entire battle on his shoulders, his power would make handling things seem like a simple task. Shura and the Blood Champions nodded toward the Blood Duke before waiting. As the sun went down and the moon rose, something began to unfold. The level of the Blood Sea rose at a shocking speed, and the energy of the blood surged to an unprecedented degree, illuminating the surroundings. Then, as the moon ascended into the sky, while it remained unchanged for the rest of the Gaia continent in the Blood Sea, it seemed to take on a crimson hue. Boom! A burst of soul force emerged from the Blood Sea, rising all the way to the heavens, and its power was so immense that even the Blood Duke and Bloodless number 1 were shocked by its power. Cain's eyes were filled with awe as he felt that soul force. The astral blood beast's soul should have broken into hundreds of millions of pieces thousands of years ago, yet it was still capable of this might. The surge of soul force marked the beginning, and all the Blood Champions adopted defensive stances around Shura before turning their gazes toward Cain. He drew a deep breath, and the next moment, his ego wave pierced into the blood water, allowing him to mark every beast before nodding. In unison, they charged into the Blood Sea, diving through the crimson liquid at astonishing speed as they made their way toward the center of the soul force. Surin and the other blood champions immediately assumed defensive postures as they sensed the presence of hundreds of wave champion beasts converging upon them. And they were not alone. There were even some king beasts amidst their ranks. Boom MMMM, however, before the wave beasts could draw too near, sonic cannons materialized and collided with them. All the wave champion beasts were obliterated, and the cannons pushed back the king beasts. Shock appeared in the eyes of Surin and the blood champions as they saw the might of these cannons as they shattered the beasts despite their distance of hundreds of meters. They had witnessed Kane's sonic cannon before, but it had undergone refinement. Though originally an astral rebirth technique, its mode of operation had changed. They turned their attention to Kane and observed how he merely pointed his hand to unleash the blast. He had managed to wield a long-range attack with significant potency despite being an astral rebirth cultivator. The reason was simple. The limitations were no longer a hindrance for someone with his mastery over the 4 basic wave arts. Of course, long-range attacks were still weaker than what he could unleash in close combat. However, these techniques served well for crowd control, and he could harness the ambient life wave to employ them, saving his own astral wave. Do not squander time. It will be dangerous to confront king beasts. The blood champions heeded the advice and adopted solemn expressions. They would do their best not to become a hindrance. Kane continued to unleash the sonic wave cannons, blasting the wave champion beasts away and keeping the king beasts at bay. It was a demanding but not overly difficult task, allowing the group to advance safely. In the previous ascendance of the Blood Moon, there had always been beasts that managed to approach within 100 meters of the group, inciting a close-distance battle, but today was different. No creature came anywhere near due to Kane's power, and in less than 6 hours, they reached the epicenter of the burst. Waves of sky blue energy emerged as a phantom figure began to manifest deep within the Blood Sea. Those waves keep everything but the youths away, marking the end of the fight against the wave beasts. Shura and the blood champions could not discern much about the phantom figure, but Kane had a different perspective. Kane's ego wave was potent enough to detect the might of the phantom, but he could not help but frown. He couldn't quite explain it, but there was something unsettling, something amiss that he couldn't quite grasp. Is everything fine? Surin inquired of Kane, recognizing the young man's reaction. Despite being the senior, everyone knew who was in charge. Shura and the other blood champions also turned their attention to Kane. The Blood King's scheme involving the ascendance of the Blood Moon was significant, warranting extra caution. Kane remained in silence for a few minutes before giving a slight shake of his head. I haven't sensed anyone, but something feels off. It would be best for everyone to remain alert. I understand, Surin nodded, signaling the rest to heighten their guard. With that, he and the others adopted meditative positions within the bubble. Kane followed suit, taking a deep breath as he relaxed his body. As the blood moon rose, the astral blood beast's soul force would become stronger, and they had to take full advantage of it. Even for someone like him, this presented a golden opportunity, as it would purify his body and blood, facilitating his ascension through blood rebirth. Kane's gaze sharpened as he finally saw it. The phantom grew strong enough to show the form of the astral blood beast. Despite its ethereal state, the overwhelming presence of the beast was palpable. It was undoubtedly not something ether could give birth to. He was merely glimpsing a projection of the creature, but its immensity was undeniable. Its form was a fusion of might and mystery. The draconic physique commanded attention, hinting at raw power exuding from every fiber. Despite the absence of wings, a sense of dominance radiated from its being. Massive, blood-red claws extended from its colossal limbs, a testament to its formidable strength. Curved horns adorned its head, adding the aura of an overlord. A thick, heavy tail trailed behind, exuding potential for destruction, capable of leveling cities with a single strike. The most intriguing aspect was its face. On each side of its head, 3 eyes remained tightly closed, shrouding its gaze in an enigmatic veil. These closed eyes hinted at a profound perception as if the creature could peer into realms beyond the physical. In totality, it portrayed a being of ancient power and undiscovered secrets, a symbol of dominance and mysteries that rose above the realm of mortals. As soon as it materialized, a powerful surge of soul force inundated the area. Kane's eyes honed in on the phenomenon, and he cleared his mind, allowing the soul force's radiation to wash over him. Every cell in his body responded to the radiation, which was overwhelmingly potent. Despite being of the spirit type, its power was sufficient to alter the physical realm. The pressure mounted, causing expressions of pain to contort the faces of those within the sphere. However, two individuals remained unaffected, Shura and Cain. Shura, as the Blood Maiden, faced something different than the man. For some reason, the astral blood beast's soul pressure felt gentler and more soothing in her presence. As for Cain, his willpower at the late middle wave king level endowed him with the most formidable spirit and mental defenses, enabling him to withstand the radiation without issue. Minutes ticked by, and the pressure increased alongside the energy coursing through the bodies of those inside. A smile unconsciously formed on Cain's face as he felt his blood resonate. He had recently reached the blue blood stage, and his power was ascending once again. If all went well, he could attain the golden blood stage after reaching the middle wave champion level. 6 hours finally passed, and the blood moon began to lose its intensity. Seeing this, the Blood Duke, Bloodless One, and others breathed sighs of relief as it seemed everything was unfolding according to plan. However, just when the sense of security began to settle in, events took an entirely unexpected turn. The phantom projection of the astral blood beast, which should have gradually dissipated, abruptly halted. Its soul force, rather than dispersing across the blood sea as it should now that the ascendance of the blood moon was over, coalesced instead, causing its power to erupt. Cain, Shura, and the blood champions were stunned by this sudden surge in soul force. Before they could react, they were immobilized, and they could only see as the phantom began to change. Initially, the astral blood beast's eyes opened, revealing orbs that appeared as pools of blood, emitting a mesmerizing allure. Its chest then started to part, revealing its true form. The astral blood beast's wings weren't separate appendages, they formed from its very blood, and that wasn't all. A halo materialized above its head, radiating such immense power that not only did the moon turn even redder, but the entire sky across the blood sea transformed as well. The Blood Duke, Bloodless Number 1, and everyone else in the sky were astonished. They couldn't comprehend what was happening. This wasn't the first century ascendance of the blood moon they had witnessed, yet the current events defied all reason. However, the shock became inconsequential now their focus was on the safety of the youths trapped within. Yet, before they could even take action, it happened. R-O-A-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R. The roar sent shockwaves rippling through the blood sea, throwing everything into chaos and hurling everyone in the sky away. Not even the Blood Duke possessed the strength to withstand it. ZNNNN. The sound of space shattering announced the arrival of the first collapsing pillar. The man hadn't departed after all, he clearly recognized the significance of the ascendance of the blood moon. While he had waited for the Blood King's appearance, a more dire situation unfolded. His eyes blazed with silver light as he peered into the blood sea. Even he felt the immense pressure emanating from the phantom creature. Despite the threat posed by the phantom, it wasn't enough to deter the first pillar from his mission. He roared, his astral wave erupting and his ego wave ascending into the heavens like a pillar capable of sundering the firmament. He went all out as though confronting the mightiest adversary of his life. Drawing his sword, the first pillar swung with all his might, tearing through shockwaves and advancing relentlessly toward the trapped youths. The astral blood beast didn't seem to care about the first collapsing lightning pillar as its eyes focused on the youths. First, the best focused on Shura, causing the young woman to approach before shifting its gaze toward the rest of the group. All the youths felt their bloodlines surge as the presence of the blood sea lineage grew stronger, except for Cain, whose bloodline was different. After a moment, the blood astral beast focused on Surin and seemed ready to make him advance, putting the youth next to Shura. Upon seeing this, a horrible feeling of wrongness assaulted Cain, as if what was about to happen was something he could not tolerate. The red light in his eyes intensified, emanating burning rage from his soul. For a brief moment, the astral blood beast appeared to sense Cain's will, but it seemed unfazed. However, at that point, the essence of the young man's soul force was unleashed. Suddenly, the eyes of the astral blood beast sharpened as they locked onto Cain. At that moment, a flash of desire seemed to flicker within its gaze as if Cain's soul held the key to its deepest goals and ambitions. An unseen force immediately pushed back Surin while Cain was propelled towards the astral blood beast. Just then, the first pillar managed to cover the distance and reached the beast phantom. His eyes bore an intense focus as his sword cleaved through space, creating a path toward Cain. The first pillar's attention was solely on Cain. While he would save the others if possible, he wouldn't risk his life for them. Unfortunately, this very objective was something the astral blood beast could not allow to be compromised. R-O-A-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R. The beast's roar caused the entire pressure of the blood sea to converge on the first pillar. The astral blood beast had concentrated all its power in this attack. Only Shira and Cain were protected from the ensuing destruction, but the other youths were no longer important to the beast. The first pillar's eyes burned with determination as he pushed his body and cultivation far beyond the limits that titans should be capable of. However, he couldn't overcome the power of the entire blood sea. The astral blood beast was resolute, unwilling to allow anyone to take Cain away. Ultimately, the first pillar could only grit his teeth. He swiftly sent the blood champions into his spatial ring and flashed out of the blood sea before the pressure could annihilate him. As the first pillar disappeared, the astral blood beast turned its attention to the duo, its intent growing even more forceful. Cain regained control over his body, but before he could make a single move, he found himself overwhelmed by a primal desire. He saw that Shira was similarly affected, and an irresistible urge beckoned him to move toward her, to dominate her body. The force was so overwhelming that Cain had to exert every ounce of his willpower to resist it. Stopping himself from ravaging Shira had consumed all his self-control. The temptation was too strong, and within seconds, Cain was about to succumb to it. "You fucking beast. Do you think you can force me, Cain Laurifer, to become a rapist?" Cain's voice was hoarse, his willpower surging as he extended his index and middle fingers, sharpening them and transforming them into a small blade. If he couldn't control his mind, he was determined to ensure his body couldn't act upon such an abhorrent impulse. He refused to let anyone, especially not a creature like this, take control of him. Although Shira might have expressed her emotions for him, since when was it acceptable to act on those emotions by violating her? And using a lack of control as an excuse was a coward's answer. Even if he was with her afterward, in what world was it acceptable to start a relationship by committing such a heinous act? Cain strained every fiber of his being to maintain control. His hand was on the brink of weaving the blade when someone stopped him. His eyes widened as he saw Shira in front of him, grabbing his hand and kissing him. Cain's desire exploded as he felt her soft lips against his own, and he struggled to restrain his overpowering desires. "It's okay. Let's not fight it." Shira's soft voice reached Cain's ears, and then his lust erupted, propelling him towards her. It didn't take long for a small moan of pleasure to escape them, their pain transforming into sheer pleasure. Cain and Shira's naked bodies intertwined as they touched each other, their cries of pleasure growing louder as their passion intensified. It was the first time for both of them, and the influence of the astral blood beast in their minds made the desire and intensity of the act stronger. The first pillar, the Blood Duke, and Bloodless Number 1 could sense the events transpiring within the blood sea, but they couldn't comprehend it. The behavior of the astral blood beast was unprecedented, and it made no logical sense. This change, this event, is exactly what the Blood King sought. He aimed to be part of the Union, attempting to replace Cain. The Blood Duke's eyes gleamed with insight as he spoke. His mind worked quickly, piecing things together, yet questions lingered. Why would the astral blood beast behave like this? We must secure the area. We cannot stop it, so our only recourse is to ensure Cain and Shira's safety until the repulsion of the astral blood sea subsides. Blood Duke and Bloodless Number 1 agreed with the first pillar's assessment. Waiting and guarding the pair was their sole option. As Cain and Shira engaged in their intimate act, the vitality of the astral blood beast coursed through them, causing their energies to surge and grow stronger. Just as they approached climax, and Cain was on the brink of releasing his seed, the beast's eyes glowed once more. The massive beast phantom looked into the sky before its eyes glowed, generating a thick fog that covered it and the two youths. After that, it split into two pieces, one that seemed to carry enormous vitality and life force while the other was pure soul force and energy. The part full of life and vitality fused into Shira's body, flowing into the young woman's abdomen, while the piece containing the astral blood beast's soul essence pierced into Kane's skull. If the Blood Duke, Bloodless Number 1, and the first pillar could see the astral blood beast's phantom's actions, the beast's intention would have become much clearer to them. After humanity learned the presence of the soul, they understood that conception was much more than a mere physical process. People originated from the fusion of their parents' essences. A fragment of each parent's soul would meld, giving rise to a new soul, a unique amalgamation. This new soul would reside within the mother's womb, with a physical body forming around it for protection. These two components would develop in harmony until a new life entered the world. This process proved increasingly challenging for powerful life forms since the strength of their souls complicated the fusion. Inside Kane's soul dimension, a new presence began to materialize as a stream of soul force belonging to the astral blood beast reached the soul dimension. The beast intended to intertwine with Kane's soul force. Under normal circumstances, this fusion would rupture the original person's soul, but Kane's situation was exceptional due to his status as a reincarnator. His soul dimension was distinctive, capable of enduring this intrusion for a few minutes. An intervention occurred as the astral blood beast's soul force was about to meld with Kane's. A golden figure appeared in the dimension's sky, his eyes ice cold as he focused on the astral blood beast's soul force. Upon sighting the golden figure, the astral blood beast's terror reached its zenith, a sense of absolute dread gripping its essence. Third realm, it was hard to say whether it was the fear or the condensation of its soul force, but the astral blood beast's phantom managed to utter those words as it stared at the golden humanoid. HMPH, insignificant ant. Even at your peak, you'd be nothing more than a speck of dust in my vision. Yet you dare attempt to occupy this body in your current state. The terror in the beast's eyes peaked, but before it could react, the chains covering the gargantuan gate responded. Instantly, they ensnared the beast's soul, trapping it within a perfect cage of black-white lightning and dark purple flames. Apex gazed at the lightning flame orb with a sneer. Using Kane's soul as a bridge, attempting to fuse your essence into the new fetus for rebirth. A clever plan, but you chose the wrong host. Apex sneered before sensing Kane's soul force tremble. Nearly 2 hours. Damn, brat, your first time was supposed to be a sprint, not a marathon. The golden figure laughed as he returned to his position near the gate, scrutinizing the orb and pondering what to do with it. Kane's body trembled with pleasure as he released his seed inside Shira. As this happened, his eyes slowly regained their light. With Apex having taken care of the blood astral beast, there was no longer a force taking control over them. Shira lowered her face as she stared at Kane. There was no regret in her heart, but she didn't know how he would react. However, the next thing she felt was a warm embrace and a hand patting her head. Everything will be fine now. Shira's body trembled as she closed her eyes, a beautiful smile gracing her lips. The duo stood like that for a few seconds before putting on their clothes and ascending into the sky. Kane walked with Bloodless Number 1 through a large corridor. He had remained in the Blood Sea for the last month. During that time, the young man had established a channel between the Aegon family and Imperial Lightning Fort with the Blood Sea. Actually, he finished that part quite quickly, but he chose to stay longer because he wanted to be with Shira for as long as possible. You know that girl will follow you if you say the word, Bloodless Number 1 remarked. When he heard that, Kane looked at Bloodless Number 1, but he shook his head. Do you want me to imitate the monster from 100 years ago? Kane's time in the Blood Sea allowed him to learn about the events that happened 100 years ago. The treasure that an outsider took away wasn't a weapon but the Blood Maiden. The child they were supposed to have was meant to be gifted in the blood lineage, but he was lost. It's different. Your relationship with the Blood Sea goes beyond just us. You are a bridge with the outside world and its power. So, no one would say a word. Haha, I know, but she will stay here. The Blood Sea is the best place for her training, not to mention that I won't remain in one place. I tend to move around. It wouldn't be fair for me to ask her to follow me. Bloodless Number 1 nodded in understanding. I see. I respect your choice. I will make sure to keep an eye on her and ensure her safety. Kane nodded, glancing at Bloodless Number 1. Thanks for that. I was just about to ask you the same thing. I'll repay this favor in the future. You have my word. Bloodless number 1 smiled and nodded. Although Cain couldn't do much for him right now, his future was promising, and the assistance he could provide then would be tremendous. So, he made sure to accept the favor. Finally, the duo reached the end of the room, where 3 starry gems were placed. The one in the middle is the biometal Herculean technique. It is one of the highest level saint techniques of the Blood Sea. You can start training this technique once you've raised your blood refinement art to the 4th level and the blood hand to the 5th level. With it, your body will become unstoppable. There are 5 levels, each involving the infusion of metal elements into your bloodstream. First, you start with materials used for a bronze artifact. At that point, your flesh and muscles will be as durable as a bronze wave artifact. That endurance didn't impress Cain much since the improvement would be minimal. After all, his body alone was already strong, and anyone at his level could tear through bronze metal. But that was just the beginning. The first level will be easy to master in a week or days, but it's the second level that's truly impressive. Your body will become as strong as a peak silver wave artifact. And then, if you reach the 3rd level, even without the enhancement of your astral wave, your body will be as sturdy as a golden wave artifact. Cain's eyes narrowed, and a fierce fighting intent and desire burned in his gaze. If he had that type of body, then by activating his astral wave, he could allow a wave king to attack him head-on, and he wouldn't suffer any damage at all. The 4th level is the platinum level. If you reach that level, your body will be as durable as a platinum-grade wave artifact, even harder than your natural holy weapon. Cain's eyes lit up as he heard that. The full energy attack of a titan at the level of the collapsing lightning duke could barely break his natural holy weapon, and even then, its pieces remained standing. A body like that could endure a nuclear explosion point blank. Finally, there's the adamantine evolution. If you reach that level, your body will be as strong as the armor titans used to cover their bodies. Cain could barely contain his amazement as the level of the technique surpassed his imagination. As requested, you will gain access to it for a period of 10 years as a reward for your help. After that, it must be returned. There are only 5 copies of the technique, so each one is invaluable. Cain nodded and took the starry gem, stowing it in his space ring. He had yet to reach the peak of the blood hand and blood refinement art, but his talent in blood techniques had risen to an incredible level after the events with the blood astral beast. So, according to his calculations, it was just a matter of weeks. Cain thanked Bloodless number 1 before leaving with him. He had the sonic blade fusion technique to improve his cultivation, and with the addition of this auxiliary technique, he could fully exploit his body's potential. In terms of battle skills, Cain's body possessed bloodflow fury, and he could complement it thoroughly with the melee abilities of the sonic blade fusion and void state, erasing any weak point in his battle style. Another essential aspect of Cain's strength was the Asura form. Cain was already nearing the peak of the 2nd gear and was in the process of figuring out the path to the 3rd level. There were no weak points on his path, and the only way forward was to continue with his training. Once they left the Blood Pagoda, Cain bowed to Bloodless number 1 before glancing at Shura in the distance. He smiled at the woman. They had properly conveyed their goodbyes, and it was time to depart. Cain ascended into the sky, his eyes growing sharp as his astral wave burst forth, utilizing the life wave of the air to enhance his might before shooting towards the Imperial Lightning Fort. Boom! Cain streaked across the sky like a comet, moving at Mach 15, leaving the Blood Sea behind in a few minutes. When Cain came to the Blood Sea, it took all his strength to arrive in 2 weeks, but now he could return to the Imperial Lightning Fort in less than 20 hours. As Cain was finally nearing the Imperial Lightning Fort in the distance, he suddenly stopped and looked back. His eyes turned cold as he gazed into the distance. That coldness was not due to the presence of someone but the lack of it. There was no one watching over or chasing the youth. It seems that they didn't take the bait. Although he was alone, a figure emerged from his space ring just as he spoke those words. It was none other than the first collapsing pillar. As soon as he appeared, the ring burst into pieces. That was the same ring the Wave King assassin used to hide the crew of Wave Champions. Space rings capable of holding life had limitations, and the stronger the life form, the harder it was to maintain the stable dimension inside. It was a miracle that it had endured holding the first pillar this long, so neither of them was surprised when it broke. Cain did not hide his departure from the Blood Sea and made sure many people saw him since he wanted to incite the Blood King to attack him. Although it was dangerous, Cain did not want to just wait for the Blood King to go after him. If there was a chance to take care of that man, he would take it. The Blood King is dangerous and wild but also very cunning. No one reaches such a high level in the underground without those skills. Dealing with him will be more challenging than expected. Cain nodded, his eyes growing colder. He remembered the threat of the Blood King and knew he had to be cautious from now on, especially since the first collapsing lightning pillar would no longer be with him. We will part ways here. The old man is waiting for you. The first collapsing lightning pillar nodded to Cain before vanishing, this time for real. A few seconds after his departure, Luther appeared in front of Cain, nodding towards the young man with a smile. It's good to see you, Colonel Lorifer. End of Book 4. A War That Painted the Sky Red. Book 5. The Awakening of the New King. It's good to see you, Colonel Lorifer. Cain's eyes narrowed as he heard Luther's voice. Luther's strength became more discernible to Cain now that he had reached the second reel, and he was sure that this man was stronger than the usual Wave King. He must be at the apotheosis stage. The apotheosis stage was the transition from human to the divine. In this unique level, warriors transcended the limits of the Wave King rank and ascended as mighty warriors of the divine ascendant rank. As for Titan, that was the title bestowed upon divine ascendant cultivators whose power surpassed others, capable of standing at the peak of ether. Of course, even among Titans, there were those whose power was in a whole different category, capable of unleashing a destructive might that surpassed the capabilities of the old world. Colonel, Cain found himself taken aback by his rank's elevation, surging 2 levels beyond major rank, reaching even the rank of colonel. Yes, you've broken a deal between the Blood Sea and Imperial Lighting Fort that has significantly aided the army. It's well deserved. Moreover, your strength surpasses the norm for your previous rank, Luther explained. Cain's growth over the past years was astronomical, 17 years of age now, and his willpower had reached the second realm. His mentality had grown immensely these last few months, so he refrained from making a fuss about his rank and merely nodded. The duo propelled themselves towards the Titan Tower, captivating the attention of many. Soldiers gazed upward, awe painting their expressions as they beheld Cain. The tales of his participation in the Blood Sea events had swiftly disseminated across the entire sector, securing a place for him in everyone's thoughts. Cain offered a smile in response to the soldiers' gazes. Not too long ago, he had been in their shoes, gazing at figures in the sky with awe. Cain and Luther entered the Titan Tower, stepping into the collapsing Lightning Duke's chamber. The pressure of will was absent since the Sector Duke recognized it would be pointless to assess Cain's talent and willpower anymore. You've certainly made quite an impression. The collapsing Lightning Duke smiled as he uttered those words. Clearly, he was delighted with how things went down in the Blood Sea. Cain clasped his hand and executed a bow before the Sector Duke. Without your aid, I wouldn't have survived. My gratitude to you. The Sector Duke's lips curved into a faint smile, indicating his approval. He didn't expect blind loyalty from his soldiers but rather an awareness of those who provided assistance. Cain was evidently one of those individuals who would never forget the ones that were good to him. It was a minor contribution. I've brought you here for 2 reasons. Firstly, it's time for you to join the battle at the north of the continent. Cain nodded, realizing that he should have participated long ago were it not for events like the Blade Mountain and Blood Sea. He approached the idea of the battlefield devoid of fear or anticipation, recognizing the dark races as adversaries of humanity rather than mere monsters. There was no way that the indoctrination of the Empire would be so potent that it could overcome the ego of a second-realm life form like Cain. The second reason pertains to your noble arcane ceremony. These words piqued Cain's interest. Becoming a noble was both complex and straightforward, with most people merely dreaming of such an honor. Yet, the procedure was more akin to a transaction for someone like Cain, a colonel with the battle prowess of a Wave King. There are 2 paths for this. The first merely entails the Empire officially bestowing the noble title upon you, while the other involves a crowning ceremony. I assume you'd prefer the former. The collapsing Lightning Duke, well aware of Cain's disposition, expected him to reject grand events and the allure of fame, However, this assumption proved incorrect this time. I would prefer the royal ceremony. Surprise mingled with a trace of disbelief flickered across the expressions of both the collapsing Lightning Duke and Luther. After all, these ceremonies were designed for young individuals pursuing the path of nobility, not someone like Cain, whom they assumed wanted to focus on the army. Could you elaborate? Luther inquired, curious about Cain's rationale for such a choice. Cain's smile remained steadfast, and he promptly responded, laying his intentions bare. I want the name, Lorifer, to resound throughout the Gaia continent. Upon hearing this, the Duke and Luther exchanged glances, comprehending the concealed significance within Cain's words. He sought not only to elevate his own name but to honor his family, particularly his father. The collapsing Lightning Duke and Luther looked at each other and smiled as they saw the intent in Cain's eyes. Nothing was more honorable than respecting your elders and trying to make them proud, even if they were no longer with you. Very well. I will address the matter and notify you when it's time to travel to the capital. Since traveling to the Atlas continent and back would be wasteful, you can remain here and focus on your training. Cain nodded, finding the situation perfectly suited to his needs. He had traversed different locations for an extended period, and now, a phase of prolonged cultivation and consolidation awaited. A time to integrate his insights and improvements. Within a forest thousands of meters away from the Imperial Lightning Fort, Zarok and Cain confronted each other, a palpable air of anticipation enveloping them. Watching over the duo from a safe distance were Oliver and Aben. Despite their advanced age relative to Cain, a solemn aura clung to their expressions as they witnessed the imminent clash of ideologies. Both were at the first realm of the ego-eternal path, but the clash happening in front of them was something at a much higher level, and they could only watch with awe. Zarek's eyes emanated a brilliant blue light as his ego wave, infused with the same hue, surged to the forefront. An ancient image from the old world depicts a man gazing down from a cliff, observing a dog struggling in a vast ocean. Many interpret this as a choice between being the powerless man or the drowning dog. But I perceive a different truth. I am neither. I am the ocean itself. As his proclamation reverberated, Zarek's alter ego emerged, a tumultuous river brimming with ferocity and unbridled power. Instantaneously, the surroundings responded. Trees trembled, and the once clear sky churned with turbulent currents. Even though Zarek's willpower hadn't evolved to the point where it could reshape matter, its connection with the primal energy of the world, the wave, allowed him to incite a natural upheaval without difficulty. The representation of an ocean expanded limitlessly. While Olivier and Aben maintained their distance from that mighty ocean, Cain positioned himself directly before the impending deluge. Just as the ocean's assault loomed over him, Cain's eyes ignited with red light. In a powerful eruption, a red ego wave emerged, colliding head-on with the encroaching watery force, holding back its advance. However, the ego wave could not face the full power of Zarek's alter ego, but Cain smiled with calm and confidence before speaking. Countless stars dotting the sky, vestiges of ancient powers that once governed existence. As our understanding grew, we realized these stars were mere echoes of celestial bodies long extinguished. Yet, among them, one remained supreme, a radiant force that gave birth to entire worlds. I am the sun, his declaration resonated, giving birth to a scarlet seed above Cain's head. An embodiment of fervent energy, it exuded an aura of searing intensity. His refined alter ego, the sun seed, was enhanced after achieving the mind-over-wave state. Its dualistic nature was hidden, and everybody could only feel vitality and potency. Crimson flames burst forth from the seed, setting the red force field ablaze, clashing directly with the massive, tempestuous ocean materialized by Zarek's willpower. The spectacle they staged wasn't merely a contest but a dynamic collision of philosophies. Their alter egos, fueled by divergent viewpoints, surged and roared, pushing the boundaries of their capabilities. Amid this intense conflict, both Zarok and Cain absorbed insights and refined their visualization techniques. The energy enveloping them offered a glimpse into the path ahead, one born from the crucible of opposing beliefs. Zarek's gaze remained penetrating as he observed the indomitable resilience of the red sun. It was a sight that deeply resonated, bearing witness to an alter ego coalescing into a constellation of formidable stars. Zarok recognized the blessing of possessing such a unique alter ego, understanding that it was an extension of one's inner perceptions, shaped subconsciously by life's experiences. While the ocean versus sun comparison seemed straightforward, it was far from simplistic. Amidst their philosophical duel, Zarek's voice pierced through the charged atmosphere. My willpower resembles a river, adaptive and ever-changing, like the flow that shapes landscapes. Just as a river molds its surroundings, our resolve evolves through the currents of experience. Book 5. The Awakening of the New King. Kane's eyes grew sharp as he noticed the burst in power from the ocean as Zarok revealed its nature. I perceive willpower akin to a sunseed, compact but with the potential to radiate boundless strength, inspiring others in the process. The sunseed's red flames grew even mightier, but Zarek's smile did not fade. A river doesn't confine itself to a single form. It embraces transformation, from serene streams to formidable torrents. Our willpower mirrors this evolution, growing through varied circumstances. The ocean burst with even greater power as it changed its forms, flooding everything around. A sunseed, though small, can burgeon into a radiant sun capable of illuminating the world. It's about nurturing potential, not just adapting. Zarek's face grew solemn as he felt the raw power of the red flames. A sun radiates light, but a river molds landscapes. True strength lies in adaptation and growth, akin to a river sculpting the earth over time, so our minds should evolve and adapt to the changes around us. Kane's eyes burst with an even mightier red light as he countered Zarek's words. A river transforms its surroundings, but a sunseed's light has the power to metamorphose minds and hearts, igniting change within ourselves and others. Our will should evolve according to our own desires, not the ones forced upon us by the world. Now, it was time for Zarek's eyes to burst with power. A river perseveres through challenges, shaping itself to overcome obstacles. That's the essence of strength, evolving and enduring through time. A sun might be powerful, but it is distant, its figure in the far distance, incapable of truly affecting the world as the ocean does. What is the point of all that power if you remain aloof from everything? The mighty ocean continued to surge, growing stronger and stronger as it pushed back the red flames. It was evident that the path of the ocean had the potential to rise higher and higher. Kane saw how the waves pushed against him, but then a smile appeared as the red light in his eyes burst with power. It is true the sun is distant, incapable of truly changing the world in a moment, but who says I am the old world's sun? Everything changes as we move to this dimension, so why should I limit my nature? We do not understand the sun of this world, so I decide to make my own according to my wishes, like a source of power that can act on the world right now and grow like my willpower does, free of any shackles. Kane's words made the sunseed burst with power and push back the ocean like a force that knew no boundaries. Zarek's eyes widened as he stared at the bursting sun and saw how it pushed his ocean back. A sense of loss appeared in his face as he felt the sun's power overcoming him, but then his eyes gained a flash of enlightenment. The ocean that was about to succumb burst with strength as it pushed the fire back, and that was far from everything as the sky above the duo began to change. Thunderstorms began to manifest, but these differed from those generated due to the duo's unleashing of their ego waves. Kane's gaze fixed on the sky, and his eyes narrowed as he saw the storm clouds and how multicolored flames were within them instead of lightning. Shock and awe appeared in Kane's eyes as he stared toward Zarok. He knew what that storm meant and that if Zarok were to break through it, his willpower would reach a whole new level, rising beyond the limits of the apotheosis realm into the divine ascension rank. Zarok saw how the flame clouds in the sky began to grow, soon reaching nearly 10 kilometers, but he forced his willpower to hide, erasing its essence, making the storm clouds slowly fade away. Kane saw that and frowned. There was immense danger when facing those flames, but he had seen Zarek's willpower and knew this one could take it. Zarok saw that and showed a small smile before shaking his head. 12 kilometers is too little. I will keep tempering my willpower to strengthen the flame's power. It will be dangerous, but if I rise, my battle power will obtain not just a quantity improvement but also an evolution in nature. Kane saw the determination in Zarek's eyes and had to admit that this one was very fierce. He slowly nodded before making his willpower return. Thanks for this. Your insights were of great help. I also benefited. Kane and Zarok nodded to each other as they rose from the ground. They looked around and saw that the trees around them were either burnt to flames or crushed under the devastating pressure of the ocean waves. "Are you ready to march into the capital?" Kane's eyes were sharp as he nodded. 2 months had passed since he returned to the Imperial Lightning Fort, and his strength had also greatly increased over this short period of time. He did not aim to advance too fast in his cultivation since he was still at the early wave champion stage. Kane did not take shortcuts during his cultivation in the wave warrior rank, nor would he do so in the wave champion rank. He was proceeding with extreme focus on his foundation while examining blood rebirth. He had already nearly reached his blood energy saturation point, and it wouldn't be long before his blood runes evolved into a blood core. As for Blood Hand, Kane clenched his fist, and it transformed into blood claws before beginning to thrive. He had already evolved his Blood Hand to the ultimate level, Blood Shockwave. Unlike Sonic Boom, which used shockwaves to enhance the strength of the punch, the shockwave unleashed by that attack happened inside the target, making every punch deal destructive internal damage. Kane found it hard to believe, but his talent in the techniques of the Blood Sea had evolved superbly for some reason, as if he had obtained a new lineage. Zarok saw the power of Kane and nodded. "You have become very powerful, but still, be careful. The politics of the capital are not easy to navigate, and you could face all sorts of problems. You are a rising star, and everybody knows about your accomplishments, so I am sure the princes and princesses of the capital and the noble families will be looking to obtain gains from you." Kane's eyes narrowed as he heard that and nodded. His only goal was to go through the ceremony and make the Lorifer name echo across the empire for his father. He was not interested in those schemes, but just because he was not interested, that did not mean he would not get mixed into them. "Since you will be there for around 6 months, you should take advantage to see, explore, and use its functions. There are many places that can be of use, like the Tower of Concepts and Laws and Stars." When he heard the term concept, Kane's eyes narrowed. "I have reached the realm of mind over wave, allowing my willpower to interact with the concepts, but I am still slightly confused about them. They are similar to the laws, but their nature is very different." Zarok nodded and adopted a solemn expression as he once again unleashed his willpower, but this time, there was something different. His river began to vibrate with a new power. He focused on one of the burned areas, and as his willpower covered it, things changed, and Kane could see the tree healing. The laws are the matrix of the universe, the order of things. They are the basis upon which the world works. Thanks to them, heat burns, and water cools down. Concepts are different. They are not born from the universe but our collective thought. Our minds are able to affect the world, as you can see by the effect of our willpower in our surroundings. Concepts are molded by sentient life forms' ideas and beliefs, and that defines their power. The concept of fire makes things burn, just like the law, but as it evolves, its power changes. For humans, fire is not just destruction. It is also the power of life and the core of civilization. As you can see, my willpower has gained insight into the concept of life, granting my ego wave the power to have a bursting healing force. You can begin to feel them, but harnessing their force is much more complex. Do not be hasty. Keep improving your willpower, and they will come in due time. Your alter ego will slowly gain power and interact with them. I would like to help you, but my insights on the concept of life are too shallow yet, so I am afraid I cannot be of assistance. You could use your time in the capital to find a way. Book 5. The Awakening of the New King. Kane's eyes grew sharp as he focused on Zarek's words, making sure to engrave the essence of the concepts in his mind. That was a power that rivaled the laws but that even an astral rebirth cultivator like him could master. "I will be leaving now. Until next time, Master." Kane clasped his hands, bowed toward Zarok, and nodded at Oliver and Aben before rising into the sky and flashing back toward the Imperial Lightning Fort. Oliver and Aben bowed toward Kane's departing figure before closing on Zarok. "Young Lord has grown tremendously in such a short period of time." "That is right. Less than 3 years ago, he needed my help to take care of a few wave warriors, and now he has risen to the point that he can face wave kings alone." Aben and Oliver were full of admiration and awe toward Kane. "That brat is an absolute genius, but he tends to wreak havoc wherever he goes. I wonder what kind of problems he will generate in the capital." Zarok almost laughed at the idea of Kane causing trouble in the capital. He simply shook his head and looked into the distance as blue light flooded his eyes. I will be leaving for a few months at the least and a few years at most. I intend to refine my willpower before ascending to the third realm. Make sure to contact me only if it is an urgent matter. You have my authority to handle my wealth and use my name as you see fit. Zarak gave a small badge to Aben and Oliver before rising into the sky and departing, heading to the north of the Gaia continent. Kane's presence began to fade as he approached the Imperial Lightning Fort. His mastery over the Void State had reached a high enough level that he could hide his presence from weak Wave Kings as long as they were not looking at him. With the threat of the Blood King, Kane had to be careful wherever he went. Traveling to the capital would be long since the distance between the collapsing Lightning Sector and the Prometheus Sector was immense. It would have been easier to travel 1,000 times across the old world to its sun than to cover that distance. Kane was not a coward, but that did not mean he would go around giving chances for the Blood King to kill him. Not to mention that his presence in a star cruiser would also put everybody else in it in danger, so it was better if no one knew. Other than the collapsing Lightning Duke and Luther, no one knew how he would get to the capital and when he would do it. Silently, Kane got into a star cruiser and entered the captain's chambers. This star cruiser held a tremendous amount of wealth that would be sent to the capital. While space rings could hold all kinds of weapons and treasures, there was a limit to the energy levels they could endure. Most of the products here lacked refinement and radiated a massive amount of toxic energy, so they could not fit into standard space rings. There was a chance of using a unique space ring to store those toxic materials, but that would destabilize the artifact. This approach was better regarding safety, efficiency, and cost. Other than Kane, there was no one on this star cruiser. Average Wave champions could not endure the radiation, and Wave Kings would not waste their time piloting a ship when the machine could do it on its own. Kane's eyes narrowed as he perceived the radiation that spread across the ship, and his eyes glowed with red light as he took control over the life wave, generating a shield around him that acted as a filter. After taking care of the radiation, Kane took a deep breath and began to drive the life wave into his body using his willpower. Simultaneously, he consumed several mid-quality wave crystals and blood orbs. This external energy infusion wasn't the extent of his preparations. He also transferred numerous king beasts' corpses into his devourer dimension, aiming to flood his body with energy and vitality. Most of these corpses had come as part of the rewards accompanying his new military title of colonel. With his energy intake managed, Kane delved into his cultivation routine. Every bone in his hands and feet had been reforged, so it was now time to address his forearms and tibia. This transformation wouldn't just enhance his strength and speed, it would turn his extremities into formidable shields. In addition to his cultivation base, Kane was deeply engrossed in refining his blood refinement art. He had already reached the pinnacle of Bloodhand, and over the past few months, his blood runes had progressed at a staggering pace. Following the events in the Blood Sea, Kane's talent in the blood refinement art had grown immensely. Not only could he create blood runes at an astonishing speed, but the ones he crafted were smaller and denser than usual, allowing him to accommodate more of them and increasing the amount of blood energy within his body. Kane was content with his newfound talent, but his curiosity lingered. No matter how much he investigated, even with the assistance of the Absolute Life Form system, he found no answers. 2 days after the star cruiser departed from the Imperial Lightning Fort, Kane's eyes widened as a sharp gleam lit them up. Kane smiled as he felt his body could no longer hold more blood runes. He counted them, and the number reached an astounding 999. According to the Saint Technique blood refinement art, individuals with exceptional talent in this technique and a robust constitution could typically reach 300, while superb masters and absolute geniuses might attain 600. There was no mention of anyone achieving 999. The first time Kane had glimpsed the formation of the blood core, it had overwhelmed him with its power and bewildered him with its complexity. He had understood nothing of it. But now, the formation seemed incredibly simple, as if he had always known it. Kane ceased circulating his sonic blade fusion technique, focusing exclusively on the blood refinement art. His eyes blazed with red light as he concentrated on every single blood rune within his heart, carefully merging them. The blood runes blended one by one, creating a remarkable synergy between them. It took Kane a grueling 14 hours and the energy and vitality of over 3 king beasts to merge all the blood runes. However, this was merely the beginning. It was time to give the blood runes chain form, transforming that amalgamation into the blood core. The colossal chain began to interweave, fusing and gradually metamorphosing into something else entirely. With each passing second, the demand for vitality and energy surged, but Cain had it covered by drawing from the wave crystals and blood orbs in his hands, along with the supply from the gluttony module. Cain pushed his mind to its limits and nearly blacked out from the extreme pressure and mental fatigue. However, after 29 grueling hours, he opened his eyes again, and a burst of blood energy emanated from him as his body grew stronger. Inside his heart now resided a crimson sphere composed of 999 blood runes, emitting a potent radiation coursing through every blood vessel in Cain's body, infusing him with immense strength. System, scan me. Cain did not lose his time and immediately ordered the system to scan his body to see how much he had grown. Like always, the absolute life form system obeyed the command without delay. Scanning vessel. Scan of vessel completed. Name: Cain Lorifer Race, Godslayer Humankind Path of Power, Astral Rebirth, Early Wave Champion. Lineage: Avernus Lineage Wave Talent, Low Tier 8, Low Tier 8. Stats: Strength, 27.6 Agility, 17.2 Vitality, 26.7. Wave, 19.9 Blood Energy, 34.6, Blood Rebirth, Blue Blood Stage. Note: Wave Virus inside vessel enhanced wave talent by 22.1%. No one would believe that someone who entered the early wave champion rank less than 4 months ago would have stats like that. Other than his agility, Cain's stats were all in the level of middle wave champion despite being far from reaching the limit of the early level. As for his blood energy, that had already evolved to the point of matching the late wave champion level. Cain clenched his fists, and a fierce smile appeared on his face. He was sure that if he were to face Zima again, he would have achieved victory even without the help of the flow. What excited him most was that his body could handle the pressure of training in the biometal Herculean technique. A body capable of evolving your body to point it can take point-blank strikes of a wave king without any form of augmentation. Who would not want that? The amount of metals needed to train the biometal Herculean technique was outrageous. Luckily for Cain, he was inside a ship full of them. Cain found himself submerged within an immense cauldron filled with seething blood, its temperature soaring high enough to melt the massive amount of metal suspended within it. A typical wave champion would have their flesh scorched within minutes, yet Cain bore not a single wound. The biometal Herculean technique's training involved altering one's blood's chemical composition, replacing iron with another element. The process began at the bronze infusion level. Initially, at the bronze infusion stage, the practitioner commences the transformation by consciously introducing bronzy elements into their bloodstream. This initiation typically hinges on an advanced mastery over their blood and their rebirth blood stage. Following this is the intricate biological interaction, where bronze elements gradually assimilate into the practitioner's bloodstream, engaging with their biology at a cellular level. This initial fusion of bronze enriches the practitioner's physical endurance, fortifying their muscles and rendering them more resilient against physical stresses and impacts. Upon reaching the pinnacle of this initial level, the practitioner starts to develop fundamental blood skills. These include temporarily fortifying their muscles, rendering them more resistant to harm, and the ability to transmute their blood to form a thin protective barrier over minor injuries, which expedites the healing process. A person with great talent would typically require a week to complete this level, while superb geniuses might manage it in just a day or two. Astonishingly, Cain progressed from the beginning to the end of the bronze infusion level in a mere 4 hours. His approach was meticulous. He did not rush or undertake the technique half-heartedly. Instead, he dedicated time to mastering it while consuming as many bronze-level metals as possible. Bronze infusion did not enhance Cain's constitution, given that it was already at a superb level for a wave champion. Nevertheless, it was a prerequisite for advancing to the second level, silver integration. The metals suspended within the blood were all silver-level metal used in the creation of silver artifacts, the same grade of armor that he currently wore. Silver integration was vastly more intricate than bronze infusion as the transformations in the practitioner's blood advanced from the cellular to the molecular stage. The process began by deepening the fusion of the biometal within the blood, emphasizing silver-like properties. This integration of silver attributes into their biology further heightened the practitioner's endurance, providing them with a body capable of enduring severe conditions and withstanding more formidable blows. Subsequently, the blood skills evolved, incorporating the solidification of the blood into a flexible, metallic layer beneath the skin. It reinforced their defenses and laid the foundation for more advanced techniques. It took Kane 2 months to reach this level, and he was making significant strides toward the limits of the second stage of the biometal infusion technique. His progress was staggering, but even with his extraordinary talent, he could not simply transition to the golden resilience level. To enter the third level, a cultivator first needed to elevate his blood rebirth stage to the peak golden blood stage. Attempting to infuse golden level metal into his bloodstream before this point would result in toxicity and severe harm. Kane currently employed embryonic breathing to heighten his body and mind's functionality, thus accelerating his cultivation speed and allowing for multiple trains of thought. He wasn't exclusively practicing the biometal Herculean technique but also advancing his overall cultivation. His objective was to attain the middle wave champion rank before arriving in the capital in a month. Despite his state and ego wave's sole focus on enhancing his body's wave control, Kane was not letting his guard down. It wasn't like someone as vigilant as him to neglect security, especially with the threat in the shadows with the name of Blood King. Warning. The AI chip module, connected to the Star Cruiser, sent a signal that jolted Kane awake. A Star Cruiser was a massive warship designed for high-speed travel in the ether, equipped with protective force fields to counter potential threats. Given the perils of the ether, it should have been able to swiftly neutralize any incoming dangers. However, an unusual turn of events unfolded as the ship suddenly decelerated, and even more perplexing, a minor breach appeared in its force field. Following this breach, a group of 10 individuals entered the Star Cruiser through the hole in its force field, manifesting on its surface. "We don't have much time. Find the metal and take it with us. Remember, do not take the golden level metals and above, only those at the silver and bronze grade." A middle-aged man bearing a sword on his back issued these instructions to the 9 wave champions, who acknowledged his command with nods before proceeding deeper into the Star Cruiser. Within an astonishingly brief 5 seconds, the group reached their destination, clearly displaying an in-depth understanding of the cruiser's layout and resource distribution. However, bewilderment and concern surfaced on their faces when they discovered that nearly a third of the bronze-level metals were missing, and over half of the silver-level metals had suffered the same fate. "Captain, this is less than the amount reported. Was the information flawed?" One of the peak wave champions inquired of the middle-aged man, a hulking figure with an axe on his back. The individual referred to as Captain furrowed his brows upon hearing the question and observing the cruiser's condition. The data they had acquired, along with their access codes, had not come easily, but it appeared that something had gone amiss. Despite everything, he wasn't willing to risk going for the golden level metals. The Imperial Lightning Fort might overlook low-level metals going missing from their inventories from time to time. Of course, they would investigate, but it was far from a priority. However, everything changed when it went to the rank resources meant for Wave King, and any shortage of armor would undermine their combat capabilities. The collapsing Lightning Duke and the authorities in the capital wouldn't tolerate such negligence. After a brief moment to assess the situation, the captain issued an order. "Take all the bronze and silver level metals, and let's go." The middle-aged man had an unsettling feeling, prompting this command. He sensed that something was amiss, and although there would likely be issues upon their return, his instincts were telling him that this place was not safe. The wave champions nodded and were preparing to act when it occurred. A crimson force field surged from the Star Cruiser's bow, rapidly engulfing the entire ship within seconds. The captain and the wave champions found themselves submerged in it, and as they felt its power, fear and dread overcame them. Each of them had already attained the first realm of the ego eternal path of power, allowing them to perceive the magnitude of that willpower. It filled their hearts with despair. Clomp, clomp, footsteps echoed through the Star Cruiser, and it didn't take long for the middle-aged man and the other wave champions to spot a figure. A young man wearing a red robe moved gracefully through the ship. His eyes emitted a crimson light as he fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man and the bandits. However, encountering such a young man did nothing to alleviate the bandits' fears. With each step, they could sense the overwhelming pressure of his willpower, and the only word that came to mind was, monster. People fear the unknown, and right now, this young man was an enigma. How could someone so evidently young possess such monstrous willpower? In the face of paralyzing fear, people typically react in one of three ways: freeze, flee, or lash out. The burly man with the axe chose the third option. Ah! With a roar, his muscles bulged, and his astral wave surged. His power rose to the limit of the wave champion rank. Don't do it, the captain attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The bulging man had already leapt forward, channeling all his strength into his axe as he swung it toward the young man. As the axe hurtled toward his chest, the young man's eyes narrowed. He didn't budge an inch, opting to trigger his wave cloak without bothering to unleash wave burst or employ his armor. Boom! An explosion reverberated throughout the Star Cruiser, leaving the bandits in a state of shock and disbelief. They all witnessed the heavily muscled astral cultivator swing his axe with full force at the young man's exposed torso, yet the outcome was beyond their comprehension. It's impossible. The burly astral cultivator could only utter that word as he observed a tiny stream of blue blood seeping from the young man's chest. The axe had barely managed to make a 2-centimeter cut. The young man glanced at his chest wound before gently placing his hand on the bulging bandit's chest. He then turned his gaze toward the others before speaking. Sonic cannon. Boom! In the next moment, a massive cavity appeared in the bulging astral cultivator's chest, sealing his fate. The bandits' leader bore the name Crane, a middle-wave king who had survived numerous dangers while living in the underworld. But never before had he felt so close to death as when he laid eyes on the young man who had effortlessly killed the burly astral wave cultivators with a single touch. Black hair, red force field, not older than 20, it's. Crane's eyes widened as realization dawned upon him, and he uttered 2 words. Kane Lorifer. The rest of the bandits shared the same shocked expression when they heard Kane's name. His reputation had spread far and wide across the Empire after the events in Bloodsea, but it resonated most deeply in the underworld. He was the young man who had thwarted the plans of a Dark King and survived. Kane's eyebrows twitched as he noticed how easily the bandits recognized him, but he didn't let that distract him. None of them would be leaving this place alive. Crane observed how Kane's killing intent surged, causing him to clench his fists. He had heard rumors about how the young man managed to face early wave kings, but someone at the middle stage was much stronger. Unfortunately for the middle-aged man, his condition was special, and his power had severe limitations, so he did not dare to grow confident. Crane assessed the situation and quickly realized that escaping was possible for him, but the same couldn't be said for the rest of his comrades. Doubt momentarily flickered in Crane's eyes, but then a memory flashed through his mind. Silver light burst from his eyes at that instant as he unleashed his energy. Run now. Those words surprised wave champions, and they were not alone since the behavior of the middle-aged bandit also shocked Kane. Crane drew his sword and generated streams of wind and metal elements that combined into a tornado engulfing his body. This tornado spun at a shocking speed and possessed a sharpness that could reduce buildings to rubble. Despite their initial shock at Crane's selfless behavior, the bandits wasted no time turning around and preparing to flee. Unfortunately for them, they wouldn't be so fortunate. Freeze. This single word reached their minds, but what truly mattered was the overwhelming willpower behind it. Hypnotizing a wave champion at the first realm wasn't easy, but their fear upon seeing the gruesome death of the burly astral wave cultivator had already weakened their defenses. As a result, all 8 of them froze in place, unable to escape. A 4-star Grand Hypnosis Master. Crane was stunned to see Kane use hypnosis to neutralize 8 wave champions with a single command. Damn it! Crane exclaimed as he channeled his essence wave into his sword, forming a cyclone of energy before unleashing it toward Kane. The attack was immensely powerful, enhanced by the power of the wind and metal laws. Kane had no intention of taking the attack head-on. Even if his biometal Herculean technique were at the 3rd level, the power of an attack of a middle-wave king backed by the wind and metal laws would be unwise. A sharp gleam appeared in his eyes as he observed the massive tornado approaching. Suddenly, His hands transformed into blood claws, and he lunged forward. The tornado was not only powerful and fast but also unpredictable, capable of changing direction at any moment, much like the wind. Nevertheless, Kane skillfully maneuvered around it, dodging its fury as he closed the distance to Crane. A flash of shock crossed the middle-aged bandit's face before it twisted into a look of murderous intent. He had refrained from exerting his full power earlier, as he had no intention of killing Kane. Taking a supreme genius's life would mark his own end, since the Imperial Lightning Fort would not rest until killing him. However, he now realized that containing himself was pointless and might lead to him dying right now. The power emanating from his sword grew denser as he swung it, unleashing a barrage of sharp wind metal blades attacking from every angle. Kane's eyes narrowed as he encountered these attacks, which were not only more potent but also challenging to predict due to their irregular rhythm affecting the ability of the flow. Boom! Thump! A shockwave radiated from beneath his feet as the power of his heart surged, reddening his skin. Kane evaded several blades and used his blood claws to shatter the remaining ones. He continued to close the distance to the middle-aged man, but it proved to be a challenging task. Crane was undeniably strong, and his battle experience was exceptional. However, what baffled Kane was the fact that Crane wasn't using wave burst, which significantly limited the power and speed of his attacks. Kane was preparing to leap into action when his eyes narrowed as he witnessed the shattered fragments of the wind metal blades on the ground beginning to merge. They generated a massive net that rose from the earth and started to close in on him. Escaping would become a formidable challenge if the wind metal net enveloped him completely. Moreover, he would need to contend with Crane and the remaining bandits simultaneously. The hypnosis he had placed on the wave champions was weak and could easily be broken if their willpower surged. HMPH, Kane sneered and placed both palms on the surface of the encroaching net before making the astral wave on his hand burst. Sonic Cannon. A powerful burst of sonic force erupted from his palms as the net drew closer, causing it to tremble before shattering. Crane was taken aback by Kane's keen battlefield awareness. He couldn't comprehend how the young man had pinpointed the weak point in his spell so quickly, but he didn't have time to ponder it. Kane had already surged toward him at nearly hypersonic speed. Crane observed the incoming attack and swiftly transformed his sword into streams of metallic particles that formed a semi-transparent barrier around him. Not only was it formidable, but it could also deflect projectiles. Kane's eyes turned frigid as he infused his right claw with the darkness force, using the power of his Avernus lineage while at the same time channeling his astral wave into his arm. Boom! Upon the collision of their forces, a massive shockwave ensued. However, it didn't emanate from the claw itself but from the semi-transparent shield enveloping Crane. The fifth level of the blood hand, blood shockwave, left a small amount of blood energy on anything it touched, enabling it to burst like a shockwave. It was incredibly potent, and while its effect was less pronounced within a living being, it still inflicted significant damage. Crane's eyes widened as he witnessed his protective barrier shatter. The next moment, he felt a kick slam into his chest, nearly fracturing his ribs before sending him hurtling through the air. Kane's eyes narrowed as he saw Crane crash into one of the walls. The red light in his eyes intensified as he prepared to launch forward. However, shock overcame him as he sensed the eruption of Crane's essence wave. Ironstrom Cyclone Nova. Crane shouted those words just before his essence wave exploded, unleashing a swirling nova of metallic shards and cutting winds, forming an expanding devastation sphere, consuming everything in its path. Kane couldn't evade the attack in time, so he reinforced his astral wave on his arms and the front of his body. He used his arms to shield his head and channeled his blood energy at full power to enhance his biometal Herculean technique. Boom! Boom! Numerous containers were shattered to pieces by the cyclone's power, and Kane found himself trapped inside, crashing against everything in its path. Crane watched as his attack successfully sent the young man hurtling away. However, before he could become too pleased with himself, a crippling pain assaulted him. He grabbed his lower abdomen and coughed up blood. It took him a moment to regain his breath, but he managed to stand up and look into the distance, seeing Kane's body buried beneath a pile of broken artifacts. There was no sign of killing intent in his eyes as he turned toward the rest of his team. Let's go! The Middle Wave King did not want to kill Kane, and the only thought on his mind right now was to escape this place. Crane's team initially brimmed with joy upon hearing those words, but suddenly, their elation turned into dread. The next thing they witnessed was a shadowy figure materializing behind Crane, striking him with immense power. Boom! The shockwave burst inside Crane's body, causing him to cough up even more blood before being propelled against a metal pillar, leaving a deep indentation. Kane's body was covered in deep wounds, some reaching the bone. However, there was already a thin layer of coagulated blood energy that accelerated the healing process. His body was more durable than some silver-grade artifacts, and he had pushed his astral wave and blood energy to the limit, yet that single attack left him in that sorry condition. Had this man displayed the full power of his cultivation, things would have been much harder. Kane thought this before turning toward the wave champions, who had lost all signs of battle will. Lose consciousness. That was all it took for all of them to pass out. Crane opened his eyes the next second and found himself in a chair. Immediately, his mind jolted, but before he could take a step, he realized that he couldn't control his body and his essence wave wasn't circulating correctly. Fear gripped his heart as he thought that his spine had been shattered. I've blocked the flow of your energy and blood. Your limbs will regain their functionality in a matter of hours. Kane spoke with a calm voice as he stood in front of the man. He had managed to hinder Crane's movement by using Vessel Strike, the last skill of Bloodflow Fury. He had yet to master it to the point of effectively using it in combat, but against an unconscious enemy, it wasn't that hard. What do you want? Crane's eyes glowed with silver light as he used his willpower to regain control over his emotions. Kane didn't seem like the sadistic type, and since the young man had woken him up to talk, there might be a chance to keep his life. Kane nodded as he saw the calmness in the man's voice before speaking. Full name and nickname. The man stared at Kane for a moment before speaking. Crane Savior. Silver Gale. Kane was a little surprised by how easily he got the information. Crane noticed that, and his eyes narrowed for a moment before explaining. I have no reason to lie. You could have easily gotten that information from my men since you're able to hypnotize them. Kane nodded before accessing the military interface. He could access much more information with his current rank as colonel and soon found Crane's name. A reward of 2 million military credits, not bad. Crane only sneered as he heard the reward for his head but did not comment about it. Why did you attack this star cruiser? Once again, the middle-aged man did not hide it and immediately answered the question. I got information about a star cruiser with a large amount of wealth moving through this region, which was supposed to be empty. It was an easy job and one I have done many times before. Kane nodded, and his eyes grew cold this time as he asked the following question. Who sold you the access codes and the information about the star cruiser? The roots of the Start Cruiser were supposed to be a military secret, and since the group was able to make a hole inside the force field, it was clear they had access codes. This time, Crane didn't answer immediately and instead asked his own question. What do you plan to do with me and the rest of my men? Kane's eyes narrowed. He was sure that Crane was the only one who knew about the inside man, and the middle-aged man would not talk before knowing what kind of fate awaited him. After a moment, Kane nodded and honestly answered the middle-aged man's question. I will interrogate each of you. As long as you are not a group of deranged killers or something like that, I will just hand you over to the authorities. I am not fond of killing people who can no longer fight back. Crane stared at Kane and could see the honesty in the young man's eyes. A man in the Imperial Chamber of Commerce in the capital, he constantly gave us the intel, told us what we could take, and we gave him a percentage. Then he just reported it as missing and put the blame on the other side. No one really cares as long as the quantities aren't high enough. Kane softly nodded. This ship was supposed to be empty, and his presence was an anomaly, so it made sense for it to be the target of a heist. Who do you work for? Kane had learned about the underworld in the past few months from intelligence reports he bought from the Aegon family. He knew any criminal group or organization with a Wave King had to pledge allegiance to one of the 10 Dark Kings. I work for the Golden King. Kane relaxed when he heard that. Among the Dark Kings were all kinds of figures, one of which was the Golden King. In contrast to the other kings who asked for all sorts of tasks and initiation rituals for their members, the Golden King only cared about wealth. As long as you gave him his cut, The Golden King would hand over protection, and you could work under his umbrella. Of all the kings, he was the second most mysterious, behind the Shadow King, and he was also the one with the most relaxed relationship with the organization. Unlike the other Dark Kings that had wreaked havoc across the Empire more than once, the Golden King usually stayed silent and did not bother others. Cain then stared at the middle-aged man for a moment before finally asking another question. How did you end up in the underworld, and why did you stay behind to protect the rest of the bandits? Crane's eyes narrowed, and a flash of rage appeared as he remembered a few images of his past. After a few moments, a silver light appeared in his eyes as he calmed down. I was part of the Sundering Skyrock University a long time ago. I and several others accompanied the principal's son on an incursion into the Atlas continent. We were supposed to go on a rescue mission, but the true goal was to steal some treasure from the dark races. Crane made a small pause at this point as the rage in his heart burst. Clearly, the memory of that time was something that greatly disturbed his mind and soul. The principal's son took the treasure, but the dark races discovered our presence. The piece of shit ran away, leaving us behind. Most of my friends died, and while I managed to escape, I took a dire wound to my evolution core. According to the university's rules and codes, I should have been compensated, but they refused to acknowledge the mission and said I went alone so they wouldn't have to help me. Cain's eyes narrowed, and he stared at Crane. While he didn't blindly believe the middle-aged man, the story made sense. The wealth needed to heal the evolution core of a middle-wave king was immense, and there was no way the university would take that cost, especially if the man resented the principal's family for his actions. I see. Still, that doesn't explain why you are wanted. Crane showed a chilling smile as he answered that question. Since they did not want to pay me, I took it. I loathed their treasury, taking several high-level cultivation resources, and in the process, killed a few guards that refused to comply. Cain stared at the man for a few moments and nodded. It was evident now that the reason Crane remained behind to protect the rest of the bandits was the psychological impact of being abandoned in the past. He then focused on Crane's lower abdomen as the AI chip module began to act. Target scanned. Name: Crane Savior Race, Godslayer Humankind. Path of Power. Essence Evolution, Middle Wave King. Lineage: Wave Talent. Limit Tier 7, Stats, Strength, 21.9. Agility: 36.2. Vitality, 31.2. Wave, 79.1. Note: Target's evolution core is damaged. There are cracks in it. Currently stabilized, but using wave burst or high energy output reopens the wounds. Cain's eyes narrowed before commanding the system to generate a visual representation in his mind. He saw how the evolution core of Crane was already crystallized, full of immense energy. He also saw the cracks on it. Some were old, but there were new ones as well. The cauterized ones should have been the old ones that Crane managed to stabilize with the stolen cultivation resources. The newer ones should be the backlash of the technique that nearly defeated Cain. A light appeared in his eyes as he considered a few things before speaking with the system. Ways to heal it. Calculating. Vessel is unable to heal a Wave King's evolution core, but Sunseed's Radiance of Life current power should be able to stabilize the wounds. Cain was slightly surprised that the Radiance of Life could heal a sacred organ, but he didn't waste time before putting his hand on Crane's abdomen, right above the evolution core. Do not resist. Crane was surprised, and the next thing he saw was a shining golden flame that emerged from Cain's hand as it reached his abdomen. Before he could realize what was happening, his pain faded as he felt the cracks on his evolution core begin to close. Cain smiled as he saw the power of his Sunseed's Radiant of Life. Although it was much weaker than Zarek's alter ego's healing power, it was still a great force. Why? Crane was grateful but also confused as to why Cain would help him. I need an assistant who knows the ways of nobility in the Empire's capital, and you seem fine. I will help you stabilize your wounds, and in the future, when my strength grows, I might heal you entirely if you do well. Crane was shocked by that proposition, and for a second, he could not believe what he just heard. I am a criminal, and I am a colonel of the Imperial Army. I have the authority to take criminals under my wing as I see fit. Cain was talking about the ability of high-ranking military officers to take convicted criminals out of prison. Specific criteria needed to be met, And any new criminal activity done by the convict would affect the officer's military record, so not many people would take that risk. Still, Kane was confident in his ability to control Crane. Even if that is true, the Sundering Skyrock University will not be happy. Haha. Kane laughed as he heard that. He had killed Dominic and indirectly caused the death of a Wave King and severe wounds on an Apotheosis Realm cultivator belonging to the Sundering Skyrock University. The hate the universe had for him was much greater than the one they had for Crane. There is no need to worry about that. That university could not possibly hate me more. Are you willing to accept? Crane remained silent for a moment before turning toward the unconscious Wave champions. What about my men? A small smile appeared on Kane's face when he heard that. Crane's loyalty and sense of camaraderie were why he chose the man for this task. I will interrogate them. Originally, I was going to send all of them to prison. If you take the job, I could release those who had not taken innocent lives. Crane stared at Kane and knew there was no way to negotiate. He either took the job, or all of them went to prison. The category of innocence was different for different people, but by the young man's reaction to his story, Crane was able to deduce the way Kane's mind worked. Murdering civilians and those too weak to defend themselves was something he would not tolerate, but he could approach deaths that occurred in fights among powerful people with a pragmatic point of view. I accept. Kane focused on Crane, and a solemn light appeared in his eyes as his ego wave burst with power. Crane knew the next part and took a deep breath as he lowered his defenses. Kane put his hand over the man's head before sending his ego wave in. He was not trying to reach the middle-aged man's soul since that was too dangerous. Instead, Kane sent a fragment of his ego wave and left an ego mark on Crane's ego eternal matrix. That was the same mark Zarok had put on his body the first time they met, allowing the man to know his location, but Kane's approach was much more restrictive. Only he could remove the mark and could make it explode if he wanted. While the explosion of an ego mark had little to no strength, if it were to happen inside your ego eternal matrix, just falling into a coma would be lucky. Once Kane finished with that and was sure he could keep Crane under control, he turned his eyes to the rest of the bandits and began the interrogations. Of the 8, Kane chose to release 3 and sent 4 to prison. As for the last one, that woman made Kane's killing intent explode. Even Crane, who had been willing to risk his life for the woman to escape, felt utter disgust by the woman's confession. Crane would gladly end the woman's life if Kane did not kill her. Kane's eyes glowed, allowing the woman to regain consciousness, only for her to see his hand piercing her chest. The last moments of her life were pure agony as Kane slowly drained her blood. After consuming the last drop of blood and ending her life, Kane sent the corpse into his devourer dimension, before slowing down the Star Cruiser, sending the 3 bandits out. As for where they would go and what they would do, it would be up to them to decide, but if they crossed paths again, he would not be so merciful. The other 4 remained unconscious. These bandits' crimes were not so severe that Kane could not resist the urge to kill them, but they did deserve to go to prison. Order this mess, and keep an eye on them. I don't want surprises. Crane bowed toward Kane before waving his hand, generating streams of wind that began to move the mess and collect the materials. Kane returned to the room and submerged his body into the boiling cauldron. He first healed his body before returning to his cultivation. Just as the Star Cruiser entered the Prometheus sector, the astral wave inside him burst. Other than a bursting astral wave, Kane also felt how his blood began to burn. The enhancement of the astral blood beast, the tempering of his biofusion Hercules technique, and the enhancement of his body refinement art allowed Kane to push his blood rebirth to the next level. In the blue blood stage, Kane refined and strengthened his white blood cells, increasing their ability to fight off infections and diseases. This stage was characterized by increased resistance to poisons and toxins, as well as the ability to repel negative and toxic energies left inside your body. Now, Kane was evolving to the golden blood stage, focusing on refining and strengthening his plasma, the liquid component of his blood. This stage was characterized by increased energy flow and heightened sensitivity to the life wave in his surroundings. However, the most critical factor was that someone at the golden blood stage could use his blood cells as reservoirs for astral wave. That not only meant an increase in their energy pool, but from now on, His blood would gradually enhance every muscle fiber, bone tissue, and inner organ. There was tons of blood inside the cauldron, but all of it was being devoured at a staggering speed by Kane's body as his blood evolved and the reforging of the bones on his extremities was completed. Kane clenched his teeth as he pushed his astral wave with more and more strength, using the power of his breakthrough to drive his rebirth blood higher and higher. Just reaching the golden blood stage was not the end, since there was a long way to the peak of the level and an even larger one to achieve the mercury blood stage. Kane's eyes burst with red light as he endured the searing pain while feeling his blood burning and carrying on. Every second was agonizing, but he did not lose focus until the evolution was completed. Boom! A burst of astral wave emerged from Kane's body, making cracks appear in the cauldron. A feeling of overwhelming strength filled his body, as his arms and legs were now stronger than any silver wave artifact. Kane opened his eyes as his astral wave burst, and he saw not even a drop of blood left in the cauldron. His body had already consumed everything. A smile appeared on Kane's face as he closed his eyes and examined the state of his skeleton. Now that he had finished reforging the bones on his arms and legs, it was time to reconstruct his ribs, collarbones, and every other bone in his chest and skull. The next part of his skeletal reforge was a much larger process, since it did not just involve the creation of new joints but the complete fusion of some bones and the formation of new ones. By the time Kane reached the peak of the Wave Champion rank, his skeleton would not resemble anything like a normal human. System, scan me. Kane wanted an exact measurement of his current power, and the Absolute Life Form system answered immediately. Scanning vessel. Scan of vessel completed. Name: Kane Lorifer Race, Godslayer Humankind Path of Power, Astral Rebirth, Middle Wave Champion. Lineage: Avernus Lineage Wave Talent, Low Tier 8, Middle Tier 8. Stats: Strength, 33.1 Agility, 22.1 Vitality, 40.1. Wave, 23.5 Blood Energy, 39.6 Blood Rebirth, Golden Blood Stage. Note: Wave Virus inside vessel enhanced wave talent by 22.1%. Kane's stats were simply overwhelming. He had just entered the middle stage, and his body was more potent than most late wave champions, not to mention that his vitality was simply off the charts thanks to the biometal Herculean technique. One must also not neglect the overwhelming secondary energy pool. Kane's blood energy was shockingly high, and it was clear that his blood core was evolving at a staggering speed, one that not even the greatest geniuses of the Blood Sea could match. Just in time. Kane's eyes narrowed as he felt the Star Cruiser descending and moving slower, as it seemed it was finally reaching its port. He stood up, and his invisible ego wave had already flooded the place. His eyes narrowed since he recognized someone. Good, I can take care of that problem now. Kane stood up and collected the cauldron in his space ring before walking out. Unlike other sectors where there was a variety of organizations in control, such as the case of the Collapsing Lightning sector having the Collapsing Lightning Duke and organizations like the Blood Sea and Sky Sundering Rock University, every inch of the Prometheus sector was under the control of the Imperial Court. The Imperial Court of the Godslayer Humankind Empire was a massive organization with hundreds of thousands of individuals. Although it might sound like a lot, it was a force whose purpose was to monitor the political and military power of the entire Gaia continent, whose population surpassed 1 trillion. Even those at the lower echelon of the Imperial Court had great influence in the Empire, especially within the boundaries of the Prometheus sector, where the Imperial power was at the highest level. Near the border of the Prometheus sector, there was a massive port where hundreds of star cruisers from all over the Empire arrived and left during the day. The amount of wealth that moved through this location in a single day was more than what the Blood Sea could generate in an entire month, and this was one of hundreds of ports spread across the sector. A young man stood in the port, and his eyes focused on a star cruiser from the Collapsing Lightning sector. He had blonde hair and blue eyes and wore a golden robe with the words, Chamber of Commerce, on the back. That is the star cruiser from the Imperial Lightning Fort sent by the Collapsing Lightning Duke. We have more than enough people to do the inventory ourselves. There is no need for someone of such high status as Treasurer Marcus to waste his time with this. A bald old man with a black beard stood beside the young man. Despite his old age, he was a wave king, and his aura was immensely powerful. Guardian Crema, I am in charge of this Imperial port, and there is no task too small for me. Marcus's voice was serene as he uttered those words and stared at the Star Cruiser with a smile. Crema's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the young man, but he did not open his mouth again. It was clear to him that something suspicious was going on, but he was unwilling to antagonize someone as influential as the young man, so the best path was to remain silent. It did not take long for the Star Cruiser to descend, and it automatically opened its cargo doors, allowing access to Marcus and Crema. However, just as the duo was about to move into the Star Cruiser, they saw two red eyes emerge from the shadows. Crema immediately jumped forward, positioning himself between Marcus and those red eyes. The cruiser should have been empty, but that was not the case. Marcus was also surprised by those red eyes, but what really bothered him was not the unknown presence inside the Imperial Lightning Fort's Star Cruiser but what he saw next. Kane emerged through the cargo door, and he was not alone since Crane and 4 bandits followed him. His eyes immediately fell on Marcus since he was the inside man in the Imperial Chamber of Commerce who sold his Star Cruiser's codes. Kane expected Marcus to lose control upon seeing Crane, but other than surprise, the young man showed nothing on his face. Interesting, his battle power and talent do not seem surprising, but I can detect a powerful willpower. He is not someone simple. There was no love in Kane's heart for the one who sold the information about the Imperial Lighting Fort's Star Cruisers, but he did not have tangible proof of Marcus's criminal activity. Crane was able to deduce it from their interactions and business deals, but that would not be enough to convict someone, much less a member of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce. Kane expected to make Marcus lose control by walking out with the bandits and, from there, slowly break the young man's spirit, but it did not seem it would be so easy. "Who are you?" Crema shouted as he unleashed his essence wave, showing early Wave King's vibrant power as his bow materialized. HMPH, the one that sneered was not Kane but Crane. The middle Wave King took a step forward, triggering his wave cloak. A mere port guardian dares to question a colonel of the Imperial Army. Crema was surprised by Crane's cultivation, and the shock only grew stronger as he realized that the young man with red eyes was actually a colonel. Suspicions arose in Crema's mind as he focused on Kane. While there was no doubt that Kane's aura was formidable, he was too young. However, the old man did not dare to make a move. Just as Crema wondered what he should do, a voice emerged from behind. "It is a pleasure to meet the Kingslayer, Kane Lurifer. My name is Marcus Ignis, treasurer of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce." Marcus clasped his hand and performed a deep bow toward Kane. Crema's eyes widened as he heard that, and after a moment, he remembered Kane's name and the saga of the Blood Sea. People still talked about the young men not over 17 who managed to survive a full power attack of a Titan before engaging Wave Kings. "Please excuse my outburst. I have not recognized Colonel Lurifer. This old man is Crema Justier." Even if he was a Wave King, Crema knew his status was nothing compared to the young genius before him, so he immediately clasped his hands and lowered his head. Kane's eyes narrowed as he saw the reaction of the duo. He did not care about Crema, but it seemed that taking care of Marcus would not be so easy. Marcus could feel Kane's eyes, and the pressure of a late Wave King's willpower was not easy to handle, but he was able to keep his composure. "I must apologize for this lousy reception, but we had no idea Colonel Lurifer would be arriving today in our port. I boarded this Star Cruiser without telling anyone, so there is no need to worry about that. However, you could help me with something." Kane glanced at the 4 Wave champions, and these began to move, positioning themselves next to Crema. "They are bandits that attempted to steal the resources stored in the Star Cruiser. I already interrogated them and uploaded their confessions to the military network. Take them to jail for their sentence." Crema was surprised, and while he did not feel threatened by a group of Wave champions, he did not think it was wise to let them walk freely. However, as he concentrated on their eyes and noticed the lack of focus, a new wave of shock assaulted his heart. "They are hypnotized." Marcus's eyes widened as he heard Crema's shout and turned toward the Wave champions. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath as he calmed his heart and glanced back at Kane. "I must thank you, Colonel Lurifer. There had been a wave of robbery and Star Cruisers coming from the Imperial Lightning Fort. Luckily, there had never been any death before, and I am sure they will not happen again." Kane's eyes narrowed as he heard Marcus's words and detected the hidden message. The fact that new crimes will not happen doesn't mean we can just ignore the old ones. Marcus grew solemn as he heard that since it was clear that Kane would not simply ignore the previous transgressions, even if no people had died before. He considered things for a moment before speaking again. For such detailed information about the star cruisers coming from the collapsing lightning sector to be revealed, there must be more than one person working in the shadows. Some just want to gather wealth, but others might want to harm the Imperial Lightning Fort. Crane understood the silent exchange between the duo but did not really care about it. As for Crema, he was looking away as if he could not hear the discussion between Marcus and Kane. Kane's eyes grew sharp as he heard that last part. Marcus hinted that he was not the only one targeting the star cruisers from the Imperial Lightning Fort, and while he was doing it for wealth, others sought to undermine the collapsing Lightning Duke. Kane began to reconsider things since it seemed he had stepped on something greater than just a simple heist. Are you sure the leaked information had harmed no soldier? Yes. I am 100% sure that all the information that reached this port led to only stolen wealth and no deaths. Marcus immediately answered Kane's question. He was able to relax since it seemed there was a way out for him. Kane's eyes burst with red light as he increased the pressure on Marcus, but this one stood firm. After a moment, his ego wave vanished, and he nodded. Let's talk in private. I want to know more about these figures in the shadows. It didn't take long for Kane, Crane, and Marcus to reach an empty room, and as soon as they did, Kane's eyes began to glow with red light. Marcus took a deep breath as blue light flooded his eyes. His willpower had reached the pseudo-wave king rank, allowing him to keep a cool head, but there was no way he could compete with Kane. The information reached me through encrypted messages. I got a long list of targets, along with their routes and codes. Many of them were not just full of wealth but also soldiers. They asked for nothing in return, making it clear that money was not an issue to them. I was careful and only targeted the empty cruisers and used people who knew how to handle themselves. Or at least, that's what I thought. Marcus's eyes were cold as he glanced at Crane, but the middle-aged man just shrugged his shoulders. There was no real relationship between them other than mercenary work, and any notion of loyalty between the two would be ridiculous. Kane's eyes narrowed as he heard those words and saw that Marcus was being cautious even now, revealing the information in a way that, out of context, had no meaning and could not be used against him. His interest in Marcus waned since he wanted to find out the people behind the scheme targeting the Imperial Lightning Fort. They were cautious, going through several layers of protection and not risking contacting the bandits and mercenaries directly. Since when did this message arrive, and do you have any clue who is behind it? Marcus did not answer immediately, as he didn't want to antagonize Kane, but neither did he want to get on the wrong side of the secret organization that dared to target the collapsing Lightning Duke. Kane could discern the thoughts crossing through Marcus's mind. They might be dangerous and have much more power than me, but they are not here. Kane's eyes grew cold as he uttered those words, and his hand transformed into a demonic blood claw. Marcus was shocked to see how fast Kane turned to violence, and he could feel the palpable killing intent emanating from him. They were in the port and under surveillance, so everybody would know if something were to happen to him, but it seemed that Kane didn't really care about it. He wouldn't dare. That thought crossed Marcus's mind, but he immediately shook his head. The image of the young man attacking a titan was still clear in his mind. Compared to that, killing him was nothing. Ah. I have all the information filed. I can send it to you. Marcus sighed as he accepted his fate. He could do nothing about it and understood that he bit off more than he could chew. Do not send it to me directly, send it to Crane. Marcus and Crane were confused when they heard that. It was clear that Kane had complete access to all the information, so adding an extra step seemed unnecessary, but things soon became clear. Crane, you will read all the information and write a new report as if the information was something you gathered on your own. The force targeting the Imperial Lightning Fort contacted you directly, and there was no middleman between you two. Marcus's eyes widened, and a smile appeared on his face. If Crane were to make a completely new file and send it to Kane, things would not be traced back to him. He was just about to express his gratitude when Kane spoke again. Keep using the information, but only target empty cruisers. I don't care about the wealth you obtain, but from now on, You will be my eyes and ears in the Imperial Commerce Chamber." Before Marcus could answer that command, Cain vanished from sight, and the next thing he felt was a hand grabbing the back of his head. A sharp pain assaulted him as a red rune was engraved beneath his hair. That was none other than an ego mark, allowing Cain to always know Marcus's location. "Betray me or neglect your duty, and I will send you to prison. If I lack evidence to convict you, I will silently kill you." Marcus trembled as he heard those words. Cain managed to vanish from his sight despite being right in front of him, and now he was marked. While the ego mark was not indestructible and could only do minor damage to the upper layer of his body, to break it, he would need the assistance of an Apotheosis Realm Master. As a treasurer of the Chamber of Commerce, Marcus knew people at that level, but none would erase Cain's ego mark and risk enraging such a genius on his behalf. The young man nearly fell to the ground, finding himself in an extremely dangerous position with no way out. Cain did not really care about Marcus's thoughts and walked away with Crane. Actions had consequences, and if the young treasurer had not sought to steal from the Imperial Lightning Fort, he would not have found himself in that predicament. Although an Imperial port was a fortified place full of powerful people, Cain and Crane could walk freely, and it only took them a moment to reach the gates. "Commander Luther." "Colonel Lorifer?" Luther's voice emerged from Cain's AI chip module, and there was confusion as the bald man did not understand the reason for the call. Before leaving the port, Cain contacted Luther, handing over all the information he got from Marcus and explaining the events that went on inside the Star Cruiser. He also made sure to explain how some resources were destroyed during the fight. Cain originally planned to pay for the resources he consumed, but there was no reason to waste his money if he could put the blame on the bandits. Besides, they would have lost much more if it hadn't been for his intervention. Luther could figure out that Cain kept some of the wealth, but upon seeing that the young man touched nothing of the gold level and above, he did not care. That was especially true since the information about the force behind their recent problem with their shipments was now available. "Thanks for the help. I will make sure to record this service. Any more information will be of great help. I will assist in what I can." After that, the conversation ended, and Cain soon left the port. No one dared to stop the duo, and all the gates opened with Cain's military authorization. Once they were out, a massive forest appeared in front of them, extending as far as the eye could see. It was full of large trees and powerful presences hidden in it. "This is the cicada forest. According to my knowledge, there are powerful king beasts and all sorts of interesting places in it." Cain's destination was the Godslayer Humankind Empire's capital, Eden. There was a long way to go from the periphery of the Prometheus sector, but he was fine with it. Although he was now a powerhouse, he had always wanted to visit the Prometheus sector and gaze at its wonders, so he would take the chance. Besides, the first of the 3 rites of his arcane nobility ceremony would take place in a month. Cain and Crane rose thousands of meters into the sky before flashing at supersonic speed forward. The middle-aged man had visited the Prometheus continent before, so this was nothing new for him, but Cain's eyes were filled with excitement as he gazed at the majestic trees, waterfalls, and mountains. Roar! Suddenly, a mighty roar drew the duo's attention, and they looked down, only to see a massive crocodile-like king beast roaring at them, its life wave bursting. The king beast stood inside a frozen river full of killing intent as it detected the duo's presence and roared to warn them against getting closer. Unfortunately for the iceberg crocodile, the roar only made Cain's killing intent explode. The young man's astral wave burst, as did his blood energy, and he fell from the sky. Boom! A massive shockwave echoed across the forest as Cain reached hypersonic speed before lunging toward the iceberg crocodile. Soon, a bloody battle started, but it didn't take long for a winner to become evident. Crane's eyes narrowed as he felt Cain's power, and it was clear that the young man didn't win their battle due to luck. His eyes were sharp as he paid attention to the surroundings, making sure no enemies attacked from the shadows. Cain didn't take long to win the battle, consuming every drop of blood from the king beast before sending its corpse into his devourer dimension. Cain's body had some minor wounds that were already healing. The power of his body was overwhelming, and it took a lot of strength to make a superficial wound, much less leave a crippling injury. For the next week, Cain spent his days traveling across the cicada forest. He faced several king beasts, taking their blood in order to improve his blood core while at the same time enhancing his techniques and honing his combat skills. It was excellent training, allowing him to refine his combat abilities and adapt to his cultivation and skills. Bloodhand is good, and its power should help me all the way to the peak of the wave champion level, but I should seek another technique in the capital. For defense, the biometal Herculean body will help me even if I were to become a titan, so there is no way to improve in that aspect. Sonic Dash is still sufficient regarding my speed, and my Sonic Blade fusion technique will serve me well until the Apotheosis realm, so there is no issue with that. As he formulated his plans, Kane and Crane finally reached a city. It was enormous, though smaller than the Imperial Lightning Fort. It lacked a Titan Tower or any similar structure but featured a massive castle beneath a mountain. Kane immediately recognized this place as one of the 81 states. The Imperial family was vast, not just due to the descendants of the Emperor but also because it included the family of the former emperors. Unlike the Old World, the title of Emperor of Humankind was not inherited by birthright. It was a rule established by the first Titan and Emperor of the Godslayer Humankind before his voyage into the Astral Sea. Once an Emperor grew too powerful for Ether, a grand battle would commence among the Godslayer Humankind's mightiest warriors until one emerged as the victor. That individual would then assume the role of Emperor, and his family would become the Imperial family. Out of respect for former emperors, the previous Imperial family retained their possessions and gained the title of Royal Family. They moved from the capital's core to one of the 81 states, where they would take control of the land and manage their wealth. Of course, not all 81 states were governed by previous imperial families since the current emperor was only the 8th emperor of the Godslayer Humankind. The others were under the control of various forces, primarily from the imperial court, but they also included the sons and daughters of sector dukes and other high-ranking nobles. Regardless of one's perspective, the Prometheus sector teemed with promising figures, all eager to ascend to greater heights. This should be the Azure State, under the control of the royal family of the Azure Emperor, the 6th emperor of the Godslayer Humankind. Kane nodded at Crane's words. A glint appeared in his eyes as he heard the name Azure Emperor. That man had been a formidable warrior, capable of immense power, but his legacy was tainted by the unruly behavior of his descendants and the persistent chaos they sowed. After the departure of the Azure Emperor, they encountered numerous challenges but remained influential. It was best to steer clear of them. Kane had no interest in the Azure royal family, so it posed no problem. His gaze settled on a hotel, and he proceeded with Crane. They encountered no hindrance when passing through the city gates, courtesy of Kane's rank, and it wasn't long before they arrived at their temporary lodging. After a whole week of fighting and flying, and with much more ahead before they reached the capital, a night of restful sleep sounded appealing to the duo. Kane reached the lobby and secured 2 rooms for himself and Crane. It was costly, but that was of no concern to him. The night passed without incident, and the rest worked wonders for Kane. However, it didn't take long for matters to become troublesome. Kane and Crane left the hotel in the morning, but before they could get far, they saw a commotion on the road and observed a group of people walking toward them. This group was composed of young individuals with vibrant bloodlines coursing through their veins. It was evident that all of them were young, less than 20 years old, and none had a cultivation level below the wave champion rank. At the forefront was a young man with blue hair and golden eyes, accompanied by a woman with similar characteristics. Kane glanced at Crane and noticed him subtly nodding, indicating the group were indeed royals. He wanted to continue on their way, but ignoring the group could lead to various problems, so it was better to hear what they said before politely declining. It didn't take long for the group to arrive in front of Kane, but they remained silent and instead wore frowns on their faces. Kane immediately understood the meaning behind their frowns, and he couldn't help but silently curse. Are they serious? It was clear that the group expected Kane to greet them as if they were doing him a favor by gracing him with their presence. While he wasn't narcissistic, there was a certain level of pride in Kane's demeanor, given his exceptional talent. Ah, what a nuisance. Kane let out a silent sigh before clapping his hands together and nodding. That was the best gesture the duo would get from him. Crane, on the other hand, performed a slight bow. Even after these gestures, the duo continued to frown, showing a lack of friendliness. However, they didn't waste any more time and began to speak. their tone now devoid of any goodwill. Cain Lorifer, the Azure Third Prince invites you to a feast. You should come at 9 past noon. There will be people of great importance whom you will want to meet. Although it sounded like an invitation, the way the duo addressed Cain suggested that he should be grateful and thank them for their kindness. Please convey my thanks to the Azure Third Prince, but I will be leaving the Azure State today to travel to Eden. Surprise registered on the duo's faces, as they seemingly hadn't considered for a moment that Cain might be so audacious as to decline their invitation. In the next moment, a cold gleam appeared in their eyes. I'll allow you some time to reconsider your answer. The Azure Third Prince has shown kindness by inviting a commoner into his home, yet you are refusing it. Cain's eyes turned cold, and he no longer cared about the duo. He was willing to play along with their game to avoid trouble, but he would never lower his head to someone he didn't respect. Without saying a word, Cain and Crane moved to the side and continued walking forward, ignoring the group. There was no point in wasting his breath on any of them. You dare! The young man's eyes flared with rage as he witnessed Cain's behavior and extended his arm to grab the back of Cain's neck. Despite having seen the recording of the Blood Sea battle and knowing of Cain's strength, he didn't care. In his mind, the opponent's strength didn't matter because no one would dare to harm a member of the Azure royal family. Unfortunately, the young man made a grave mistake since, for the first time in his life, he encountered someone who didn't care about his background. Before he could even touch Cain, a silver blur appeared, and the next thing he saw was his arm lying on the ground. Ah! A scream of pain reverberated through the city as the young man immediately fell to the ground, blood oozing from his amputated limb. Crane's eyes were cold as he stared at the young man and calmly sheathed his sword. Cain didn't even bother to glance at the middle-aged man since this one was just fulfilling his duty. You lowly commoner, dare to attack us! The young woman with azure hair shouted and immediately stepped back while the guard moved forward. There were 5 of them, all wave kings. However, they were all old at the early stage, so their power was far from impressive. Cain glanced at the woman and couldn't help but shake his head. He was a supreme genius and had the battle strength to call himself a powerhouse, but there were still people who dared to speak to him in such a disrespectful manner. Soon, his eyes turned cold as he looked at the Wave Kings. I am a colonel of the Imperial Army. An attack against me is considered an act of treason. Cain's eyes burst with red light, and the old Wave Kings were immediately paralyzed. None of them dared to take a step forward. While their duty as guards for the Azure royal family was important, they could feel a great power emanating from the young man. Additionally, the strength of Crane alone was enough to handle them. Even more important was the fact that even though Cain lacked a noble title, he held the position of colonel in the Imperial Army. That rank was no less prestigious than a marquis, a title that even the third prince of the Azure family could only match. The young woman saw how the guard did not follow her command, and her rage exploded. Years of being treated as superior and doing whatever she wanted had twisted her personality into one of extreme narcissism. Even if the target was much stronger than her, in her mind, no one should dare to resist them. I told you all to apprehend him. The woman had just shouted when Cain appeared in front of her, and the next second, he slapped her with so much force that her teeth were sent flying before her head crashed into the ground. She nearly lost consciousness, and immense pain assaulted her, but it did not erase the hatred in her eyes. Cain's eyes flashed with killing intent as he felt that gaze, and the muscles in his right leg grew tense as he was ready to stomp her chest, crippling her. He would not have a problem justifying his actions, but just as he was about to act, his eyes narrowed, and he looked into the sky. Crane followed his gaze but detected no one, leaving him wondering what was happening. HMPH, consider yourself lucky. Cain said nothing else before turning around and leaving with Crane. He was annoyed by the inconvenience and the fact that, no matter how strong he grew, there were still people stupid enough to think their background allowed them to look down on him. As Cain and Crane departed, a figure materialized in the sky. It was an old woman with azure hair, and there was a sharp light in her eyes as she focused on Cain. What a monster! So young and still able to detect my presence even though I should have been perfectly hidden from his ego wave. After that, the woman turned to the bloodied duo on the ground, and nothing appeared in her eyes but disdain and disappointment. She did not care about the trash of the new generation but could not allow people to go around and simply kill them. as it would affect the name of the Azure royal family. Luckily for Cain, no one else bothered them, and they could leave the Azure state in a few minutes by flashing across the state. Once they were out, they found themselves within the cicada forest again. Cain and Crane had a choice. They could either take the regular route, moving through empty trails to the next royal states, or cross straight through the heart of the cicada forest toward Eden. While Cain would have liked to take the second path to avoid the inconveniences, it was not so simple. The cicada forest's periphery was safe for someone of his power, but deep inside, far from the range of influence of the royal state, there were great king beasts whose power matched that of apotheosis realm masters. Cain was not so arrogant as to think he could face those beasts, even with Crane's help, so he chose the safe path, heading to the next state. This one was also controlled by a royal family, the one belonging to the fifth emperor, the Skyflame Emperor. During their trip, Cain fought some king beasts until he reached the city. However, this time, a group was waiting for him at the entrance before he could enter. Immediately, Cain frowned, as he did not want another set of problems, but there was not much he could do, and he simply walked forward. However, from the beginning, things were very different from their encounter with the Azure Royals. The group had a young woman and a middle-aged man, and while there was an inherent aura of nobility and arrogance, they kept calm expressions as they saw Cain's arrival. When they finally saw Cain arrive, the duo clasped their hands and took a short bow before the middle-aged man spoke. "We greet Colonel Lorfair. Allow me to introduce ourselves. I am Ceylon Skyflame." Cain's eyes narrowed as he felt the calm nature of the middle-aged man, and this time, he returned the courtesy, clasping his hands and performing a polite bow along with Crane. The young woman remained silent, but Cain did not overthink it. "We come in the name of the second Skyflame Prince to invite you to his home for dinner and an important dialogue. I assure you that there is no better place to rest than our royal castle." Cain glanced at the duo, and after a moment, he nodded. He would consider talking to them if the other party was cordial. Besides, he was curious about what type of topic a royal prince wanted to discuss with him. It didn't take long for Cain and Crane to reach the outer layer of the massive castle. It was built on top of an enormous active volcano. Even at the foot of the volcano, the temperature was incredibly high, so much that even weak wave warriors could not stand it, and it only grew as they advanced. Despite that, Cain saw many people calmly walking through the area. It didn't take long to understand that all these people were part of the Skyflame royal family, and their bloodline granted them heat resistance. However, Cain was surprised to see people with the bloodline of a former emperor of the Godslayer doing mundane tasks like taking care of the area around them. Silas noticed that, and a complicated smile appeared on his face. "Our ancestor, the great Skyflame Emperor, had a large harem, and due to our bloodline's tendency toward fertility, it was not hard for him to generate over 1,000 children. And the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Over 100,000 children with the Skyflame lineage were sired in just 2 generations." Cain was slightly surprised to hear that and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had already started an intimate relationship with Shira but was far from being ready to have a son, much less 1,000 of them. Since the number of the Skyflame royal family members was so massive, it made sense for those with little strength and talent to live a mundane life. He didn't really care or have an opinion about that and continued walking. Silas glanced at Cain, and his eyes could not help but narrow as he noticed how easily Cain managed the heat. The Skyflame state had one of the hottest volcanoes in the entire Prometheus sector, and even those with the Skyflame lineage found it hard to reach the volcano's peak. Cain noticed the man's eyes but didn't care. He was actually more intrigued by the sight of the young woman by the side of this one. She had not said a word since they met and kept looking at him with intense eyes. Finally, the group reached the volcano's peak and entered the castle. As soon as they did, the heat that permeated the outside faded, but that didn't mean the energy was gone, on the contrary. Cain and Crane immediately noticed the waves of liquid fire permeating the ceiling. All the heat from the outside had condensed there, and its destructive power was formidable. The duo didn't stare at the ceiling for long since a man immediately went toward them. The man seemed to be in his 20s, with short black hair and blue eyes. His nearly 2-meter-tall body was not overly muscular, but it was clear there was an immense strength inside it. Cain's eyes immediately narrowed as he saw the number 2 engraved on his blue robe's shoulder. For royal families, the titles of prince and princess were not given by their connection with the former emperor since their direct descendants were thousands of years old. Those titles were granted by the higher-ups in the family to the younger generation members who had proven enough talent, and those with numbers like first, second, and third were among the best of the group. You came. It is a pleasure to meet the young legend in the flesh. The young man stood before Cain and extended his hand with a cordial smile. I am the second Skyflame Prince, Damien Skyflame. Cain stared at Damien and returned the courtesy. As soon as their hands touched, he perceived the strength of the second Skyflame Prince, and despite being in essence wave cultivation, it was impressive. Damien's smile remained, but there was inner shock inside his heart. He had seen the Battle of the Blood Sea, but Cain's strength was even greater than he expected. Although deducing all that from a handshake might seem too much, the young man did not reach his position just due to his great power but also his insight. Thanks for that, Silas. You can leave now. Silas bowed toward Damien before nodding toward Cain and Crane and left quietly. However, the young woman by his side remained. She showed a great smile before walking next to Damien and clasping her hands at Cain. It might be late, but allow me to introduce myself. I am a princess of the Skyflame royal family, Karen Skyflame. It might be late, but allow me to introduce myself. I am a princess of the Skyflame royal family, Karen Skyflame. Cain's eyes narrowed as he heard that, but he simply nodded. He was not entirely surprised since the young woman's behavior was clearly not that of an envoy. Ha ha ha, sorry about that. I always have problems with my little sister. Don't worry, your man said you had some important matter to discuss with me regarding Eden. Cain was direct, hinting at the reason why he accepted this invitation. He was not interested in small talk since his last interaction with royals was not really pleasant. Damien did not stop smiling and simply nodded. Yes, you are right. However, it would be better if we speak while we eat. There is a great feast, and I am sure you will like it. Cain considered things for a moment and nodded. There was a difference between being direct and rude, and there was no reason to reject Damien's invitation to eat. The four walked toward a table as a group of men began to display all sorts of delicious food in the hall. No other member of the royal family sat with them, which hinted that Damien was not interested in the other princesses or princes. I must say, your actions in the Blood Sea were truly mind-blowing. You defeated those 10 blood champions in a row and even overcame the last one that managed to use hypersonic speed. It was hard. I nearly lost my life during the last battle. Cain did not overinflate his ego and spoke those words as he began to eat the food, along with Crane. Karen saw that, and a small smile appeared on her face as she also began to eat. Damien nodded, and he slowly began to learn a little more about Cain's nature. Soon, a sharp light appeared in his eyes for a moment as he spoke. It is a pleasant surprise to learn that you will pass through our domain. I am sure you are going to Eden for your arcane noble ceremony, but you must also be looking to the 3 towers of Adam. Cain stopped eating as he heard that, and his eyes narrowed as he focused on the royal prince. There was no real excitement in Cain's heart regarding the ceremony since becoming a noble had little importance. He was only doing it to make his family name resound across the empire. However, the 3 towers of Adam was something that really drew his attention. Although his breakthrough to the middle stage was magnificent, solidifying his foundation and pushing his blood rebirth to the golden stage, he would need to accumulate several fortuitous encounters to evolve to late wave champion with mercury blood in his veins. You are well informed. A sharp light appeared in Cain's eyes as he stared at Damien. Knowing about the noble arcane ceremony was one thing, but his intent to visit the 3 towers of Adam was entirely different. Damien immediately shook his head, clearly stating he had not investigated Cain. Not really. You are young and surely are looking for lucky chances. The towers are the most logical move. Cain thought for a moment before nodding, accepting those words. You are right. I will see the towers and every other place in the capital that can be useful to me. Damien nodded and took a sip of his cup before speaking again. Then we are in luck. I am planning to make a trip to Eden and will be more than happy to accompany you. With my guidance, you will move much faster in the capital. The young princess's eyes nearly shone when she heard that and stared at Cain with expectation. Cain's reaction was much calmer, and while it was tempting, he softly shook his head. Thank you for your kind offer, but I already have a guide. I would not like to impose myself on your travel arrangements. Although it was very cordial, Cain practically said he could do it alone and did not want to get into a bunch of troubles that usually accompany royals and nobles. Damien stared briefly at Cain before glancing at the middle-aged man beside him. Crane grew tense as he felt the eyes of the young man focusing on him. Even at his full power, winning a fight would have been nearly impossible, much less now that he could not use Wave Burst. I am sure your man can guide you through Eden, but the access he can get cannot match mine, not to mention that we will not just go around seeing things. I am actually meeting with the 4th Imperial Prince and plan to extend the invitation to you. Cain and Crane immediately showed surprise in their eyes upon hearing that. A royal prince and an imperial prince were very different. The first were just anointed by their royal family's elders according to their talent and merits, but the second were the sons of the current emperor of the Godslayer humankind. Although meeting the imperial family was interesting, Cain still wanted to avoid getting into those tumultuous waters. He had little regard for nobility and did not care about their schemes and plots. However, before he could refuse again, Damien spoke. As the guest of the 4th Imperial Prince, we could access the 3 Towers of Adam upon our arrival in the capital. Alone, you would need to wait at least a few weeks, and I am sure you would not want to waste time. Cain stared at Damien for a moment before glancing at Crane, and upon seeing the middle-aged man's expression, he understood it was true. The 3 Towers of Adam were exclusive, and not everybody could use them. As a colonel of the Imperial Army, he had the chance to secure a spot, but the waiting time would be at least 15 days. If he wanted to visit the towers quickly, he would need help, and there was no one with greater influence than a member of the imperial family. Ah! Cain silently sighed before focusing on Damien. What would this invitation be about? Once again, he was tactful, but the intent in his voice was clear. He wanted to know what he would have in exchange for this favor. Damien liked the way Cain acted. The young man was tactful enough to keep a cordial conversation but going straight to the point and understanding there was nothing like a free meal in this world. The meeting is an imperial fest organized by several imperial princes. In these meetings, the fame of the people each prince can draw will greatly impact their standing, and right now, you are one of the most famous people on the continent. Of course, things could take sudden turns during the feast, but you are not forced to do anything. Cain showed a small smile as he heard that. If that was all they wanted, his presence and relying on his fame, he was more than happy to do it since he never cared for them. If that is the case, I am happy to attend the meeting with you as a guest of the 4th Imperial Prince. Damien showed a radiant smile as he heard that, and the group continued eating while making small talk until late at night. Cain and Crane were given adjacent rooms inside the castle, flooded with powerful life wave. Sleep relaxed their bodies and helped them recover from the last week in the forest. As the first rays of light shone in the sky, Cain, Damien, Crane, and Karen were at the volcano's base, watching a massive beast emerge from the magma. It was a king beast bathed in flames, and its aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Shiak. The king beast unleashed a mighty bird cry that echoed across the castle. It resembled a giant bird, nearly 20 meters tall, with wings over 3 times that size. There was a fierce aura in its eyes, but peace returned to its heart as it focused on Damien. Cain's eyes widened as he stared at the king beast. Not only was it extremely powerful, but he was surprised to see a runic inscription on its chest. Although it was hard to determine its use without activating it, it was very potent. This is my contracted beast, Great Blaze. With him, we can cross through the cicada forest, heading directly to Eden, without needing to go through the other states in our path. Damien spoke with a smile as he jumped onto the back of Great Blaze, along with his sister. Cain and Crane stared at the beast momentarily before jumping onto it. Despite the king beast's flaming nature, its energy did not harm them. Sharik. The king beast unleashed a second roar as it waved its wings, flashing at hypersonic speed into the distance, leaving a trail of flames on the sky as it left the sky flame state. The king beast unleashed a second roar as it waved its wings, flashing at hypersonic speed into the distance, leaving a trail of flames on the sky as it left the sky flame state. That was not a problem for Damien, Cain, and Crane, but the young princess was not as strong as the trio. Luckily for her, The second Sky Flame Prince put a hand over her shoulder, using his essence wave to stabilize her body on top of the beast. Once the king beast finally left the Sky Flame state and entered the cicada forest, the runic inscription on its chest began to glow, and soon its aura and that of all those on top of it began to fade. Cain was surprised by the effect of the runic inscription, and while it would not work in a fight, he doubted that even great king beasts could detect its presence, allowing them to course freely through the sky. Even at hypersonic speed and in a straight line, it would take a lot for the group to reach Eden, and they could not train since their auras would break the cloaking power of the inscription, so they carried on with their conversation. By the way, Cain, what title do you expect to attain upon your arcane noble ceremony? While the title that Cain would take would be given according to his merits and power, the ones that would calculate were not machines but the great scholars of the empire. Since that was the case, determining his future noble rank was difficult. Cain stared at Damien when he heard that, and he shook his head. I don't really know, nor do I care too much. As long as it is beyond that of a count, I am more than happy. Honestly, nobility matters very little to me. Since the matter regarding the arcane noble ceremony was going to be a topic on this journey, Cain decided to be honest with the group. Damien was slightly surprised but did not find it out of tune with the young man. It was clear that to Cain, titles and the like mattered very little, and he was someone who relied on his brute power to stand in the world. I understand, but if your title were to be that of a marquis, you could access the Imperial Armory. I understand you lost your natural holy weapon, but you could get another. Cain's eyes widened when he heard that. He knew that upon achieving a title, there was a chance to reclaim a portion of land as his own, but he was unaware they would grant him access to an armory. That is new information for me. Oh, right. Well, actually, it's not something everybody knows. First of all, the number of marquises is not that great, and secondly, to obtain that reward, you would have to do your ceremony under the support of an imperial prince. Cain nodded as he heard that part since it made sense. It was not just that he needed to become a marquis, but he would have to seek the help of an imperial prince, which might be even more challenging. Nevertheless, there was a chance now since he was about to meet the fourth imperial prince. It would be a lie if Cain said he did not want a new holy weapon. He would gladly use it if it could adjust to his battle style, especially if he found a technique that allowed him to deploy power even greater than the one unleashed by his arms and legs. I could put in a good word with the fourth imperial prince, but the rest would depend on you. Cain clasped his hand and nodded to Damien. I will remember the favor. Damien smiled and nodded. It would not be hard for him to assist in that, and being on the good side of a genius was always a good thing. Glad to help. The group continued speaking until finally, after 7 days, they saw a shining city in the distance. It was beyond glorious, full of massive buildings and refined houses. It was nothing short of majestic. Cain's gaze swept across the capital of the Godslayer humankind with awe and wonder. It was the most beautiful stage he had seen in his life. There were giant buildings, but that was far from all. There were also pyramids and all sorts of mysterious structures. What was also shocking was the silver color that covered everything. Silver was said to be the favorite of the first Titan and had remained that way since the beginning. Damien noticed the look in Cain's eyes but did not say anything since even those who had seen great things could not help but be awed by Eden, the Silver City. Go down, great blaze. The second Sky Flame Prince patted the King Beast, and it descended with care on a massive structure outside the wall covering the Silver City. Anyone who entered and left Eden was monitored since it was the home of the Emperor and held some of the greatest secrets of the Empire. Great Blaze drew the attention of many, but upon seeing the refined robes of the group going down from it, it was clear they had a high background. Still, it did not take long for a middle-aged man with silver armor to approach the group. Welcome to the Silver City. I am Larmor, the guard of the number 7 gate. If you wish to enter the Silver City, you must provide identification. Please allow me access to your AI chips. Damien and Shira nodded and immediately sent their codes, verifying their identities. Cain, on the other hand, couldn't help but frown. Previously, with his military authorization as a colonel, he could access any state without anyone questioning Crane. But it seemed that it wouldn't be so easy this time. Crane also noticed the problem, so he glanced at Kane, waiting for him to indicate how to proceed. Kane knew about the protocol to enter Eden and originally did not care about people finding out Crane's identity, but now he would be meeting an Imperial prince. The guard's eyes narrowed as he saw that Kane and Crane did not reveal their identities, and he was not alone in his suspicion, as Damien also wondered what was happening. Kane considered hacking the record for a moment, but he soon shook his head as his eyes began to glow with red light. Although people might have problems with him having a convict by his side, since when did he care about what others think? I am Kane Lorifer, Colonel of the Imperial Army with a base in the Imperial Lightning Fort, and this is Crane Savior, a military criminal under my command. Kane smiled as he and Crane revealed their AI chip codes and identities. The guard was a little taken aback, but he soon verified the information and saw that Crane was categorized as an MC, a military criminal. Although it was very unusual for people like them to enter the capital, no rule said they couldn't since they were under the control of a military officer. I see. Everything is in order, so you are free to go. The guard nodded and marked their AI chips with the clearance to cross the gates. Kane nodded to the man before glancing at Damien. Is there a problem? Damien glanced at Crane for a moment before looking at Kane. Will there be problems with the Imperial family or court? Although Kane's presence would be a big win for Damien, raising his standing in the eyes of the fourth prince, it wouldn't be worth it if he brought a convicted criminal who had harmed the Imperial family. Kane smiled before briefly shaking his head. He had already learned about every crime that Crane had committed, even the ones no one knew about. It could bring problems with certain people from the collapsing lightning sector, but those same people hate me to the bone, so there's no difference between his presence and mine. Damien smiled once he heard that. He didn't really care about crimes committed outside of the Prometheus sector since they couldn't affect him. If that's the case, then let's go. I am sure the fourth Imperial Prince will be happy to meet you. Kane nodded. He was also intrigued to meet the fourth Imperial Prince. The man must not be so old, and he was a direct descendant of the current emperor, the Golden Emperor. Soon after they entered the city, they saw hundreds of people crossing the street and several dozens of stores. Although they were interesting, Kane didn't lose himself in them since they had little importance. All the items sold in this place were meant for wave warriors and maybe wave champions. Stores that could sell valuable items for powerhouses were in the core of the Silver City, and not just anyone could enter them. Still, Kane's eyes didn't stop moving as he glanced at everything around him. He could feel several powerful presences in every direction, and it was clear that this place was a den of tigers and dragons. The Silver City was massive, and the castle of the Imperial Princes was far from the entrance. So, if they were to simply walk, it would take days for the group to arrive. While the group could move at hypersonic speed and reach the castle in less than a minute, it would still generate all sorts of inconveniences for the people, not to mention it would leave them in a bad name for their lack of manners. Although there were vehicles that could help them move, they were still too slow. Luckily, they had a much more efficient way of transport. Damien guided the group toward a small location full of formations engraved in the ground, and it didn't take long for them to recognize them as teleportation matrices. There were guards around it since not anyone could use it. Even Kane, with his title as a colonel, would need help getting access to them since there was a need for authorization from the Imperial Court, but Damien already had that covered. The guards moved aside as soon as Damien appeared, and the four got into the teleportation matrix. The next second, the group found themselves standing at the entrance of a massive castle, and just the ground on the exterior was full of wondrous sculptures and majestic plants. Kane's eyes adjusted to the change of scenery as he saw a middle-aged man, attired in golden battle gear, appear in front of them. This one glanced at everybody, and his eyes remained for a moment on Crane before taking a short bow toward Damien and Kane. Prince Damien and Colonel Kane, I am Nastor, assistant to His Highest, Klaus Goldsoul, the fourth Imperial Prince. Please accompany me. His Highness is waiting for you. Shortly after Nastor uttered those words, a young woman with the same attire appeared beside him. She is Lemire. She can take your companions to their residences. Nastor was tactful, but his words had a clear intent. Crane and Kira should wait in their rooms as Damien and Kane spoke with the fourth Imperial Prince. Kane did not say a word since Crane was his assistant and would do as told, but Damien had to explain to her sister that she would wait until his return. In the end, the duo nodded and went away with Lemire. Please. Nastor said that before guiding Kane and Damien through the castle. It was truly shocking, with the right amount of treasures and art to make it splendid but not to the point it lost its might and elegance. Kane did not really care about things like paintings, and he couldn't help but wonder why people would pay a fortune in the old world for stuff like that, but the ones here made his eyes shine. There were paintings of fire and ocean that, upon looking at them, he could feel searing heat and freezing coldness, as if they were alive. It was clear they were not made by simply moving a brush through a piece of paper. Still, he kept his focus until they finally reached the main room. This one was devoid of treasure, but the man in the center shone with an even greater light. The fourth prince had black hair, pale skin, and a muscular body. He wore a golden robe covering his body. An air of prestige around him made ordinary people want to bow in his presence, but his eyes were the most striking. The man's eyes were completely black with golden pupils, and it was not just for aesthetics. Kane could feel a power in those eyes and knew they were special organs capable of enhancing the fourth prince's battle might. Brother Damien, I am glad to see you have finally arrived. I was starting to think I would not see you for the Imperial Fest. Ha ha ha, Brother Klaus, I would not miss it. I was waiting for a friend. Damien walked toward Klaus, and the two shared a hug before nodding to each other. Although looks could be deceiving, especially among nobles, there was clearly a deep relationship between them. Klaus nodded before his eyes turned toward Kane, and a silver light appeared as he stared at the young man. He did nothing as rude as to inspect the young man with his ego wave, but that did not mean he wasn't focused on his aura. It's a pleasure to meet you, young legend of the Blood Sea. I was surprised when I heard from Damien that you would accept to be part of my escort at the Imperial Feast. Kane clasped his hands and performed a small bow toward the fourth prince. While his status was not any less than a royal prince, he had to pay his respects to an imperial prince. Colonel Lorifer, I am pleased to make your acquaintance. Klaus's eyes narrowed as he observed Kane's behavior. To anyone else, it might have seemed like mere politeness, but Klaus perceived the underlying intent to establish a clear distinction. Although such an attitude might annoy some, it was like a breath of fresh air for Klaus. Due to his status, many sought to form relationships with him, but few were as cautious as Kane, not swayed by the allure of the imperial family's name. Klaus offered a smile and nodded, appearing to accept Kane's boundaries. He also clasped his hands and nodded. The pleasure is mine, Colonel Lorifer. Damien merely shrugged his shoulders as he watched the interaction between the two. Kane had always maintained a certain distance from him, but he had expected things to be different with the Imperial Prince. It seemed he was mistaken. I heard that Colonel Lorifer is here to attend his arcane ceremony of nobility. The first rite should begin in 12 days, am I correct? Kane wasn't surprised that the fourth prince had this information, as it should be common knowledge among the members of the imperial court attending his meeting. That is correct. In 12 days, I will embark on the arcane route and declare my family's emblem and motto. The arcane ceremony of nobility consisted of 3 rites. Normally, several people would participate simultaneously, but for someone at Kane's level, it would be a solitary endeavor. Following that, he would have to wait 2 more months for the second rite and another 2 months for the third rite. The entire process and waiting period were aimed at gaining fame for Kane's name so that a large crowd would gather at the conclusion of the arcane ceremony, and his name would resonate throughout the empire. I'm sure you will excel, but it would be even better if you were to gain the patronage of a member of the imperial family. Klaus could discern Kane's straightforward nature and knew he didn't like beating around the bush, so he openly expressed his intention. It would require no effort on his part to patronize Kane, and while his reputation would suffer if Kane performed poorly, he wasn't concerned. Kane's eyes sharpened, and he smiled. Getting straight to the point suited him well. I would indeed welcome your assistance, especially at the conclusion of the ceremony. I wonder how I could repay your generosity. Damien was surprised to see the two making rapid progress, but he remained silent. If it worked for them, who was he to meddle in their business? Actually, there is indeed something you could help me with, but first, I'd like to know the extent of your genetic coding abilities. Kane was a bit puzzled by this question. Although he was undoubtedly a skilled genetic coder with superb abilities, it had been a while since he had demonstrated those abilities in public, so he was surprised that the fourth prince was asking about them. Nonetheless, he chose to be direct. My current abilities should be at the pseudo-saint grade. Kane was being modest since his skills should actually be classified at the saint level, but he was too strict with himself. Klaus and Damien couldn't help but widen their eyes upon hearing this. Kane was only 17 years old, and it was clear he focused greatly on his cultivation and foundation. Yet, he possessed a near-divine talent for genetic coding. There was no shortage of pseudo-saint genetic coders in the capital, but all of them were elderly men who had reached the peak of their cultivation and could no longer advance, allowing them to focus their minds solely on their professions. If those are your skills, then there is something you could help me with. In a month, there will be a small tournament for genetic coders. There were 3 people in my group, but I lost one of them due to a minor issue. Of course, you will be rewarded according to the level of assistance and the grade the team achieves. Kane could not help but show a small smile as he heard that. He sought to achieve many things in Silver City, and one of them was to enhance his genetic coder's abilities. Sure, if that is all it takes, I am happy to help. However, I would be of better help if I got the notes of a saint genetic coder. Of course, I am willing to pay, I just need the channels to buy the proper ones. When buying information about a profession, one has to be just as careful as with cultivation techniques. After all, the wrong guidance could lead to dead ends. No problem. I will bring some of the best saint genetic coder manuals there are by tomorrow. Thanks. I must thank you. Kane nodded, and the 3 began to speak, discussing the preparations for the Imperial Fest. While it might seem like a simple meal, it was actually a silent clash between the Imperial Princess and their abilities to enhance their status. The discussion lasted until late at night, and the group discussed many essential points, especially the intricate alliances and animosity between the Imperial princes and princesses. Just the fact they were brothers and sisters did not mean they would get along. After all, no matter how wealthy the Imperial family was, there were never too many resources. This was very useful, but it is time to rest. I hope to see you 2 tomorrow in the Imperial Feast. Klaus smiled and clasped his hands to Damina and Kane, to which the duo responded by performing a small bow before heading to their respective rooms. Kane's room was pretty simple. There were golden walls, and other than a bed, there was nothing else inside. However, he immediately noticed the extremely dense life wave in the air. Training here is the same as using mid-quality wave crystals. It seems the Imperial family is really rich. Not wanting to waste too much time, Kane adopted a meditative position on the ground and closed his eyes. He was tired, but before going to sleep, he went through the cultivation path of the middle and late wave champion rank. Since he had finished increasing the joints in his extremities, it was time to start working on his chest, shoulders, waist, and head bones. Unlike in the early wave champion rank, where he only needed to follow the guide of his cultivation technique, the next part was much more complex. It was crucial to comprehend the complexities of the human skeletal system. The human skeleton serves as the framework for our bodies, supporting and protecting vital organs while facilitating movement. It consists of 206 bones, including those in the spine, arms, and legs, each with unique roles and characteristics. One area of particular interest is the rib cage, which consists of 24 ribs arranged in 12 pairs. The ribs encase and shield essential organs such as the heart and lungs while allowing for the expansion and contraction of the chest during respiration. The ribs were the first set of bones that Kane would begin to modify after the transformation of his legs and arms, since it was the closest to his rebirth heart, the sacred organ. First, he would alter their molecular composition, allowing them to be more sturdy and able to handle stress and trauma much better than before. Through visualization and the revolution of the astral wave through the chest, the ribs would fuse naturally, forming a structure akin to the sturdy metal plate of armor. This fused ribcage provides exceptional protection to vital organs. After the fusion, the enhanced ribcage would begin to expand, covering the rest of the vital organs in the chest while at the same time generating a powerful bone shell around the rebirth heart. Kane revolved the sonic blade fusion cultivation technique for a couple of hours, and after making sure he had complete control over the technique, he went to sleep. Sleep was just a physical and mental recovery process for someone like Kane. Due to the might of his willpower, it was extremely weird for someone like him to have dreams. Yet, that was what was happening right now. Kane found himself going through an ethereal and bewildering experience. Kane felt weightless, like a ghostly observer with no tether to the physical realm. His perspective soared high above, granting him an awe-inspiring view of a realm where reality bent and twisted like a painter's canvas. Even his ability to think and discern reality was affected. First, he found himself floating above a garden that defied nature. Glowing flowers of every hue swayed in an iridescent breeze, and trees bore fruits that sparkled like stars. The air was filled with melodious hums as hummingbird-like creatures flitted among the blossoms. It was a celestial garden that defied the concept of beauty. Even the word majestic fell short for such an exquisite scenario. While Kane could have stared at that celestial garden for days, he was transported to a canyon of crystalline spires that refracted light into a mesmerizing display of colors in the blink of an eye. These colossal crystals hummed with a harmonious resonance that resonated in the very essence of his being. Before Kane's sight could accommodate the crystal canyons, his ethereal body descended upon an endless sea of bioluminescent creatures that pulsed and glowed in rhythmic unison, casting an eerie but captivating radiance upon the dark waters. The sea seemed to breathe, its waves moving like a slumbering titan. The might of that bioluminescent sea was not lesser than the blood sea, and the aura it unleashed was purer, as the desires of an astral beast did not taint it. A few seconds after plummeting into the sea, Kane was pulled out. He traveled at the speed of light and found himself amidst the gears and cogs of a colossal clockwork city in less than a second. Each movement of the intricate machinery seemed to orchestrate the passing of time itself. Towers spun, bridges extended, and steam billowed, creating an intricate dance of mechanics. This clockwork city awakened a powerful intent on Kane, as if he could find powerful inheritances related to all sorts of professions. However, before he could lose himself in it, the scenery again changed. As if carried by a gentle breeze, Kane was transported to a realm of floating islands. These islands were adorned with surreal landscapes. He saw jungles of crystal trees, waterfalls that rose to the heavens, and skies painted in shades that had no names. It did not take long for the floating islands to disappear from Kane's sight. Suddenly, he was within a labyrinthine structure of mirrors. Each reflection revealed a different version of himself, living alternate lives, making choices, and facing different fates. He could sense the echoes of those choices reverberating through his very soul. A flash of light appeared in Kane's eyes as he perceived that wonder, as he felt in it the power to enhance his hypnosis, but before he could perceive anything else, the mirror labyrinth faded. His journey then took him to a sky illuminated by dancing auroras that weaved intricate light patterns. These ethereal ribbons of color streaked across the heavens as if they were celestial dancers in a cosmic ballet. Other than the majestic beauty of the sky, there was no clear intent in this place, so it could not compare with the labyrinth, but this journey was not something Kane could control. In the blink of an eye, Kane found himself amidst the boundless tomes and scrolls of a celestial library. He could see the collective knowledge of the world written in languages of light and thought. The knowledge of this place was something that captivated Kane, but he was unable to access it. He could only watch the world around him before moving to a new majestic sight. High above the peaks of mountains that sang with celestial melodies, Kane watched as streams of music flowed down to the valleys below, where dreamlike creatures swayed in time with the harmonious tunes. After a few seconds of that wondrous music, Kane saw a desert painted in shades of twilight, where the sands shimmered with stardust. Here, ancient constellations took form and told stories in the celestial language of the cosmos. As he reached that starlight desert, Kane's mind slowly regained the ability to think and act on the information he was receiving other than by mere intents. The world was slowly losing its grip on his mind, and it seemed he was about to wake up. Throughout his voyage through the dream world, Kane was but a spectral observer, unable to interact with these fantastical scenes. Each transition brought new wonder and left him in awe of the boundless creativity of this realm. It was a journey through the subconscious, a testament to the limitless possibilities of the dreaming mind. However, just as he was about to regain consciousness, the dark side of Cain's sunseed trembled, and he once again plummeted into a dream state. Yet, it took an unexpected turn into the depths of a nightmare. Here, the dream world became a realm of darkness and dread, and his inability to interact only heightened the sense of powerlessness. Suddenly, Cain found himself in a decaying, moonlit asylum, where tortured souls whispered chilling secrets from behind rusted iron bars. The air was thick with despair, and eerie cries echoed through the endless corridors. It was so horrific that just by being a few seconds in it, he felt a wave of despair eroding his mind. Luckily, he was soon pulled out from that haunted asylum. However, Cain just jumped from the frying pan into the fire as his ethereal body plunged into a bottomless abyss, where grotesque, bioluminescent monstrosities with eyes like voids swam in pursuit of him. The crushing pressure of the deep weighed on him, and he could hear the mournful songs of long-forgotten shipwrecks. That abyssal ocean made him feel as if he was drowning, and the might of his willpower to fight that horrible experience was severely weakened. Fear and dread overcame his rational mind, and his body was paralyzed. Cain grabbed his truth, trying to breathe, when he was plunged out of the ocean and thrown into an endless maze. Cain's rational mind kept failing him, and he acted according to his instinct, which pushed him to run. Trapped within a labyrinth of twisting corridors and shifting walls, Cain was pursued by unseen horrors. Malevolent laughter echoed around him, and he felt the ever-present gaze of unseen eyes. It must have been barely a few seconds, but for Cain, it felt like an eternity. Somehow, he managed to leave the maze, only to enter a forest cloaked in perpetual twilight. The trees seemed to writhe with sinister intent, and strange, shadowy creatures slithered through the undergrowth, always just out of sight. The forest of shadows confused Cain, and he did not know where to go. That was not a problem since soon his surroundings shifted to a bleak, desolate landscape dominated by a towering funeral pyre. Flames danced with a sinister glee, casting elongated shadows that seemed to reach out for him. Just as the shadows seemed ready to overwhelm him, he appeared in the heart of a clockwork city. Unlike the beautiful landscape of engineering he had seen before, this one was a nightmarish labyrinth of gears and traps. Malfunctioning machinery threatened to crush him, and menacing automatons pursued him relentlessly. A building had just collapsed, and as the pieces were about to crush him, he appeared in the heart of an ancient, eerie town. Dark water emerged from a well with whispers that promised secrets and forbidden knowledge, drawing him closer to the edge despite his dread. Cain was about to fall into the whispering well when he appeared in the center of a macabre carnival. He watched as faceless, masked figures danced in a grotesque procession. Their eerie, synchronized movements left him with a sense of profound unease. Suddenly, the dancers began eating each other with maniacal smiles, and just as they turned their eyes toward Cain, he appeared within the grand cathedral. Cain witnessed a congregation of tormented souls, their anguished cries echoing through the cavernous space. Twisted figures adorned the stained glass windows, depicting scenes of suffering. People were praying and begging with all their strength, but blood kept emerging from their eyes. Every scenario was worse than the last one, filling Cain's soul with a sense of dread and hopelessness, and after that tormented cathedral, what came next was unbearable. Cain appeared in a desolate void, where all light and hope seemed extinguished. Here, he felt the weight of despair pressing down on him as if the very essence of his soul was being tainted. Time lost its meaning in this place, and even a second felt like 1,000 years. Cain felt as if he would remain in here forever, and the mere idea was unbearable. Nevertheless, the power of the nightmare on Cain's mind began to wane, and he did not hesitate even for a second before making his willpower burst. Ah! Cain woke up with a short scream, his body soaked in cold sweat. His heart was racing, and he had difficulty regulating his breathing. Soon, his eyes began to glow with red light as his willpower allowed him to regain control over his mind and emotions, permitting him to analyze everything that happened. What kind of dream was that? Although having a dream was extremely odd, it was not impossible for Cain to have one. What should not have happened were the 10 dreams and 10 nightmares realms he visited, or the fact he remembered every second of it. Dreams are a natural part of the sleep cycle and occur during the rapid eye movement stage. They are a series of images, emotions, and thoughts that manifest in the mind while we sleep. Their purpose is mostly for memory consolidation and emotional processing, helping us adapt to new information or deal with complex feelings and experiences. That was why those with powerful willpower and souls do not dream, since they do not have the need. Cain knew that Dream Journey fulfilled none of those purposes, and there was no reason for him to have it or for the experience to be so bizarre. A curse. That thought crossed Cain's mind. Cultivation was full of strange paths and abilities, so those who dwelled in curses existed. However, Cain soon shook his head. First of all, curses were extremely hard to deploy. The caster should be a titan to affect someone with willpower at the second realm of the ego eternal path of power. The only one with the resources and desire to deploy an attack like that on Cain would be the Blood King, but there was no reason for a curse to make him experience the first 10 beautiful scenarios. No matter how much effort he put in, Cain could not find a reason for that experience, and after using the absolute life form system and his ego wave, he detected nothing different in his mind and body. In the end, Cain only shocked his head since he could do nothing. He rose from the bed and took a short shower before adopting a meditative position on the ground, doing his best to heighten his focus before the imperial feast. Cain meditated for several hours until daylight slowly began to fade away on the horizon. Only then did he open his eyes and wear the golden robe left by the fourth prince's people. He left his room and saw Crane waiting for him. While the middle-aged man would not be part of Klaus' escort in the imperial feast, he could still attend it as Cain's companion, similar to what would happen with Damon and Karen. We will keep a low profile. I already found a way to secure the fourth prince's help, so there is no need to show off during the imperial feast. Cain used his ego wave to speak directly into Crane's mind, and his eyes grew cold as he said the next part. I should not tell someone like you this, but I will do it regardless. We might be the guests of the fourth prince, but we are not his friends, and nothing stops him from using us as chess pieces in whatever game he might be playing. Crane's eyes widened for a moment. He had lived for hundreds of years and experienced the cruelty of those so-called comrades, so he knew that trust was not something one should give easily. Yet, he was surprised that someone so young as Cain would also see the world like that. It was clear to Crane that while Cain was courteous and looked happy to be part of the fourth prince's escort, he did not trust the man. That lack of confidence was not because Klaus did something wrong but because he had done nothing to earn Cain's trust. The fact he was an imperial prince meant nothing to Cain, since only fools would think that status and age made some honorable. I understand, master. I will keep a low profile and open my ears for new information. Crane's eyes glowed with a solemn light as he realized that the young man he served was not only a divine genius but also a keen mind that saw things beyond black and white. Cain noticed the change in Crane but did not say a word, since it was not like he trusted the middle-aged man either. However, he had control over the Wave King and would get rid of this one at any sign of betrayal. Let's go. Cain and Crane left the castle and headed into the teleportation formations. The imperial feast would not occur in the fourth prince's home but in a neutral location. Shortly after activating the teleportation formation, Cain and Crane found themselves atop a mist-shrouded mountain. They were greeted by stone statues of mythical beasts and ancient warriors, their eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. The imperial fest would be held in the heaven-sundering mountain. From this place, one could see the entire Silver City as gods did in the tales of the old world. Gods among men. That was the feeling Cain thought the creator of this place wanted to inspire. Even if they were in the same plane, those on the top could look down on those on the bottom. Cain only shook his head but did not offer an opinion about it, since even he was not impervious to the feeling of superiority. After all, by any metric, he was superior to billions of other youths across the empire. Luckily for Cain, the enemies he was making on his path were so powerful that he never grew complacent with his strength. He did not waste too much time with those thoughts and began walking to the heaven-sundering hall, where the imperial feast would occur. Crane immediately regained his focus as he saw Cain walking forward. He was a middle-wave king and a noble before his crimes, but even then, he never enjoyed the status required to attend this sort of ceremony, so he was a little dumbfounded by the wondrous view. It should be the first time he enjoys a sight like this, yet he can keep his emotions under flawless control. The view of a god clearly means very little to this young man. The more Crane learned from Kane, the more he felt the young man was full of mystery. Kane noticed Crane's stare but simply walked forward. Just the path to the hall was majestic. It was a meticulously landscaped Gaia's exotic flora and fauna. Cherry blossom trees heavy with fragrant blossoms line cobblestone paths, and koi fish glide gracefully through lotus-filled ponds. The scents of rare flowers flooded the air along with the soft murmur of 1,000 exotic birds. Kane was surprised by the beauty of the place but did not think much about it until he suddenly felt his mind growing calmer and his astral wave revolving more smoothly across his body. Crane had also noticed the change, but he just took it as a change in the energy flooding the place. Yet, Kane's mind was able to pierce much deeper thanks to his understanding of the flow. Shock and awe appeared in his eyes as he realized there was a natural formation in this place, not made by inscribing runes but by the arrangement of the trees, earth, and air currents around them. Whoever created this path had divine control and domain over the origin energy that flooded ether. Marvelous. Kane could not help but express his admiration as the flow showed him just how amazing this place truly was. HMPH. Since when is Heaven Sundering Mountain a place mere commoners can enter? Unfortunately for Kane, he was not able to focus on that wondrous feeling for long since a mocking voice appeared behind him. Kane and Crane turned around and saw a small group of 5 people walking toward them. All of them had azure hair and wore golden robes. The one at the lead was a man not over 30 years old with sky blue eyes. He was not more than 1 meter and 90 centimeters, but his aura was the greatest of the group, and the essence wave running across his body felt like an endless sky. Kane and Crane frowned since this group clearly belonged to the Azure royal family, and their bloodline and energy density were vastly superior to the duo they faced last time. Kane could feel the animosity in the eyes of the entire group, and it was clear they recognized him. He knew his actions on the Azure state would bring him problems with the Azure royal family, but he did not think it would happen so soon. Kane could not help but sigh in his mind, yet that did not stop his eyes from bursting with red light as he looked back at the group. Expression of discomfort appeared in 4 members of the Azure royal family as they stared into Kane's eyes since neither of them could equal the willpower of a late wave king. Luckily for them, that discomfort faded the next second as the eyes of the man at the lead glowed with golden light, displaying an ego wave that was even mightier than Kane. No wonder you dare to refuse the invitation of my older brother. The man spoke coldly as the golden light in his eyes burst with even greater power. I should introduce myself, or else people might say that the Azure royal family has the same manner as commoners. I don't care. Before the man could finish his words, Kane interrupted him and turned around, walking toward the hall. Shock appeared in the man from the Azure royal family, as he could not believe that someone dared to ignore him, and even worse, that person was a simple commoner. Of course, the man was aware of Kane's name and rank in the military, but for him, the Imperial Army was just a tool and could not compare with the power and status of nobility. You dare! The man roared as his essence wave burst as he took a spear from his space ring. Kane's eyes narrowed as he saw that move. He knew the man was very powerful, even more than him, but he did not need to win this battle. He pushed the flow to the limit, allowing him to perceive the movement of every muscle and the energy flow in the opponent as he prepared to endure the incoming attack. However, just as the man from the Azure royal family was about to attack, a voice echoed across the mountain. 4th Azure Prince. That voice was not only loud but carried a powerful intent that managed to stop the 4th Azure Prince from attacking. A frown appeared in the 4th Azure Prince as he looked from the source of that voice, and his eyes narrowed when he saw the one responsible. The one that shouted was a young man not older than Kane with jet black hair and fiery red eyes. Magnus Hellblazer. Even the arrogant 4th Azure Prince dared not lash out against the young man since this one was the greatest genius of the Hellblazer family and widely recognized as the future Hellblazer Duke. The 4th Azure Prince took a deep breath as he stared at Magnus. He calmed his rage, but the coldness in his eyes did not fade. Why are you defending this commoner? Should I take as the will of the 1st Imperial Prince? Magnus stared at the 4th Imperial Prince before softly shaking his head and sighing. I do not understand why the 3rd Imperial Prince would choose someone like you to be his escort in the Imperial feast. It is like asking a baboon to choose your clothes. You will only bring embarrassment to yourself. Silence reigned across the mountain after Magnus uttered those words. Cain had just ignored the fourth Azure Prince, but Magnus compared this one to a baboon. Magnus spoke again before the fourth Azure Prince could even process those words. The first Imperial Prince and third Imperial Prince are in an alliance, so I cannot let you embarrass both of them. If you attack the escort of the fourth Imperial Prince in such sacred terrain, what kind of compensation do you think they would have to pay? Shock and dread crossed the fourth Azure Prince's eyes as he heard that and realized that he nearly made a grave mistake. His title granted him the authority to do as he pleased in most places, but this was the capital, and he was far from special. The fourth Azure Prince turned toward Cain, and as he saw the flash of disappointment, he understood that everything had been a scheme. Burning rage emerged in his heart, but he did not dare to attack, and after glancing at Magnus, he walked forward with his group. Magnus saw the man walking away without saying thanks but did not care since, from the start, he never cared about forming a relationship with the Azure royal family. It is like a great general of the old world once said. What one should really fear is not a competent enemy but an incompetent ally. Magnus did not have time to reflect since he soon felt tremendous pressure on his mind as two cold red eyes focused on him. The young man stared back at Cain and his eyes began to glow with silver light. Cain's eyes narrowed as he felt the willpower of an early wave king on Magnus. Although the silver ego wave was much weaker than his, Cain was a genius with an inborn ego eternal matrix, while Magnus had to reach that level by pure hard work. No matter how you saw it, the young man from the Hellblazer family's talent in the ego eternal path of power was not weaker than Cain. A flash of killing intent appeared in Cain's eyes, but it immediately faded as he focused on Magnus' shadow. Cain clasped his hand and performed a slight bow to the shadow before walking away with Crane. A few seconds after Cain left, a figure emerged from Magnus' shadows. The man was covered in thick darkness, making it impossible to see his true form, but his eyes were sharp and had vertical pupils. Such sharp instincts. No wonder that the patriarch praised the young man. Magnus tightened his fists as he heard those words from the man covered in darkness. Is he stronger than you, Lord Oppen? The man covered in darkness turned toward Magnus before a sharp light appeared in his eyes. Boy, do not play tricks with me. I will fulfill my mission, but you are on your own if you attempt to fight against Cain Lorifer. Unless that young man attacks first, I will not raise my hands against him. Oppen said nothing else before melting, merging again with Magnus' shadows. Magnus did not say a word and just looked at the fading figure of Cain in the distance before a sharp light appeared in his eyes. He was one of the greatest geniuses of the Empire, but he had the misfortune of being part of the generation with an authentic monster. However, while for other geniuses, it would have been rage and frustration, the only thing Cain's talent awakened in Magnus was a bursting fighting will. Cain continued walking calmly, but his instincts heightened. The group of the Azure royal family was not a real problem, but things grew more dangerous from the moment he detected that presence hidden in Magnus' shadows. Although he did not know who it was, he detected signs of the void state practiced to the highest level, so it could only be a higher up of the Aegon family, to which he paid his respect. There are dangers everywhere. I should be extra careful. Cain's eyes were cold and decisive as he walked forward, and it was not long before he saw a massive hall. It was made of silver metal, but golden heavenly bodies and pictures were engraved around it. They depicted all sorts of majestic battles and feats performed by previous emperors, and among the first images, Cain could see a golden figure ripping the heavens apart. Watching it made Cain's heart beat faster since he knew that scene depicted Adam, the first Titan, clashing against the gods of the dark races. Although it was a childish idea, Cain could not help but wonder how it would feel to fight against the entire world and have the power to carve the name of your race in blood across the heavens. Cain only smiled, as there was no point in such thoughts since his battle power could barely reach the middle wave king level, and facing a titan was nothing but a distant dream. Not to mention that even among titans, there were those that stood even higher, like the first collapsing lightning pillar and the Dark Kings. There were no guards at the door to the hall, but Cain knew there was no need since he felt a powerful presence from the moment he entered this place. It was very subtle, but he knew an extremely powerful surveillance system was watching over them. The imperial feast was supposed to start after sunset, and since Cain was not interested in socializing too much, he arrived a short period before the start. That was why when he entered the hall, there were already dozens of people inside. Usually, the arrival of someone would draw little attention. Still, not long before Cain's arrival, everybody had seen the Azure Royal Prince's group arrive full of rage and anger, so they all wondered what could have happened. Crane could not help but frown as he felt those eyes focusing on him, but Cain could keep his calm. His eyes glowed with red light, making more than half of the people looking at him look away. Gossip immediately spread across the hall since there was no one who did not recognize those eyes glowing with red light. Even in the capital, finding a 17-year-old man capable of fighting in a civil war that involved titans was shocking. Cain looked around the room, and while he did not focus on anyone, he detected 9 groups, each belonging to one of the imperial prince or princess. Even the weakest was not only full of vibrant life force but also possessed very high cultivation. It was clear that the blood of the Golden Emperor could turn even a lousy person into a great genius. Cain ignored the eyes of the imperial princes and calmly walked toward the group of the 4th prince. When the rest of the imperial princes and princesses saw that, their eyes grew sharp, and many focused on the 4th imperial prince. Some showed nothing, but a few harbored envy in their hearts. The 4th imperial prince only smiled as he saw those eyes. He was more than happy to be on the receiving end of their envy since it only meant he was capable of doing something the others could not. Ha ha ha, Brother Cain, I am happy you finally arrived. I admire your dedication to spend until the last second in your cultivation. No wonder you have reached so far despite your young age. Cain stared at the 4th imperial prince briefly since the term, brother, was a little too close. Still, while they had made sure to keep their relationship professional on the outside, there was a need for familiarity in this type of event. A small smile appeared on Cain's face as his eyes went from calm to cordial and friendly. Brother Klaus, I will not be so rude as to arrive late. Could you introduce me to your friends? Klaus' smile grew wider as he saw the tactful approach that Cain displayed. He was happy to see that side of Cain, and without wasting time, he introduced the other 5 people around him. Of course, they are also part of my escort for the imperial feast. You already know Damon Skyflame. Damon nodded to Cain. Although he had brought Cain to the 4th imperial prince's group, it was better if people thought that Cain had chosen Klaus on his own. This brute is Hercule Duras, son of Marquis Duras. Klaus patted the shoulder of a man over 2 meters tall with a massive bulging physique. He had brown hair and green eyes, but the most impressive part was the vibrant force in his arms and the runes engraved in them. Cain stared at Hercule with a bit of surprise. He did not know the man, but he had heard about Grand Marquis Duras and knew this one was a great battlefield hero, spending most of his time in the war against the dark races. I am happy to see another soldier among this bunch of nobles. Hercule did not hide his voice but did not care too much about if he offended someone. He was a soldier at heart and had only come to an event like this due to his relationship with the 4th imperial prince. Cain nodded and showed a small smile as he shook hands with Hercule. Klaus was happy to see the friendly atmosphere that Cain was forming and hoped for things to continue like that as he introduced the rest of the group. This fair lady here is Aurelia Verita, the 2nd daughter of the Veritas Sector Duke. Aurelia was a young woman with a small face and a petite body, not over 1.70 meters tall, her eyes the color of polished gold, and long red hair. She stared at Cain for a moment, and her eyes narrowed as she saw a flash of fascination in the young man's eyes. Like most powerful women, Aurelia did not like being seen as an object, and while she knew her body was appealing, that did not mean people could just stare at it. However, the coldness in her eyes faded as she noticed that what Cain was looking at was not her face or body but her hair. You seem to really like the color red. Cain was a little surprised to hear those words from the young woman since he had made sure to hide his fascination, but it seemed that her instincts were top-notch. After a moment, he shrugged his shoulders. I am attracted to that color. Everybody had tendencies and preferences. For some reason, Cain could not hide his fascination with red. Aurelia showed a beautiful smile as she heard Cain's direct response and took a step forward. Only that, Kane's smile did not fade, and he moved his face close to the point where their lips nearly touched as he replied to Aurelia. Yes, only that. There was a flash of coldness and apathy in Kane's eyes as he stared at the young woman, making it clear the effect she had on him. There was no desire whatsoever in Kane's eyes or actions, surprising Aurelia and taking her out of her rhythm. The rest of the group didn't know how to react, but luckily, the fourth Imperial Prince broke the tension. Caught. Klaus drove things forward as Kane took a step back from Aurelia. The young man at your right is Alex Umbra, son of the Minister of Information. Alex was a young man with a body nearly 2 meters and 20 centimeters tall, yet despite that massive physique, if you didn't focus on him, you could barely detect his presence. Kane was someone who trained in assassination arts and could be considered a great master in it, so he was sure that this young man was also someone extremely dangerous and a seasoned spy or killer. It takes one to recognize one, which was why Alex also perceived Kane's training as a killer. While it might be imperceptible for others, he immediately detected it when he saw Kane's movements through the hall. I am glad to meet someone who trained in the Aegon family's techniques. Alex stretched his hand, and Kane did the same, and with a single handshake, their eyes narrowed before nodding to each other. It was silent, but there was a clash between the two, and they both knew that if they attacked with pure assassination techniques, neither would come out fine. Klaus saw Kane's effect on the younger members of the group, but there was not much he could do since it was normal for a young genius to ignite the fighting spirit of others. Our next friend is the only daughter of the Kylum Sector Duke, Nova Kylum. Kane stared at Nova, and just as expected, she was a beautiful woman with long blonde hair and a well-defined body, but his eyes focused on her single golden left wing. That was not the result of a spell or energy incantation but an actual appendage, most likely due to her bloodline. External physical alterations due to your lineage were not uncommon among those with powerful bloodlines. Yet, Kane's eyes did not remain on the wing for long since he turned to the old man behind her, who looked like a stone statue. It was not normal for the escorts of the Imperial Princes to bring people with them, but just like Crane, they should be tactful, not interfere in the discussions of others, and remain at a suitable distance. Ah, ignore him. Uncle Roku's is just fulfilling his role given by my father. I am happy to meet the young legend of the Blood Sea. Kane showed a small smile and nodded to the woman. He felt the great might of the man and was sure this one was not much weaker than Bloodless number 1, so he made sure to mark Nova as someone he should not bother. The group had just finished their introductions when Kane's eyes narrowed. He was not alone since many people in the hall did the same as they felt a powerful aura approaching. Soon, a group of 6 people entered the hall. Each of them had a vibrant aura full of great power. Kane's eyes immediately narrowed as he focused on the group and saw Magnus among them. But he wasn't the only familiar face since he also saw Iris Zarong, the young woman he helped survive in Sahara City. There was also a middle-aged man who could simply be defined as a giant, nearly 3 meters in height at the back of the group, and who wore a black mask over his face. However, like everybody else, his eyes soon focused on the trio at the lead since 2 of them were not humans. The one to the right had draconic scales on the side of his body, covering his arms and legs, and a long tail around his waist. Not only were the physical characteristics striking, but the bloodline aura of this one did not belong to humankind. As for the one on the left, it was even more evident that he was not human. He had a metallic humanoid body with crystal eyes glowing with blue light. They were members of the Deus Bahamut race and Anima Mechanicus race, the allies of the Godslayer humankind against the Dark race. It was the first time Kane saw members of the other race in the flesh, or metal in this case, and he was not alone. Not only was there an immense ocean between Gaia and their home continent, but they were also very reclusive. Not to mention that the duo was clearly not normal, as one could tell from their vibrant life force and auras. As for the one who assembled such a group, that was none other than a young man with a white crown over his head. Just like all the other Imperial princes, he had golden pupils, but his aura was like a burning star in the dark sky, drawing the attention of everybody. He had dark hair, and strange runes covered his body, glowing with bursting bloodline power. The Crown Prince. Kane immediately recognized the man as none other than the first Imperial Prince. He was not over 100 years old but had already evolved beyond the Wave King level, the oldest son of the Golden Emperor and also the strongest. The current might of the Crown Prince was unknown, but there were tales of him challenging titans. As for the outcome of those battles, there was no way to say for sure, but everybody already accepted that he had the power to battle divine ascension cultivators. There was a radiant smile on the Crown Prince's face as he stared at the rest of the people in the hall, immediately becoming the center of attention. His aura was so immense that it made everybody feel drawn to him. Michael Goldsoul. Kane's eyes grew sharp as he stared at the Crown Prince and felt the immense strength of this one so mighty that it was hard for him even to perceive it. The Crown Prince did not say a word and simply walked with his group into the hall with a large smile, and soon, people began to walk toward him. Everybody recognized the one approaching the Crown Prince. He was very similar to Michael in appearance, but their auras could not be more different. That person was none other than the Third Imperial Prince. While the Third Imperial Prince was far from the power or fame of his brother, no one dared to go against this one since he and the Crown Prince had the same mother. Kane noticed the Fourth Azure Prince in the group of the Third Imperial Prince and could not help but frown when he saw the man looking back with a poisonous glance. Silence reigned for a few seconds as Michael appeared, but noise soon returned, and people began to talk among themselves. Thump. That sound marked the beginning of the feast, and everybody went to their seats. There were 2 seats of tables spread across the hall, leaving the center empty. The one closest to the center belonged to the imperial princes, princesses, and escorts, while the one behind was for their companions. On the right side of the tables were the 4th prince, accompanied by 2 imperial princes and 1 princess. Right in front of them was a group composed of 1 princess at the center, flanked by 2 imperial princes. As for the head, that was a place where the Crown Prince and 3rd Imperial Prince were sitting. Kane's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the formation of their seats and knew it was not coincidental. It was clear there were 3 groups among the imperial princes and princesses. The one with the lesser numbers belonged to the Crown Prince, but while the 3rd prince was the weakest, Michael's power alone was enough to support their coalition. It did not take long for people with refined attire to enter the hall and deposit food that was not only pleasing to the sight but the amount of energy and aura in it was overwhelming. Kane was surprised to see the food since not only was it full of energy, but its scent generated a reaction in his bloodline. It was regular food in this place, but he was sure it would be a treasure anywhere else, capable of drawing great battles. The waiters put the food in place and silently left the room. While everybody wanted to enjoy the feast, no one dared to break etiquette, and they all waited as the Crown Prince raised his cup. My brothers and sisters, allow me to express how happy I am to see all of you gathered at the same table. It has been a long time since I last saw all your faces. Let's hope we can repeat this very soon. As the Crown Prince raised his cup, every other imperial prince and princess did the same and took a drink as if they were commemorating the occasion. Of course, that was just the public image they would present since everybody knew they did not get along very well. Your words are indeed true, big brother. As sons and daughters of the Golden Emperor, we should be together, especially with the advances of the dark races. The one who answered the words of the Crown Prince was a beautiful woman with long blonde hair and golden pupils, and her aura seemed to merge with the world around her. That was none other than the 2nd princess. Although in this world, power mattered more than anything, there were still those who believed that gender should be decisive in the leading roles of a force. But the woman had managed to carve her path with impressive accomplishments and remarkable personal power, allowing her to be second only to the Crown Prince. After that small toast, people finally began to eat. There was a certain level of finesse in everybody's behavior, suitable for a place like the Heaven Sundering Hall. However, one person did not particularly care for that, and everybody saw how they devoured the food in front of him like madmen. Yet, no one said a word since it was none other than a member of the Deus Bahamut race. While some frowned upon that behavior, Kane's response was different. He looked at the young man with a short smile as he liked that behavior, to truly act according to your heart's desires. Still, Kane kept consuming his food with calm. There was not an excess of etiquette, but neither was he as wild as the members of the Deus Bahamut race. He just followed the table manners his father taught him. 4th brother, I see you have a young hero in your group. Shouldn't you present such a rising star to all of us? It did not take long for the small chatter between the princes and princesses to stop as the third prince spoke loudly, drawing attention towards Cain. Klaus' eyes narrowed as he heard those words from the third prince. He, of course, knew of the animosity between Cain and the Azure royal family, so this exchange could not be a good one. But there was no point in keeping silent. Of course, most of you should already know him. He is Cain Lorifer, colonel of the Imperial Army and the Blood Sea Civil War hero. The man who managed to frustrate the plans of a Dark King. People turned toward Cain and began to look at him with extreme focus. All those present were aware of such an important event as the Blood Sea Civil War since it involved two Dark Kings. Cain stopped eating and glanced at the people in the room before nodding to them. He did not offer words and instead stared at the third Imperial Prince. It was clear that things would not end with that small introduction, but he did not lose his calm. Colonel Lorifer, it is a great pleasure to meet such a young hero. Irian, I heard that you and the colonel have already met. The person that the third Imperial Prince referred to as Irian was the fourth Azure Prince, and a poisonous light appeared in his eyes as he prepared to talk. However, Cain was faster. If your highness refers to the time the fourth Azure Prince aimed his weapon at my back, then yes, we have met. Surprise appeared in the people in the room as they heard that. They could detect the animosity between the two but were surprised to hear such an accusation. After all, the fourth Azure Prince was over 200 years old and a late-wave king. For someone so older and with such a higher cultivation base to aim his weapon at the back of a 17-year-old middle-wave champion was a great shame. What are you talking about? The fourth Azure Prince shouted, with burning rage in his heart. He was ready to disparage Cain's name, but this one was faster, and just as he intended to lie, his eyes turned towards Magnus. If there were no one else around at that time, Irian would lie without hesitation, but there was someone who saw everything, and he did not know whether Magnus would back up his lie or not. In the end, he just clenched his teeth, took a deep breath, and carried on with his plan. That was a misunderstanding, but I would never attack a colonel of the Imperial Army since I have too much respect for them. After all, they are the sword of the Empire. Cain's eyes grew cold as he heard those words from the Azure Royal Prince since he could detect their falsehood. Irian did not care if people did not believe him and would be happy if this one called him a liar since there was no way to prove such words. However, Cain remained quiet and did not fall for such an obvious trap. The Imperial Army is a source of honor. Unfortunately, as of late, their fame and prestige have weakened due to the presence of criminals among their ranks. Cain's eyes immediately narrowed as he detected the goal of those words. It was clear to him that the Azure Royal Prince wanted to use Crane's presence to tarnish his reputation and, from there, devalue his character in several ways. Irian did not care that Cain knew his plans, as he carried on with a smile on his face. I wonder what Colonel Lorifer's opinion is about that topic. After all, our great heroes should not fight side by side with a bunch of criminals since the only ones that would feel comfortable in their company are those without respect for the codes and rules of the Empire. People focused on Cain, wanting his opinion. The topic regarding military criminals in the war effort was very important, as it involved not only meaningful ethical points of view but was also related to the security of the Empire. There was a silence in the hall as everybody waited for Cain's response. He glanced at the third Imperial Prince, who looked at him with a smile before turning toward Irian. Only peace and serenity appeared in Cain's eyes as he took a sip of his drink before speaking. No matter their strength, there is no one fighting in the war against the dark races who is not a hero, and I would understand if some of them feel discomfort about having criminals among their ranks. Irian's smile grew wider upon hearing that, as it was the response he expected. He was now ready to call Cain a hypocrite. However, before he could do that, Cain proceeded. However, I am a colonel, and I should lead millions of soldiers in the future. Any measure I can use to secure the lives of those heroes is more important than their personal feelings. Only a child would think that feelings matter more than security in war. The fourth Azure Royal Prince's eyes grew cold as he felt the hidden intent in those words, but he did not care, as it did not affect his plan. While there is justification for military criminals in war, using them inside the empire, especially in the capital, could easily be controversial. Unfortunately for Irian, Cain had not finished yet. Since you brought that topic, I would like your insights, Azure Prince. Irian's eyes narrowed as he felt something was wrong, but he did not lose focus and came up with what he thought to be the perfect answer. I am not an official member of the military, but of course, I have had several skirmishes with the dark race in the darkness. I do not glorify them since it is just my duty as a member of the Empire. Irian knew his lack of military background could be brought up, so he gave that answer. It was not odd for those of noble families to fight members of the dark races away from the spotlight. The truth was that Irian had never gone to fight the dark races, as in his mind, there was no reason to go to such dangerous places, but no one could verify his words. Cain did not attempt to verify the truth of those words and simply continued. I know that you lack military merits, but I expected the insights of someone close to you. I expect you to have a profound meaning behind discussing the military criminal policy that could save soldiers' lives. There must be a family member or close friend who shared those experiences with you. After all, you would not bring this topic only to cause controversy since such political maneuvers were unworthy of a descendant of the Azure Emperor. Irian clenched his fists beneath the table as he heard that. He had only intended to bring up the policy to bring out Crane's presence. Still, Cain redirected the topic to his lack of military experience. Even worse, this one called him a politician. For the Godslayer humankind, the term politician was infamous since it depicted a group of people who only knew how to cause trouble and draw attention without offering solutions. Irian felt his heart rising, and a powerful sense of embarrassment assaulted him as he saw people looking at him and mumbling among each other. He couldn't help but clenched his teeth before shouting. Are you questioning my company when you brought a criminal to this gathering? Although Irian's behavior was unworthy of a member of a royal family, the news of a criminal in the feast was shocking, and everybody focused on Crane before turning their eyes toward Cain. Cain remained calm as he took another sip from his cup. Unlike Irian, he was the epitome of composure amid pressure. I knew you were a fool, but I did not believe you were also deaf. You little. Irian was so furious that he nearly jumped out of his seat, but upon seeing the eyes of the imperial princes and princesses, he managed to stay seated. Cain softly shook his head since the man had more restraint than expected but carried on. I clearly stated that I will be using military criminals in my war efforts, so it makes sense that I will have one by my side. After all, a good leader always gets familiar with his troops, but someone like you who has never set foot on a battlefield would not know that. Irian's face froze, and silence reigned after Cain uttered those words. Not only did he give a perfect response for having a convicted criminal by his side, but he also made sure to repeatedly embarrass the fourth Azure Prince for his lack of war experience. The fourth Azure Prince trembled as he felt how no one cared about the fact that Cain had brought a criminal, and some even silently praised his wartime accomplishments, while the rest only looked at him with mockery, as if they were watching a clown. In his mind, not even the imperial family could embarrass him since he belonged to the Azure royal family, so the fact that a mere commoner dared to make fun of him was more than he could handle. Crown Prince, I am sure you have some problem with criminals at the table, right? The third imperial prince's smile did not falter during the entire exchange since he did not care about Irian's reputation, but his eyes began twitching as he heard those words. He had been happy to present the subject of military criminals to assist the fourth Azure royal prince to embarrass Cain. Still, he never expected this one to be so foolish as to bring the crown prince into the spotlight. A burning rage appeared in the third imperial prince's eyes as he turned toward Irian. Fucking trash. Had I known you would cause so much trouble, I would have rejected your treasures and sent you away. The third imperial prince wanted nothing more than to kick out the Irian, but it was already too late. A short smile appeared on the crown prince as he heard that question, and he looked to the 3-meter-tall giant behind him. What do you say, Black? Should I have a problem with military convicts in my ranks? Flashes of light crossed the eyes of everybody present since that mere question and the mysterious identity of the man in the mask told them a lot. And their suspicions were confirmed the next second. If your highness had that trouble, you would not have brought me as your escort. After all, I am also a convicted criminal. The giant, who went by the name Black, turned toward Irian, and a dark light emerged from his eyes. It was so powerful that it immediately made the entire hall tremble. I hope the Azure Prince doesn't have trouble with my presence. Irian could not even speak as that dark light was too powerful. He was at the late Wave King level, but the man in front of him was someone who had definitely reached the Divine Ascension rank. The Crown Prince transformed a Divine Ascension rank criminal into his escort. Just how impressive was that? Big Brother is as impressive as always. The second princess raised her cup as she spoke those words, changing the atmosphere. That helped diffuse the tension Irian's words brought, but it did not erase the shame of the man or the rage in the third Imperial Prince's face. As for the fact that Cain was a convicted criminal, no one cared about that anymore. People kept consuming the food and talking among each other until the second Imperial Princess's voice echoed across the hall again. Colonel Lorifer, I think a proper toast should be made in your name. Once again, an Imperial children spoke to Cain, but unlike the third Imperial Prince, the second Imperial Princess showed a peaceful smile, and there was no notion of deception in her eyes. Cain's eyes narrowed as he stared at the second Imperial Princess but did not say a word and let the woman continue. We, the Imperial family, have constantly clashed with the organization, but you managed to thwart the plans of one of its Dark Kings, and not only that but forced two of them to run away. So I think we should all cheer for your incredible feats. A flash of shock and surprise appeared in the eyes of the people present as they heard that part. The Blood Sea Civil War was an important event, and everybody knew of Cain's involvement, but all transmissions faded after the Shadow King manifested his presence. People only knew that Cain managed to survive even after two Dark Kings appeared, so the words of the second Imperial Princess filled them with questions. Cain kept staring at the woman briefly before softly shaking his head. It was the first collapsing pillar who made the duo leave. I am far from enough to handle entities like the Dark Kings alone. People in the room softly nodded as they heard that, since they would never believe that a 17-year-old man could face two Dark Kings. Yet, the tales of the first collapsing lightning pillar were already legendary, and that man was more than powerful enough to face entities like the Shadow King or Blood King. I see. Still, the fact that the first collapsing pillar came to your rescue proves how highly the collapsing lightning duke thinks of you. Who knows what position you will take in the Imperial Lightning Fort in the future, having one collapsing lightning pillar as your teacher and another as your guard. The eyes on Cain changed as they heard those words. Although there were 72 sectors, those at the level of the collapsing lightning sector could be counted on the fingers in one hand. Cain was clearly in high esteem by the collapsing lightning duke, and it would not be odd for someone of his talent to be groomed to become the next sector duke. If that was the case, they had to establish their connection with him now, or it would be too late by the time he rose to a higher position in the empire. The fourth Imperial Prince's face showed nothing, but a sharp glint appeared in his eyes as he stared at the second Imperial Princess. Those words did not harm Cain at all but would make everybody else go after him, and it was not like there was a proper relationship between the two that could withstand that pressure. Cain was also smart enough to detect the intention of the second Imperial Princess, but he did not care. He did not bother with the schemes and machinations of the Imperial children. After that toast, normal conversation returned, but people's eyes kept turning to Cain. He had already become the center of attention. Young hero Lorifer, people keep praising your skills, so why don't you give us a little demonstration? I am sure we would all like to see your feats. The fourth Imperial Prince and the rest of his group could not help but frown as they heard that, and he was not alone. The third Imperial Prince was asking for Cain to entertain them while they ate, which was extremely rude. Kamel, you should consider your words. Ha ha ha, brother, there is no need to react so fiercely to such a small proposition. Kamel, the third Imperial Prince, smiled as he uttered those words. He did not like all the fame Cain was getting, so he wanted to humiliate this one a little. Cain's eyes were cold as he stared at the third Imperial Prince, and he spoke with a cold voice. I am not a clown, nor do I play tricks. I think the third Imperial Prince is mistaking me for his friends. Kamel's eyes widened, and a flash of rage appeared in them when he heard that. He knew that Cain might refuse him, but he did not expect him to be so bold as to utter those words. The rest of the imperial princes and princesses were also surprised, and while they did not care about the reaction of the third imperial prince, all of them turned to the crown prince, wondering how he would react. Ha 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 ha. A thunderous laughter echoed across the hall, but it did not come from the crown prince but from the man on his right, a member of the Deus Behemoth race. After his laughter finished, he jumped out of his seat and into the middle of the room before pointing his finger at Cain. You are a true man. My name is Desmond Zanginis. Let's fight to see who is stronger. Cain frowned again since the man's words were not any less rude than those of the third imperial prince. However, before he could jump to conclusions, he heard the voice of the fourth imperial prince in his mind. Brother Cain, it is normal for members of the young generation of the Deus Behemoth race to challenge others at any time. Actually, they only challenge worthy warriors and can be considered a sign of respect. Cain glanced at Klaus, and the coldness in his eyes vanished as he heard that. While the young man from the Deus Behemoth race was a little rude, he showed respect according to what his elders had taught him since childhood. A complicated expression appeared on Cain's face as he did not know how to act. He was not interested in showing off his abilities, but that smile full of fighting spirit in the Deus Behemoth race was not easy to ignore. After a moment, he stood up and clasped his hands before bowing slightly. I am flattered by that proposition, but it would not be wise for us to fight in this place. After all, this is a sacred place, and we would not want to damage it. Desmond's brows rose as he looked around. In his home, all places, regardless of their use, were adapted to endure a battle, but that was clearly not the case here. He could not help but frown before turning toward the crown prince. Old man, could you do something about it? You are very powerful and could easily reinforce this place. People were a little surprised by how Desmond referred to the crown prince, but this one seemed not to care and only showed a small smile before putting his hand over the ground, and the next second, his astral wave reinforced the tables, floor, and every other part of the hall. Cain's eyes widened as he saw the mastery of the crown prince over wave cloak since it was like nothing he had ever seen before. However, he had other troubles since Desmond's smile grew even wider as this one focused on him with pure fighting will. Colonel Lorifer, it would be a great honor to see the skills of a soldier of the Imperial Lightning Fort. The second Imperial Princess rose from her seat, clasped her hands, and spoke to Cain. Unlike the third prince, her request was done with solemnity and respect while at the same time hinting it was in the name of the Imperial Lightning Fort's fame. Ah! Cain could only sigh in his mind before jumping past the tables. Although he could find a way to excuse himself from the battle, it was not worth the effort. Since this is a friendly encounter, I suggest we refrain from using any form of external energy output and only activate our wave cloak to its basic state. The crown prince, second princess, and fourth prince softly nodded as they heard Cain's words since that arrangement would avoid dangerous wounds and allow this one to hide his core techniques. Desmond, on the other hand, was much simpler. Since it was indeed a friendly fight, there was nothing wrong with limiting their energy output, not to mention that as a member of the Deus Behemoth race, he was fine with only using his fists and legs. Fine by me. Desmond did not waste time and immediately unleashed his astral wave cloak, generating a strong air pulse across the hall. He was a late wave champion and did not reach that state too long ago, but his astral wave's output was not much weaker than someone about to become a wave king. Clearly, the young man was a genius, and the bloodline aura he unleashed gave everybody a clear sense of his lineage's power. Cain was also surprised by the young man's power but did not lose his calm as he unleashed his astral wave. While the potency of his astral wave cloak was weaker, it was still much stronger than what an average middle wave champion could release. Desmond smiled as he felt the power of Cain's body and clasped his hands before performing a bow. Cain responded to the courtesy similarly, lowering his head as a sign of respect to his opponent. As soon as both men raised their faces, their eyes shone with blue and red light. Boom! A blast echoed across the hall as Cain and Desmond clashed, both being pushed back before flashing back into the fray. Cain sent a lightning-fast kick aimed for Desmond's head, his leg not only carrying an immense speed but also a great force. Desmond's pupil dilated as he saw that kick. With uncanny reflexes, He swagged back, generating a 90 degrees angle with the upper side of his body, narrowly avoiding Kane's devastating kick. It was a move executed with such precision that it left everybody in awe. It was clear that the young man's battle instincts were top-notch. However, that was more than just racial gifts. These skills were not born out of innate talent but had clearly been honed after years of hard work. Desmond seized the opening created by Kane's missed kick. Instantly, he countered with a lightning-quick punch aimed at Kane's midsection. The strike landed with unerring accuracy, driving the breath from Kane's lungs as he staggered backward. The people in the hall gasped at the incredible speed and precision of Desmond's counterattack. Kane's eyes narrowed as he was pushed back, and he clenched his teeth as the red light in his eyes grew stronger, forcing his diaphragm to relax and his lungs to work again. It was just a small clash, but it was enough for him to understand the might of Desmond's martial skills. Kane was genuinely surprised. Although it had been less than 2 years, his mastery over the blood flow fury had advanced immensely, yet Desmond's martial arts were even mightier. Of course, that did not mean Kane would just give up. You could face an enemy with greater martial skills in several ways. He quickly regained his composure and launched himself back into the fray. His fists and feet became a blur of motion as he unleashed a flurry of strikes at Desmond. Each punch and kick was aimed with pinpoint accuracy, seeking out vulnerabilities in Desmond's defenses. Desmond remained calm and composed as he pushed his skill to the peak, blocking those blows, but it was not easy since the combinations were endless, and more than once, he had to step back or else suffer a fierce blow. His movements were deliberate and controlled, a testament to his years of training. He deftly parried Kane's strikes with well-timed blocks and evasive maneuvers. It was a display of martial finesse that showcased his incredible skill. As the battle raged on, Kane's heartbeat quickened, and his skin took on a fiery, crimson hue. It was as though an inner fire had been ignited within him, infusing his movements with even greater speed and power. He had activated Asura form, pushing his physical might to the next level as he triggered second gear. His strikes came faster and harder as he continued to press the attack, but that was not all since he also sent several feints to confuse his opponent. Desmond's heartbeat, in contrast, slowed, and his face took on a pale, serene expression. It was a stark contrast to the intensity of Kane's raging heart. Everybody present had a high enough cultivation to understand the reason for that lower heartbeat. While it diminished the speed at which the blood ran through his veins, the strength at which it did it was much higher, not to mention it helped the young man remain composed. Desmond's blows gained immense brute power while Kane's speed rose to a whole new level. The imperial princes, princesses, and their escorts watched in utter fascination as the battle between these two martial masters reached its zenith. Kane's movements were a blur of crimson, his attacks relentless and unyielding. Desmond, with his slowed heartbeat and unwavering composure, countered with stoic resolve that seemed unbreakable. The clash of their opposing forces was a mesmerizing dance of martial prowess. Kane's strikes came like a storm, with each blow a testament to his newfound speed and power. Desmond's defenses held firm, and his counterattacks were executed with flawless precision and immense brute force. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as Desmond found an opening in Kane's attack and performed a double strike directly on his chest, sending him flying to the other side of the room. Young man from the Deus Behemoth race. The fourth Imperial Prince's voice echoed across the hall, carrying a booming power as he shouted at Desmond, rage flashing in his eyes. Although the attack did not have an excessive wave, and Desmond did not break the rules, there was a silent battle skill within that attack, and both fists landed squarely above Kane's heart. Such an attack was inappropriate for a friendly fight, so Klaus acted with rage toward Damien, a sentiment shared by most of the Imperial princes and princesses. Regardless of their closeness to Kane, they would always side with their race. However, not everyone thought the same. Haha, Brother Klaus, there is no need to lose composure. Young Desmond didn't do it on purpose. It was a mistake in the heat of the battle, so there is no need for fuss. Shut up. The third prince had just finished speaking when someone shouted at him, and it was none other than the person he was trying to defend. Desmond glanced coldly at the third imperial prince. I don't need the help of two-faced people like you. Rage was evident in Desmond's voice as he uttered those words. While a part of it was meant for the third imperial prince, who attempted to speak in his stead, most of it was meant for himself. He understood he made a mistake, but the thrill of the battle had been so immense that, for a moment, he forgot it was a friendly fight, which incited that strike to the heart. Desmond soon shook his head and waved his hand, producing a red flower from his space ring, ready to walk toward Kane when a bursting red force field emerged from the clashing zone. Kane's ego wave flooded the hall for a moment, allowing everyone to feel the might of his willpower. It shocked everyone. There was immense coldness and brutality in that willpower, something no 17-year-old boy should possess. The imperial princesses and princes turned to the clash and saw Kane calmly standing up. There was a hole in his robe, but other than a small bruise, there was no wound in his chest at all. Once again, the group was shocked. They felt the power of Desmond's blow, and for it to leave such a minor wound, it meant that Kane's body must be more durable than silver wave artifacts. Kane's eyes were cold as he stared at Desmond, but then they narrowed as he saw the red plant in his hand and felt its potent healing power. He immediately figured out Desmond's intention and couldn't help but sigh. Ah, you need to control your emotions and thrill for battle, or else you would only be a liability on the battlefield. Desmond snapped out of his surprise and shook his head before adopting a solemn attitude, clasping his hands and performing a deep bow. I am sorry for my rude behavior. Those words not only surprised Kane but everyone else as well. Desmond's arrogance was evident to all from the moment he appeared, but they saw he was also willing to bow to a complete stranger after making a mistake. Kane couldn't help but smile as he saw that and retracted his ego wave. People who were upfront and honest were the ones he liked the most, as it was easier to be around them, and he didn't need to be looking around for their true intentions constantly. Since you are so respectful, I should do the same. Kane spoke those words as he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Desmond and the others were confused, but when Kane opened his eyes again, everyone felt he had changed, and his aura grew much more dangerous. I admit that you surpass me when it comes to pure martial arts. But now, my eyes are truly open. Desmond did not understand what Kane meant by those words, but he couldn't help but feel he could hide nothing from the young man. His eyes grew sharp as he pushed his willpower to the limit before attacking again. Boom! The young man from the Deus Behemoth race sent the same attack that Kane had barely been capable of defending himself against before, but the outcome was completely different. A counterpunch landed straight on Desmond's jaw, raising his body from the ground, only for a kick to land on his stomach the next second, sending his body hurtling through the air. Desmond managed to regain control of his body very fast, but as he landed on the ground, there was confusion in his eyes. Kane's speed was the same as before, so he did not understand how this one could perform such a flawless counter. Not allowing the shock to overcome him, Desmond's eyes grew sharp as he flashed forward, using the impulse to send a kick toward Kane's head. A punch landed on his knee before the leg could even rise, pushing the kick down. Desmond's eyes widened, but he did not stop and sent an elbow strike toward Kane's head. However, Kane had already moved from that position, and the next thing he felt was a sharp blow beneath his armpit. The pain had not even faded before an uppercut landed on his jaw, and this time, a tornado kick landed on his back, sending him hurtling away once again. Those blows were impressive but lacked power behind them, so Desmond was able to regain control very fast, but that did not diminish the confusion in his eyes. He did not understand what was happening, nor did most people in the hall. However, all those who witnessed the battle between Kane and Zima could recognize the transformation. Although the Blood Champion was significantly faster and stronger, Kane managed to effortlessly overcome him. It was a battle style that none of them had seen before and operated upon principles that even the mighty Imperial children could not comprehend. Yet, there was one of them whose eyes glowed with a meaningful light as he spoke to the entire hall. He is predicting your movements. The tension of your muscles, the contraction of your tendons, and the flow of your energy. Somehow, Colonel Lorifer can perceive them and react to them, theoretically foreseeing every attack you make before you even perform it. Kane's eyes narrowed as he looked back and locked gazes with the Crown Prince. The man had merely observed his moves once and managed to decipher the principle behind the power of the flow. Terrifying. This thought crossed Kane's mind as he stared at the Crown Prince, but he didn't realize that the others thought the same thing when they watched him fight. Being able to perceive all that information was shocking, but reacting at such high speed that it seemed almost automatic was incredible. Desmond nodded toward the Crown Prince, and while he now understood how Kane did it, it didn't change the fact that he had no way to conceal his movements from him. However, he wasn't hopeless, and his eyes soon hardened as he found the answer. The young behemoth clenched his fist and teeth as he calmly walked toward Kane. Kane noticed the change in the young man and knew he could not lower his guard. He saw a punch coming toward his face, but not only was it slow, the power behind it was weak, so much so that he could counter it even without the flow. What is he attempting? Kane frowned but could do little more than dodge and counter it, landing a blow on Desmond's chest. Yet, at that point, he felt a sharp pain in his ribs and saw Desmond's fist on his chest. While Kane's fists landed on Desmond's sternum, this one attacked the ribs. Since the young behemoth knew he couldn't overcome Kane, he chose to attack when Kane could not counter. While this tactic meant receiving a lot of damage, and his attack lacked momentum since he would have wanted Kane's attack to land first, Desmond was fine with that exchange. The surprise in Kane's eyes soon turned into a fierce smile as he saw the battle intent in the eyes of the behemoth and didn't hesitate to unleash an onslaught of strikes. Desmond didn't attempt to dodge them, instead absorbing them and using every blow to send one of his own. Any semblance of martial skill vanished from the battle as the duo simply exchanged blow after blow. Desmond's attacks lacked power, but due to his racial advantage, his body was highly resilient. Of course, Kane's constitution did not fall behind and could endure Desmond's blows without moving a single step back. The fight lasted a few minutes before Kane jumped several meters away from the behemoth. There were bruises all over his body, and while they were minor, considering the hardness of his body, it was still shocking to see them. Desmond was not much better, but the young man's fighting spirit didn't fade, and his smile was still present. Kane stared at Desmond for a moment before relaxing his body. I didn't want to show it so soon, but I guess it's fine. Kane's eyes grew sharp as he stared at Desmond before taking a deep breath, and the power of his ego wave burst, flooding his veins and heart with golden flames full of life force. Tell me, just how hard is your skull and upper neck? Desmond was slightly confused by that question but answered instinctively, very hard. He was already at the late wave champion level and was a member of the Deus behemoth race, so his skeletal structure was inherently more robust than humans. I see, then you'll be fine. Kane only uttered those words before his skin grew redder than ever before. His heartbeat grew monstrously powerful, so much so that it began to affect the heartbeats of others in the room. Some were too weak to endure it, and blood began to leak from the corner of their mouths. Desmond's eyes widened as his instincts screamed, and he immediately raised his guard. He knew that something extremely dangerous was coming. Asura form. Third gear. Boom. Those words had barely echoed across the room when a massive sonic boom resounded throughout the hall. Desmond saw Kane appear before him in an instant. The young behemoth could do nothing to avoid a kick landing on the right side of his jaw. Before he could process the strike, another kick landed on his left temple. Desmond instinctively attempted to move back, but that only made things worse. Along with the initial kicks, a third landed on the back of his skull. There were afterimages of Kane around Desmond, 3 of them to be exact, and it was like each of them was striking at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. By the time people heard those 3 blasts, Kane was already 10 meters past Desmond, and everyone watched as the behemoth trembled momentarily before falling to the ground, eyes wide open. Desmond was still conscious since Kane had purposefully contained the strength of those kicks. Still, they shook his brain with such force that he couldn't move and lay defeated on the ground. There was nothing short of awe and amazement in his eyes, as the strike was truly marvelous. Kane showed a faint smile, but then his body trembled, and he could not help but cough a mouthful of blood. His knees could not resist, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Even with radiance of life, the backlash of third gear was a little too much, but luckily, the damage was not significant, and Kane immediately began to stand up. I can withstand the power of third gear thanks to biofusion Herculean technique, but the backlash is still too much. Regarding the series of kicks, it was Kane's expansion in the Asura techniques. While Blood Revolution had immense power as it flawlessly used Kane's torque, it first needed to paralyze the opponent. Asura kick had less power, and while it required third gear to achieve the necessary speed to perform those 3 kicks virtually simultaneously, Kane did not need any preparation to use it. Silence reigned in the hall as people were still stunned by the attack. Kane had limited himself to Wave Cloak, yet he achieved a speed greater than hypersonic. Had he pushed his Wave Burst to its limit, he would have moved so fast that even those at the middle Wave King level couldn't keep up with him. Everyone also noticed the backlash, but if Kane could handle it, it wouldn't be a problem for him to defeat middle Wave Kings or even face those at the late level. Kane turned around and walked towards Desmond, placing his right hand on his head. Golden flames emerged from his palm, and everyone felt their healing power now they were exposed. Desmond immediately felt his body healing, and he managed to stand up again in a few moments. Amazing, that technique, it's based on your heartbeat, am I right? Those were the first words from Desmond as he managed to stand. The fact he lost the battle mattered little since it was a friendly fight. Moreover, one can often learn more from defeat than victory. Kane stared at the young man for a moment before nodding. Excellent. Are you willing to share it with me? Of course, I will pay handsomely for it and vow not to share it with anyone without your permission. Once again, the cultural differences between humankind and the behemoth race were evident. Techniques were guarded in the Godslayer humankind. Even if exchanged, it wasn't done openly. However, to Desmond, there was nothing wrong with it. For him, knowledge was meant to be shared, and doing business in the shadows was problematic. Kane was about to reject the proposition, but then his eyes narrowed as he remembered the blood flower that Desmond had taken before. It had immense blood vitality and was perfect to help him improve his blood core and advance in blood rebirth. We can talk later. Desmond did not press the subject and nodded. Even if Kane did not want to share the technique, there was nothing wrong with it. You should be careful with those types of transactions, young Colonel. Those techniques crafted by humans should not be passed lightly, even to allies. You should not put your master in a difficult position. Once again, the one speaking was the third Imperial Prince. The man was having difficulty suppressing his anger toward Kane and could not stand that he was being the center of attention, so he took the first chance to strike. Although his words were clearly ill-willed, they had a certain truth since any sane technique, no matter how weak, was a treasure. Just sharing them, even among the members of your own race, was done carefully, much less with allies of other races. Nevertheless, the Imperial princes and princesses turned angrily toward the third Imperial prince. Even if they understood his thoughts, speaking them aloud in front of the Behemoth and Machinum races' geniuses was a great mistake. Kane only stared at the third Imperial prince and was already done with the man. Since there was no way they would have a good relationship and the animosity between them was clear, he did not need to be polite. I don't need to explain my actions to you. The third Imperial prince's eyes widened as he heard that, and just as he was about to lash out, the Crown Prince looked at him. At first, he was confused, but then he saw how Desmond and the Machinarium race genius were looking at him. Regardless of his mistakes, people always turn a blind eye to any fault in his words, but it seemed he would not be so lucky this time. Kane did not care and simply walked to his seat. Desmond should have done the same but stared at the Crown Prince before clasping his hands and performing a slight bow. Crown Prince, I am thankful for your invitation, but I would prefer to sit where there is no clear animosity toward my people. The third prince could only lower his head since he did not want anyone to see the poisonous loath in his eyes as he heard Desmond's words. The Crown Prince only nodded and did not say a word. On the other hand, Desmond turned toward the fourth prince, who immediately rose from his seat. Young friend, if you are willing, we would love to have you by our side. Desmond smiled before sitting next to Kane. While a tense atmosphere appeared in the hall, talk soon regained in the room. As the meeting was reaching its end, a voice echoed across the hall, and it came from the side of the second princess. It was a young woman with a cultivation at the peak of the Wave Champion stage. Colonel Kane, I might not see you again, so I wonder if you would like a little sparring with me. My name is Yordana Manixit, second daughter of the Imperial Prime Minister. Although in a noble hierarchy, the title of Prime Minister might not sound like much, it could not be farther from the truth when it came to the Godslayer humankind empire. The emperor was chosen according to the rule of the jungle by the strongest one taking that position. While that would grant security to the empire, it did not mean it would do well in terms of economics or infrastructure. That was where the prime minister came in. He was chosen not by his strength but by his mind and wisdom. And while he might not be as powerful as a titan, there were 7 divine ascendants cultivators at his command at any moment, ready to follow his instructions without hesitation. The prime minister's responsibility surpassed the emperor's in certain aspects, so his power and influence were also astronomical. As the daughter of such a man, Jordana's status and reputation were actually not any less than that of the imperial children. Cain stared at the woman and recognized her status, but still, he softly shook his head. He was already tired and was no longer in the mood for fighting. "I am sorry, but I'm all tapped out already." The young woman seemed to expect that, but she did not give up so easily. "I am trying to prove the might of my illusion skills, and there is no better sparring partner than someone like you. Of course, I do not expect it to be free, and I heard you have a knack for bets." Cain's eyes grew sharp as he heard that, and a flash of his ego wave manifested. There were very few temptations that could affect his mind. Even the pleasures of the flesh were something he could control without a problem. However, as his power rose, gambling became his weak point. The notion of gaining massive wealth by proving his superiority was something he felt attracted to. Of course, he did not simply accept and first had to know the stakes. "What would you be betting?" Jordana showed a radiant smile as she heard those words. She might have had a refined aura but was still young and wanted to test herself, raising her name for all to hear, and what better way than to fight what some consider among the greatest monsters of the new generation, Cain Lorifer. "I heard your natural holy weapon shattered when you performed that magnificent strike against the High Blood Elder. I have contacts and could get one of the greatest wave crafters of the Silver City to take a look at it to see if it could be fixed." Cain's eyes immediately glowed with excitement as he heard that. Although he could get a great treasure at the end of his arcane noble ceremony, he did not want to give up on slaughter. "So, if I win, you will give me the contact?" Jordana immediately shook her head before showing a radiant smile. "I will get you in contact regardless of the winner. However, if you win, I will cover the price, while if you lose, it would be up to you to pay for it." The second imperial princess couldn't help but smile as she heard that. She was very careful with every step she took, and that included the people around her. Unlike the fools around the third imperial prince, she only picked people worthy of her trust and friendship, and no one was better than Jordana. While it was a fight with a bet, Jordana made sure to keep a good relationship with Cain regardless of the outcome. The fourth imperial prince kept smiling but silently, there was a sharp light in his eyes. He couldn't help but envy the people around his sister since they were all magnificent in their own way. Cain's thoughts were much more straightforward. He smiled before jumping into the hall's center and glancing at Jordana. "Then I am more than happy for this battle." Jordana also smiled, but a solemn expression soon replaced it as she smoothly sailed into the center of the hall, putting distance between her and Cain. While she wanted this fight, she was aware of just how powerful the opponent was and knew a single mistake would be enough to end the battle. "Second princess, if you could." The second imperial princess softly nodded before putting her hand on the table, extending her essence wave into every corner of the hall, just like the crown prince had done before. While the power of her wave cloak was weaker, it was still impressive since she was only a late wave king. "Are you both ready?" Cain silently nodded while Jordana's eyes began to glow with blue light, showing an ego wave equal to a middle wave king. Clearly, the woman was strong, but Cain showed no fear as his pupil began to contract, ready to finish everything as fast as possible. "Begin." Thump. The second imperial princess's voice had just emerged as a powerful heartbeat echoed across the hall as Cain pushed his body to third gear, flashing at hypersonic speed toward Jordana. As a peak essence wave champion, Jordana would not be able to hold on in a melee battle against Cain, and there was not much space to move in the tiny hall, but she did not need it as the blue light in her eyes exploded and the bracelet in her hand burst with power. Spectral illusion style. Drowning world. Those words had just come from Jordana's mouth when everybody saw Cain freezing in front of the young woman less than a meter away. His eyes twitched as his ego wave burst with all its power as if facing a great might. Jordana was also unmoving, but her eyes were as sharp as a blade, as a combination of ego wave and essence wave emerged from them with more and more power by the second. The imperial children in the room could not help but feel awe at the technique as they understood its power. It was more than an illusion technique that made you see things, since Jordana sought to trap the illusion realm, a place where she had absolute control. Of course, her cultivation was far from enough to create an illusion realm of her own, so she used the one inside her bracelet as a medium for her technique. Jordana was burning more and more of her energy, using all her power to trap Cain's mind, but he ferociously fought back, relying on his incredibly mighty ego wave. No one said a word as they all waited to see what would happen. Jordana began to bleed from her mouth, making it clear that the mental pressure she was withstanding was monstrous, but she clenched her fists as her bracelet glowed with even greater power. Cain's eyes trembled, and the next second, they seemed to lose their light as his consciousness fell into the illusion realm. A smile appeared on the second imperial princess when she saw that. While Jordana relied on her holy weapon, she still came up victorious, or at least that was what she thought until Cain's hand moved. Under the shocked sight of everybody, Cain's right hand moved forward, grabbing Jordana's neck and beginning to squeeze with so much strength that the young woman's face immediately turned pale. The Crown Prince, Second Imperial Princess, and Fourth Imperial Prince had the highest cultivation, so they could see that while most of the light in Cain's eyes had vanished, there was still a tiny red dot in them. That fraction of willpower was enough to command the young man's right arm, making him strangle Jordana. People in the hall were at a loss since they did not know how to process. While Jordana had managed to trap Cain's consciousness, which would generally mean the end of the battle, he was currently strangling her, and she would pass out in minutes. The Second Imperial Princess and the Fourth Imperial Prince silently nodded, allowing the battle to continue. It would be up to the fight in the illusion realm to determine the winner. If Jordana managed to crush Cain's spirit before suffocating, the young man's body would collapse. Klaus and the Second Imperial Princess would only interfere if a severe problem arose. While inside the hall, Cain was strangulating Jordana, things were much different in the illusion realm. After Jordana pulled Cain's consciousness out of his mind, the duo found themselves in a small world with nothing but raging water and dark skies. And the first thing that happened was Cain succumbing to the waves and plunging into the darkness. Jordana stood in the sky like always, but unlike every other time she found herself in her illusion realm, she was now pale and having difficulty breathing. How did he move his body after I took his consciousness into this place? What kind of willpower is that to move even when there is no mind controlling your flesh and blood? Her heart could not stop racing as she felt her own mind going foggy due to the lack of oxygen and blood reaching her brain, but she did not give up. I need to break his spirit. Once that happens, he will lose consciousness, and I will have defeated the legendary hero of the Blood Sea Civil War. Even if the person knew it was an illusion, that did not mean they could endure it. The one inside those dark waters would feel an overwhelming sense of helplessness and terror. The innate human fear of suffocation and drowning would lead to extreme panic and struggle for air, inducing a crippling fear. Every emotion would be magnified by a factor of 10, while at the same time, your rational mind would grow numb, pushing you faster and faster to a total mental breakdown. Jordana's face was cold as she focused on the dark, chaotic water, waiting to see Cain fighting for air as the waves submitted him to greater and greater pressure, but the only things she received were two red eyes full of calmness and coldness. I am impossible. Jordana could not believe what she was seeing. She was not a flower in a garden like the Fourth Azure Prince and had faced great tribulations throughout her young life, more than once fighting people who sought her life. However, none of them were able to respond with that type of eyes when drowning inside her illusion realm. In all fairness to Jordana and her cultivation technique, the power of her illusion realm was nothing short of amazing, and it had the ability to affect even seasoned killers with the willpower of Wave Kings. Unfortunately for her, Cain's mind had undergone an evolution in terms of endurance not too long ago as he faced nightmarish states that were hundreds of times more horrible and crippling than these dark waters. Cain did not simply keep composure as the red light in his eyes grew more and more powerful, and the next second, his body began to tremble as red flames emerged from him. Jordana's eyes widened as she saw that, and panic appeared on her face. By looking at their expression, one would never guess that the master of this realm was the young woman and not the drowning man. Once your consciousness was trapped inside an illusion realm, it did not really mean instant defeat. If you managed to regain control over your physical manifestation inside the realm, as Cain did, you could use your willpower to affect the surroundings. Of course, it was easier said than done since not only would it require you to have greater willpower than your enemy but also a super domain over your ego wave and alter ego. Luckily for Cain, he fulfilled both categories, and it did not take long for the red flames to completely cover his body, transforming him into a small red sun. The waters began to boil as the sky turned red due to the fire that flooded the ocean. Jordana's eyes were full of awe and terror as she saw her illusion realm crumbling around her, and it did not take long for her own flesh to feel like it was burning. Without warning, the world trembled for a second before both of them found themselves in the middle of the hall. Cain's eyes adjusted to the light as he shook his head, trying to regain his focus, and saw the fourth Imperial Prince beside him, with a hand behind his back. That was not really important since, in front of him, the second Imperial Prince was helping Jordana, kneeling on the ground, clean the blood from her eyes. Surprise appeared in Cain's eyes, but he soon understood what was happening. While a medium could be used to form the illusion realm, such as Jordana's bracelet, her mind still kept the illusion in place. That put a lot of stress on her mind, but the fact that Cain was suffocating her in the real world while at the same time burning her physical projection inside the illusion realm was a heavy blow. The second princess and the fourth Imperial Prince must have intervened to quietly break the illusion realm, or Jordana would have suffered severe damage if it just shattered. Cain felt the eyes of the second princess focusing on him as she helped Jordana, but he just glanced back at the woman. It was not his fault that things had escalated to this point since Jordana's lack of awareness put her in danger. I must admit that you are indeed worthy of being a new legend, Colonel Lorifer. Before things could escalate, Jordana spoke to Cain while softly nodding. She knew of the danger of her technique but was too confident. Since the one that ended up all bloodied said it was fine, no one else uttered a word about it, but all eyes still focused on Cain as he returned to his seat. Not only did he have a body capable of fighting early Wave King without using Wave Burst, but his mind was so strong that he could overcome an enemy's illusion realm. The third Imperial Prince had remained quiet after his fiasco that led to Desmond moving to the fourth Imperial Prince's side, but he could not stand as people kept talking about Cain and sought to change the subject. By the way, older sister, I heard that the man by your side left as none other than Mr. White. Upon hearing the words of the third Imperial Prince, people in the hall turned to a middle-aged man by the side of the second Imperial Princess. He was an early Wave King, and his aura was not impressive, which was why he had not drawn attention before, but all the presents recognized the White name. White was a renowned family name in the Genetic Coder Association, and the one that the third prince referred to as Mr. White was the grandson of the current association head. His full name was Marlon White, and he had not only become a Saint genetic coder but also reached the 3-star designation, being able to craft wave viruses that could help even those at the apotheosis realm. Marlon knew how to maintain composure as someone born into a long line of genetic coders. Despite his talent, his eyes had no arrogance since his elders always taught him that complacency was the key to failure. The second princess showed a calm smile as she softly nodded. Mr. White doesn't like the spotlight, so I did not introduce him. Nevertheless, I am delighted to have such a distinguished Saint genetic coder among my escort and one whose talent is clearly at the Empire's zenith. The third Imperial Prince smiled as the subject began to change, but his smile faded quickly as Mr. White's words immediately soured his mood. I thank the young lady for her compliments, but I am far from being a great genius in Silver City, and even in this hall, I do not dare to call myself the one with the highest talent in genetic coding. People were surprised by those words, and as they followed Marlon's eyes, they were shocked to see that he was focusing on Cain. They couldn't believe that someone so young, who clearly focused his mind on his martial foundation, could also be a great genetic coder. The fourth prince remained silent but couldn't help but internally sigh. When the third Imperial Prince praised Marlon for his genetic coding abilities, he remained quiet since he wanted Kane's status as a master genetic coder to remain a mystery until the tournament. Yet, the cat was already out of the bag. Kane stared at the middle-aged man, and his eyes narrowed. Unlike the fourth Imperial Prince, it seemed that Marlon had a pretty good measurement of his genetic coding abilities. I am impressed that you know my name and abilities since I have never contacted the Genetic Coder Association before. Although Kane did not have a problem with people seeing his skills, that did not mean he was fine with those investigating him. Marlon did not lose his composure and took a sip of his drink before speaking. The association not only serves to train geniuses but also keeps an eye on those with the talent to become a danger in the future. A 17-year-old man capable of crafting Saint Wave viruses falls into that category. The Imperial children and all the escorts stared at Kane like a monster, but things only escalated as Marlon continued. Especially if it is someone focusing mostly on his cultivation and training in another profession such as Hypnosis Master to the pseudo-saint level. If before they were surprised, now there was utter shock assaulting the people's hearts in the hall. The eyes focused on Kane had grown from surprise to utter and unfathomable shock. There was no way to describe Kane other than a monster since his feats were simply too extraordinary. Even the fourth Imperial Prince who had investigated Kane was surprised to learn that this one was also a pseudo-saint Hypnosis Master. While there was evident happiness in Klaus' face to have a person like that by his side, his eyes immediately narrowed as he saw the light in the second Imperial Princess and Crown Prince. Clearly, both of them would like to have such a promising youth by their side, and Klaus knew he needed to pull Kane into his inner circle fast, or else this one would be gone. Kane didn't care about the effect of his feats on the hearts of others or the thoughts of the Imperial children, but his eyes narrowed as he gazed at Marlon, and there was a flash of coldness in them. Marlon noticed them, and while he remained calm, there was a silent smile as he was pleased with his effect on Kane. The third Imperial Prince clenched his teeth as he saw how the conversation once again turned towards Kane, and this time, it did not change until the end of the Imperial feast. The Imperial feast was finally over, and people had come back to their residences. Everybody had left with whom they arrived except for Desmond, who had returned to the fourth Imperial Prince's castle with Kane. The duo had business to attend to. Luckily for Kane and Desmond, Klaus was happy to let them use his castle's conference room to discuss business. As for Jordana, that was something Kane would take care of tomorrow since they would go together to the Wave Crafter. There was no such thing as the best type of weapon, it was only the one that suited you most, which was why Kane would have to speak with the crafter before the work started. Not bothering with the transactions of tomorrow, Kane focused on Desmond. Although the two had a good relationship, business and friendship were very different things. Asura form is a skill that does not require using astral wave as a trigger but uses your ego wave's control over your physical functions. It enhances the heartbeat considerably, enhancing your speed and also improving the secretions of hormones that improve your physical condition. First gear can be used without much problem as long as you have a solid foundation, and even those on the essence evolution path of power could use it if they trained a good enough auxiliary technique. However, to safely use second gear, you must at least have evolved with Void Marrow. Even then, there is a backlash, so I do not recommend its use for extended periods unless you have a healing skill. Third gear pushes your heartbeat to the absolute limit of your heart and blood vessels. I trained a skill that enhances my flesh and blood to be as durable as silver wave artifacts, yet I could barely use it for a second before nearly collapsing. Regardless of your cultivation, there is no limit or weakness in its power. Even a Titan could use first gear and obtain an upgrade to his speed and torque. However, the same can be said about the backlash since it does not depend on your cultivation base but the power of your physique and foundation. Desmond kept a calm expression, but internally, he was beyond shocked. He had seen the technique's power and knew it was stunning, but to learn there was no cultivation base default to it was incredible. Just that raised Asura form's value to something he found hard to contemplate. I see, indeed, an awe-inspiring skill. I have a lot of assets, but I would like to know what you need first. Instead of just revealing his wealth, Desmond first wanted to know Kane's needs. That way, he could negotiate from a better standpoint. Kane did not have a problem revealing his needs since he already knew what Desmond wanted. I need resources that can help improve my blood rebirth. I am currently at the golden blood stage. Of course, I would like those with powerful blood vitality like the flower you took during our sparring. Desmond nodded. He had noticed the blood essence coursing through Kane's body during their battle, so he was not surprised that he wanted resources that carried blood vitality. Is that all? Kane was about to nod, but then a flash of light coursed through his eyes. My brute power is covered with blood hand and darkness infusion, and my defenses could not be higher than with biofusion Herculean technique, but there was one aspect in which my current skill reached its limit, and I need something better if I want to keep improving. Do you have a skill related to speed? Although Sonic Dash was fast, it had already lost its might for Kane's current need. Sonic Blade Fusion technique covered his cultivation needs flawlessly and granted great foundation, but its battle skills were no longer helpful. Desmond could not help but smile as he heard that since, in his space ring, he had what Kane wanted. Still, he remained calm and thought for a long time before taking out an apple and a starry gem. Kane's eyes narrowed as he saw the apple. It was similar to the flower, but its power was much more potent, and he could feel his blood vibrating just from its presence. There is a sacred tree in my family's home called Sangui's blood tree. Before, I took grasses that grew around it, but this one is an authentic fruit. It is precious, and my mother granted it to me before my journey toward Gaia with the Crown Prince. It has immense healing powers for Wave Kings, but it can also be used as a cultivation treasure, having a very potent effect on blood rebirth. Kane did not doubt Desmond's words since just one look was enough to tell him that the fruit was a treasure that even Wave Kings could only dream of. If he were to use it, pushing his blood rebirth to the peak of the golden stage would not be complicated. Of course, the fruit's power was immense, and ingesting too fast could lead to problems, but Kane was ready to take his time with it. Although the fruit was what he needed, Kane maintained control, and his eyes turned to the starry gem. Desmond noticed, and only then did he explain the same technique in it. Its name is Blood Wings. The technique transmutes the user's blood energy, creating ethereal wings that grant flight and immense power. The wings' flutter corresponds to the user's heartbeat, making them faster and more formidable with each pulsation. Although it is just a hypothesis, I believe it would integrate perfectly with your Asura form. It has 4 levels, with the first meant for Wave Champions, the second for Wave Kings, and the last 2 for those at the Apotheosis realm. Kane could not help but smile since the blood wings seemed to be truly perfect for him. It would integrate flawlessly with Asura form, pushing his speed to the next level. Kane considered things for a moment before softly nodding. I agree to exchange my Asura form with its 3 gears for the blood apple and your blood wings. Desmond was pleased with the transaction. Although blood wings was a powerful technique, it was not one of the secret techniques of the Titan level of his family, so he could exchange them if he thought it to be correct. He waved his hand, signaling for Kane to take them, but this one did not. We will need to wait a few hours since I cannot hand over a starry gem with Asura form to you right now. Desmond was a little surprised, but an idea soon came to his mind. Kane might have to speak with his master to secure a starry gem. Engraving a saint technique in a starry gem required more than just learning enough of it to use in battle. You must have reached complete mastery over it and understand its core principles. Desmond was smart enough not to put Kian in a complicated position with his master and simply nodded before standing up and storing the apple and starry gem. No problem. Then I will speak to you in the morning to finish the deal. With those words, Desmond left the room and went to the residence granted to him by the 4th Imperial Prince. He would remain there until the deal was done before returning with the Crown Prince. Although he had remained with the 4th Imperial Prince for the latter part of the Imperial Feast, he would not be so rude as to ignore the Crown Prince. He had just stayed away since he could not tolerate the presence of the 3rd Imperial Prince. Kane saw the young man leave, and only once he was utterly alone did he take out an empty starry gem from his space ring. He did not have to ask anyone's permission to pass down the Asura form with its 3 gears since he made it, and no one knew it better than him. However, if people wanted to speculate, he was more than happy to add mysticism to his background. As for the time asked to finish the deal, Kane needed a few hours to engrave the technique. After all, the information inscribed in the starry gem would be more than just words. He took a deep breath and put the gem on his forehead before sending his ego wave into it, slowly engraving the knowledge to practice Asura form all the way to the third gear. It took him several hours, but Kane was finally done by the time the sun was rising in the sky. Desmond was very punctual and came to meet him. Not wanting to waste time, Kane handed the starry gem to Desmond, and he did the same with the apple and blood wings. Both of them smiled as they stretched their hands before the Bahamut left. Kane wanted to test the power of the fruit and the skill, but he had other business. Kane left the castle of the fourth imperial prince, and he was not alone since Crane accompanied him. The middle-aged man might not have more information than Klaus about Silver City, but Kane could always rely on him to answer common questions about the places they would be visiting. As soon as Kane stepped out of the teleportation formation, he saw a young woman with short golden hair and green eyes waiting for him. The young woman was none other than Jordana, and she was not alone. Behind her was an old woman in a black suit. Although the old woman had wrinkles all over her face, her spine was still straight as an arrow, and vibrant power coursed through her veins. As expected from the daughter of the Prime Minister. She has an apotheosis realm master by her side, and I am sure a divine ascension cultivator must be ready to act in case of any danger. Kane's eyes grew sharp as he stared at the old woman before turning toward Jordana and softly nodding. A pleasure to meet you again. Ha ha ha, there is no need to be so stiff. I hope there is no ill will about the small fight. Jordana showed a radiant smile as she approached Kane with a friendly aura. Kane showed a small smile as he heard her words and softly shook his head. There is no ill will. I am grateful for your assistance. I am just not very experienced with the opposite sex, that is all. Oh, is that right? Jordana couldn't help but be surprised by those words, and she began to look at Kane with wonder. Kane had undergone flawless marrow washing, and his looks had improved tremendously over the last few years. Even if that were not the case, his demeanor and fame would be enough to captivate the hearts of countless women. However, just because people would be attracted to him did not mean he would do something about it. He wanted to keep his distance and thought inexperience would be a good deterrent and explain his distant approach better than saying he was not interested. The old woman behind Jordana focused on Kane, but just as she did that, the eyes of Kane went cold as he stared at her, a bursting red light appearing in them. Jordana was surprised by the sudden burst of willpower and began to look between Kane and the old woman. Did something happen? Kane's eyes soon returned to normal as he stared at Jordana and smiled before shaking his head. Nothing wrong. Shall we go? Jordana was a little confused and glanced at the old woman, but since none offered an explanation, she could only nod and guide Kane and Crane into another teleportation formation. The old woman did not remain behind and followed the group, but there was a sharpness in her eyes as she glanced at Kane. She had tried to probe the young man, but her invisible ego wave was discovered immediately. Such sharp instincts. No wonder Lord Prime Minister told me to keep an eye on his daughter. Being too close to the young man is not good since he dwells in dark waters. As a seasoned warrior, the old woman knew that those types of instincts and reactions could only come from a seasoned assassin, and those types of people were too dangerous in the mind of the Prime Minister. He could not stop his daughter from fulfilling her promise of helping Kane fix the natural holy weapon, but that was as far as he would allow their relationship to go. The teleportation formation glowed, and in the next second, the group's attention was immediately drawn to a massive pyramid in the distance. Like most structures in Eden, it was silver, and large pillars made of strange and magnificent materials surrounding it. Above the entrance of that magnificent pyramid was the word crafter. It was simple but projected powerful intent, and just gazing at it for too long would make those with weak minds imagine all sorts of armor and weapons filling the sky. Kane was surprised to see the place Jordana brought him to. He initially thought they would visit a reclusive wave crafter, but he had no idea they would come directly to the crafting association. Jordana smiled as she saw Kane's expression and calmly walked forward. The other three did the same, and as soon as they approached the pyramid, the pillars around them began to glow, flooding the air they breathed with powerful and pure energy. Cain felt the energy and was surprised to realize it contained blood essence. He turned to the pillars with awe as he realized they could analyze the energies inside their bodies and unleash something specifically beneficial for them. Amazing. Cain was genuinely impressed since the level of craft to do something like that was terrific. The pillars created a formation that was no less impressive than the one in Sundering Heaven Mountain. As he looked around, he saw people of all ages moving around the terrain. They seemed to enjoy the energy flooding the air, which allowed their energy pool to grow with little effort, enabling them to focus on their artifacts. All of them had silver robes covering their bodies, but they wore different types of armbands that seemed to depict their levels as wave crafters. Most of the people were young and had either bronze or silver armbands. It made sense that no one with golden armbands should be inside the pyramid where the energy should be even greater. Many people looked in their direction, but they mainly focused on Jordana. Cain was famous across the empire, but that was only among the great powers that witnessed the battle in Blood Sea. For everyone else, he was just a wave champion accompanied by a wave king. Cain didn't care about people ignoring him and simply walked with Jordana until they finally reached the entrance. It was at that moment that two figures emerged from the ground. One of them resembled a massive metal snake, and the other a humanoid figure made of silver plasma. Cain's eyes immediately narrowed as he felt the energy of the two puppets. They were stronger than Wave Kings. That realization made a strange smile appear on his face. Wave Kings are supposed to be powerhouses, but wherever I go, I find people with power above it. Even the guards protecting this pyramid are stronger. Cain just shook his head as a flash of red light emerged from his eyes. Although he knew he was far from the peak, he had grown a little complacent with his strength since it was indeed formidable, above 99% of the population. However, now he understood that Wave Kings were nothing special for true great powers. The two Apotheosis Realm puppets glanced at the four before their eyes focused on Jordana. Jordana Manixit, Grand Master Hortius is waiting for you. You and Colonel Lorifer are allowed to enter the Endless Pyramid, but your companions must remain outside so as not to interfere with the other Grand Masters. Jordana nodded, and she glanced at the old woman behind her. Granny Samantha, I will be going. The old woman nodded with a smile. She was not worried that something could happen to Jordana since she would be completely safe once inside the pyramid. Cain only glanced at Crane, and the latter nodded before stepping back. After that, Cain and Jordana crossed the gate into the tower and were immediately assaulted with a shocking sight. Jordana could control her reaction since it was not the first time she had visited the Endless Pyramid, but Cain's eyes widened as he saw that the space inside the pyramid was genuinely massive. Looking at it from the outside, the Endless Pyramid seemed to have a base of less than 1,000 meters, but the space inside was no smaller than a mountain range, with thousands of kilometers long and high. Such massive space was needed, considering the creations that Cain saw in mid-process. Some weapons resembled giant war tanks, and others were giant puppets that were not any less impressive than the ones built to guard the entrance to this place. In the center of the floor was a massive pillar of red and blue energy, one full of incredibly potent yang force and the other overflowing with yin energy. Large streams emerged from them, all going to the wave crafters, providing all the power they could need for their creations. The entire pyramid is a space treasure, completely isolated from the outside, and I am sure it had many more functions other than just supplying an endless stream of energy to the wave crafters. Jordana glanced at Cain, and this one nodded as they walked to the stairs. None of them made a sound as they rose higher, glancing at the magnificent creations around them until they finally reached their destination. Cain and Jordana moved through the start for nearly 20 minutes before finally reaching an open room where a 5-meter-tall man was hammering a massive piece of metal. Despite his size, the proportion of his body made one think of a dwarf due to his bulky frame. Jordana walked to the room's threshold, quietly sat outside, not uttering a word, and remained silent. Cain saw that and did the same, not willing to disrupt the man's work. Although he did not dare to use his ego wave to inspect Grandmaster Horan, nor did he use his scan force field, since the pyramid might pick it up, his eyes grew calm, and he triggered on the flow. While the flow allowed keen perception over the target, it depended on Cain alone and did not directly interfere with the body or energy movement of the target. Kane did not show it, but there was wonder in his mind as he saw the movements of the man's hammer. While it might seem simple and crude, he was actually engraving extremely complex magic matrices into the piece of metal, harnessing its power to the absolute limit. Hours carried on as Grandmaster Hortius kept striking the anvil, but Kane did not mind the wait as he was fascinated by the man's technique. Although his talent in wave crafting was not great, nor did he intend to learn, he was still engrossed in the essence of those hammer strikes since they had the power to temper things, erasing the impurities inside them. After finishing that craft, Hortius did not raise his head from the anvil. Strange pieces of metal began to emerge from his space ring, and he began to arrange them, forming what seemed to be an extremely complicated Rubik's Cube. Tell me, do you prefer the swift precision of the wind or the relentless crush of the mountain? Kane's eyes narrowed as he heard Grandmaster Hortius ask that question. The man did not raise his eyes and kept working on the Rubik's Cube, but Kane did not take the question lightly. I prefer the swift precision of the wind. Quick and untouchable. Kane always strived to have a body that could endure immense damage, which was why he was so glad to have a technique like Biofusion Herculean technique. Still, in all his fights, he always strived to strike with speed and precision that overpowered the enemy's defenses. Grandmaster Hortius kept working as he carried on with his questions. Agility and precision. A swift strike that decides the outcome before the adversary realizes it. What about your approach to adversity? Do you face it head-on or maneuver around, looking for the optimal moment to strike? Kane did not answer immediately since that was a tricky question for him. During military matters, he always took the lead, striking head-on the enemy in order to inspire his troops, but when facing enemies alone, he took the approach of an assassin. It depends on my position and the type of battle I am facing. Yet, in my purest form, I will say I assess the situation, find the weak point, and when I strike, it is to end the enemy's life. Grandmaster Hortius kept working on the Rubik's Cube, but a small smile appeared on his lips as he heard Kane's answer. A strategist. Interesting. Would you say you value subtlety and cunning over brute strength? I strive for brute strength, one that can inspire fear in my enemies, but I tend to face individuals who are always stronger than me in every sense of the word, yet I win by being smarter and willing to go even further than them. At that point, Grandmaster Hortius finished with the Rubik's Cube and finally raised his head, looking straight into Kane's eyes. What do you do when you are between a sword and a wall? Kane stared straight into the man's eyes as he answered the question. I push away the sword and strive forward, destroying everything in my path. What if the sword is stronger than you? Silence reigned after Grandmaster Hortius posed that question, as Kane just stared into the man's eyes. Jordana was by his side and could not help but frown. Isn't the answer obvious? You just have to break the wall behind you. That thought had just crossed the young woman's mind when she saw Kane's eyes burst with red light. If I strike, I cut. No matter the strength of my enemy's sword, I will sunder everything in my path. Jordana's eyes widened as she heard that answer. The moment she realized the sword was stronger than her, she immediately chose the path of escape. There was nothing wrong with escaping and biding your time until your strength rose if you were able to keep a strong will, but what would happen when escape was not an option? Good. Now let's see the might of your body and mind. Grandmaster Hortius threw the Rubik's Cube in front of Kane, and it immediately morphed into a 2-meter-tall silver metal mantis. Kane's eyes widened as he saw the battle puppet, and he immediately moved to the side as the mantis scythe came crashing down on him with a speed and strength that could have killed a normal wave champion. The battle puppet didn't wait even a millisecond before flashing after Kane again, this time aiming at his legs and neck at the same time. A flash of shock assaulted Kane's heart as he saw that flawless attack, but soon coldness emerged in his eyes as red light burst from them. He did not activate his astral wave since he knew this was a test and disrupting the energy flow of this place would be a mistake. Immediately, his heartbeat burst with power, but he did not use the increased speed to pull back. On the contrary, he flashed forward, using his entire body as a battering ram, striking the battle puppet's chest. Boom! Kane's body carried such momentum that it generated a blast upon crashing against the battle puppet, not different from the one of a missile striking a building. Since his body was as hard as a silver wave artifact, the strike would have crushed the bones of a standard wave champion. However, the battle puppet was pushed back less than 10 meters before regaining control over its body and flashing back into the fray. Kane and the battle puppet were in the thick of it, a blur of moves and countermoves, each trying to get the upper hand. It wasn't fancy or mythic. It was raw and pure, a clear-cut fight where strategy and reflexes were key. Kane dodged swiftly, his body moving with precise calculation as he avoided the sharp edges of the mantis scythes. He observed every movement, every swing of the puppet, searching for an opening, a weak spot where he could land a decisive blow. It was like a game of chess, each participant anticipating the other's moves, looking for a way to outsmart and overpower the other. The puppet, with its silver armor gleaming, was no less adept. It adjusted its stance, its metal limbs moving with mechanical precision, adapting to Kane's every move, matching his speed and agility. It was a dance of strategy and skill, a relentless exchange of blows and evasions. Kane was vigilant, his senses heightened, his body ready to react at the slightest sign of an attack. His moves were sharp and deliberate, a series of kicks, punches, and dodges, each aimed to disrupt the puppet's balance and find an opportunity to strike. The puppet countered, its movements a seamless blend of attack and defense, its scythes slicing the air with razor-sharp precision. It was relentless, never giving Kane a moment's respite, keeping him on his toes, forcing him to push his limits. Kane's focus was unbroken, his eyes locked on his opponent, analyzing every move, every shift in weight, every flicker of metal. He was like a hawk, poised and ready, waiting for the perfect moment to swoop down and seize his prey. Finally, after over 100 blows, Kane found his opening as a kick on the battle puppet's leg, making this one lose its balance. Kane's body began to move from one side to the other as powerful gales coursed around his chest. Boom, 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 boom. Jordana saw with shock and awe how Kane unleashed a barrage of punches over the battle puppet, each carrying such a powerful momentum that it seemed like dozens of booms were blowing up every second. Boom. One final punch echoed across the pyramid as Kane blasted the battle puppet's head into the ground, breaking it to pieces. The next second, it morphed back into a cube and flashed on its own toward Grandmaster Hortius' hands. Good. Your mind and body are keen and follow your instincts and will. Please, show me the weapon you want me to fix. Kane nodded to Grandmaster Hortius, and the next second, the pieces of slaughter inside his heart emerged. Hortius did not waste his time, waving his hand to bring the pieces to himself and glancing at them. His essence wave concentrated in his retinas, but it was more than just enhancing his vision since it seemed as if his gaze could pierce into the core of the artifact. The damage is significant, but it makes sense since it was used as the conduit for the power of a titan like the collapsing Lightning Duke. Several of its magic matrices broke to pieces, rendering the overall formation useless. Kane and Jordana silently listened to the man analyze the pieces and did not dare to interfere. If they gave their opinion about the state of slaughter, they would only be making clowns of themselves as they could not compare in expertise with a grandmaster. I can fix it, making it even stronger than before, but the price would equal a peak platinum tier wave artifact. Kane was happy with the first part, but upon hearing the cost, he could not help but feel shocked. Slaughter was a holy weapon, and since it was born of a natural inheritance, its power was equal to a platinum tier artifact. Still, it was an astronomical price. Kane's wealth was not small, but the cost of a single platinum tier artifact would equal half of his net worth. Luckily for Kane, he would not be the one paying for Slaughter's repair. It is fine. Please do your best, Grandmaster Hortius. Even if the price rises, it is not a problem. As usual, the military credits will be transferred to you as soon as the job is over. Clearly, what was expensive for Kane was not the same for Jordana. The title of Prime Minister had tremendous responsibility and a significant burden, but it was rewarded with immense power and wealth. I do not have any other work right now, so I can start immediately. Come back in 2 months. Until then, use this to train. Grandmaster Hortius threw a starry gem from his space ring to Kane. It uses the principles of vibration and sound to train your body. While it is limited to the wave champion rank, its effectiveness is not less than the cultivation technique engraved in this weapon. Cain showed a large smile as he heard that. Without slaughter, he would be unable to train his sonic blade fusion technique, but that would not be a problem with this new technique. It was fine if it was limited to the wave champion rank, since he would get back his natural holy weapon before even preparing to enter the late stage. I appreciate this. Although Cain would have no problem getting another cultivation technique, this saved him a lot of trouble. Grandmaster Hortius only nodded before waving his hand, signaling the duo to leave. Cain and Jordana stood up, bowed to the man, and silently left the endless pyramid. Crane and the old Apotheosis Realm Master were waiting for the duo outside, taking advantage of the energy that flooded the air. Let's go. Cain spoke to Crane, and the duo calmly returned to the teleportation formation with Jordana and Samantha. It did not take long for the four to leave the terrain of the Wave Crafter Association, and they appeared in the central plaza. Cain was about to say goodbye to Jordana, but she was faster. Would you like to use this opportunity to visit the Genetic Coder Association? I am sure the fourth prince will provide you with the best equipment for the Genetic Coder tournament that will happen in a month, but someone like you would prefer to get it on his own. Jordana showed a radiant smile as she uttered those words, and there was a meaningful light in her eyes. Cain stared at the woman and could not help but silently nod to her skills. She was not only talented in the cultivation path, but her mind was extremely keen on matters of politics and influence. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Cain did not know much about the current prime minister, but anyone who achieved that position must have outsmarted countless other opponents. Sometimes, winning a battle with your brain instead of your muscles was much more impressive. I will follow you. Jordana smiled as she heard that answer, but the expression of the old woman behind her was not so happy. However, in the end, Samantha could only sigh and accept that she could not control the young woman's interests. The group returned to the teleportation formation and took the one that would bring them to the Genetic Coder Association's domains. After a blinding light, the group was received with a view that was no less impressive than the one from the Wave Crafter Association's metallic pillars. Strange trees covered the area, all hundreds of meters in height, but that was not the important part. They were not just made of wood, since they had biological and mechanical components, making them monstrosities to most people's eyes. Wonderful. However, for Cain, they were gorgeous. Whoever created those trees was able to modify their genetic structure to enhance them with biological and mechanical components. Cain's eyes glowed with red light as he saw the trees devouring the carbon dioxide in the air along with the life wave before releasing a colorless substance that entered people's lungs. He took a deep breath, allowing the energy to flood his body, and was shocked to feel how it enhanced his cells and energy pool. Cain's body had a vitality that surpassed some wave kings, and the amount of energy needed to improve it in the slightest was immense, but those trees could do it without a problem. By any sense of the words, they were a marvel of genetic engineering. The effect this energy would have on people's bodies and energy pools was not any less impressive than the one generated by the pillars of the Wave Crafter Association. While he was impressed by the structures in the Wave Crafter Association, Cain did not take that path, so that was the end of it. But he was a genetic coder and was very interested in pushing that path all the way to the peak. As he saw the level of genetic engineering in the trees, he felt his blood burning with excitement and curiosity. If no one were looking, Cain would have difficulty resisting the temptation to dissect those trees and study their genetic structure. Despite the magnificence of those trees, they were nothing compared to the structure at the core of the Genetic Coding Association's domain. A large smile appeared on his face as he looked ahead, gazing at the headquarters of the Genetic Coder Association. Unlike the pyramid he saw in the Wave Crafter Association, this one was a massive metallic square floating a substantial distance above the ground. It did not have the majesty of the endless pyramid, but Cain could not help but smile since the form of the cube was the perfect embodiment of the mentality of genetic coders. There was no need to worry about aesthetics since efficiency was all that mattered in the end. Jordana led the way, and the group headed to the formation beneath the massive square. They immediately drew the attention of young people in dark robes and armbands that stayed inside the forest. They were young, but there were thousands of elementary genetic coders, and the number of grand genetic coders could be counted in the hundreds. Grand genetic coders could inspire the same respect that a wave kings in most sectors, but they were nothing special in a place like this. Entering the headquarters was prohibited for anyone beneath the pseudo-saint genetic coder level. Just as Kane and the others reached the teleportation formation that led into the cube, two figures emerged from the ground. One was a massive humanoid tree, while the other was a three-headed wolf. Kane could not help but clench his fist as he saw those two beasts. They were living battle puppets, genetically engineered beasts whose minds had been replaced with living computers similar to an AI chip. Jordana Manixit, you have no prior appointments and are not authorized to enter the genetic evolution cube. The living battle puppets spoke with a robotic voice. Clearly, this one would not allow her to pass just due to her status. Jordana did not lose her composure and simply took a card from her space ring. The Trent focused on it, and the next second it nodded. Visit card recognized. You and your group can pass. Kane stared at the card and was surprised at how simple it was. However, he understood that getting one would not be easy, and most likely, its use was limited. The four did not waste time and went into the teleportation formation, leaving the forest and teleporting into the cube. As soon as he appeared inside the genetic evolution cube, Kane's eyes widened as he saw all sorts of devices, techniques, and innovations that filled him with awe and wonder. Like the endless pyramid, the genetic evolution cube was full of open rooms on the periphery. At the same time, the center housed a giant pillar of energy that served as the power source for all the experiments going on in this place. There were several levels, with the first one resembling a massive shop featuring all sorts of wave viruses, formulas, and devices for genetic coding. I am not a genetic coder, so I do not dare to assume your requirements, but if you tell me what you need first, I can guide you. Jordana did not attempt to guide Kane's movements since, while she had the means to enter this place, that did not mean she could figure out the type of material this one would require. Then I thank you in advance. First, I need a new genetic chamber. A genetic chamber is where a genetic coder would deposit the raw material to form vectors and genetic chains. Kane needed a new one since the one he currently had could only properly maneuver grand genetic coders' components. I see, then follow me. Jordana knew where they had to go, and soon they reached a place with all sorts of devices. It was full of genetic chambers. Some were more than good enough for saint genetic coders. Kane's insights were good enough to discern the type of genetic chamber that could cover his necessities, but his eyes could not help but focus on the giant tubes on the back. They resembled recovery capsules, but while they had glass, the rest of their components were purely biological. What are those? Kane's knowledge about genetic coding was equal to a saint genetic coder and included a lot of obscure and illegal knowledge obtained from Morgana, the pseudo-saint genetic coder from the association. Yet, this was the first time he had seen this type of genetic chambers. Jordana's knowledge about genetic coding was lesser than Kane's, so she did not have an answer, nor did Crane or Samantha. Luckily, the old man in charge of the genetic chambers was able to answer their doubts. These are biogenetic chambers. They are not originally from the Godslayer humankind but pieces of technology stolen from the Legio Eldritch race. They allow you to bypass vectors and genetic chains, directly acting over the individual's genome. Although those words did not have an effect on Jordana, Crane, or Samantha, they widened Kane's eyes. A genetic chamber that allowed you to modify an individual's genome directly was nothing short of extraordinary. It would permit the level of modifications that one could perform to be much higher. For example, Kane currently could build one-star Saint wave viruses. Still, if he could directly act over an individual's genome, the genetic modification he could do would not be less than that of a 4-star genetic coder. Of course, there were drawbacks. Humans use wave viruses for genetic modification to act over specific cells and proteins so as to not randomly affect an individual's genome, causing all sorts of wild and dangerous mutations. Using a biogenetic chamber would put the life form in extreme danger due to the many problems that could arise, leading to devastating genetic damage. That was not a problem for the Legio Eldritch race since they most likely used it to enhance their drones, but it was different if you used it in a sentient life form. How much for one of them? Kane's eyes burned with excitement and desire as that biogenetic chamber would work perfectly in his hands. Even if it was extremely expensive, he was willing to spend as much money as needed. HMPH, a neophyte should focus on establishing his foundations, not go around testing equipment that is meant for true grandmasters. However, before the old man could answer Kane's question, a booming voice emerged from one of the upper levels in the cube. A cold light appeared in Kane's eyes as he glanced at the voice's origin and saw a thin middle-aged man with short azure hair and sky-blue eyes looking at him. The middle-aged man did not bother to hide his disdain for Kane as he looked at this one as if it were a clown looking for a new toy. Kane had never met that person, but his eyes narrowed as he saw the azure hair and sky-blue eyes. Lord, that is Salomon Azure, member of the Azure royal family. Do not let his appearance fool you. He is a famous saint genetic coder over 2,000 years old. Crane's voice echoed inside Kane's mind, and his eyes immediately narrowed. The lifespan of a wave king was approximately 1,000 to 2,500 years old, so it was not odd for Salomon to be alive, but his appearance was too youthful. While there were ways to fake that, it was clear by his vibrant vitality that he was far from the twilight of his life, so he must have improved his life force through genetic coding. Dangerous. Being old did not mean you were honorable or worthy of respect, but it did mean you had experienced many things, making you a threat. Kane did not bother with the Salomon and turned back to the old man so he could get a price for the biogenetic chamber. HMPH. I already told you that a boy cannot handle adults' tools. You are not allowed to buy a biogenetic chamber. Kane's eyes grew colder as he heard Salomon's words. Before, the man was just insulting him, but now, this one wanted to stop him. Jordana also frowned at the middle-aged man's rude behavior, but she remained silent. Being the daughter of the Prime Minister had many benefits, but she also had obligations, and she needed a proper reason to antagonize the Azure royal family. Kane saw Jordana's attitude but did not care about the woman. What really bothered him was the old man in charge of the genetic chambers took a step back. Salomon was a big shot in the Genetic Coder Association, and there was no way someone would antagonize him to gain an unknown person's favor. Instead of just making a fool of himself, Kane was ready to turn around and leave this place. He still wanted the biogenetic chamber but would have to use the contacts of the 4th Imperial Prince to get it. Salomon showed a nasty smile as he saw Kane about to leave, but then another voice echoed across the genetic evolution cube. While one of the jobs of the Genetic Coder Association is to prevent the misuse of genetic knowledge, since when did we deter people from pursuing new paths? The one speaking was a middle-aged man with short black hair and silver pupils. It was someone Kane already knew. Marlon White, what do you think you are doing going against my word? Salomon was full of rage as he saw how Marlon dared to mess with his fun. However, while Salomon was a big shot, Marlon's status in the Genetic Coder Association was even more impressive. Since when do I have to ask for the permission of a corpse to speak? Marlon did not hide his disdain for Salomon and did not bother to hear the rebuke of this one as he turned toward Kane. Colonel Lorifer, if you want to buy a biogenetic chamber, you are free to do it since your military ranks allow you to possess that type of technology. However, you are not a member of the Genetic Coder Association, so the price for even the most basic biogenetic chamber is 10 million military credits. Kane's face showed nothing, but his eyes burst with red light as he did all he could to contain his shock upon hearing that number. 10 million military credits was an immense amount of wealth. It was even more expensive than what Grandmaster Hortius was charging for fixing Slaughter. Marlon was surprised to see the composure in Kane's face, but he was sure that the amount was a lot for the young man. He was not lying or playing tricks since the price for biogenetic chamber or any other type of unique technology sold by the Genetic Coder Association to non-members was 10 times the normal price. What the Genetic Coder Association charged in those cases was not the price of the artifact but the investigation behind it. Anyone could get it, but they better have deep pockets if they were not part of the association. With your abilities, it would not be hard to become a member of the association. I am willing to be your sponsor. Marlon spoke for the third time, drawing the attention of everybody in the cube. The rest of the Grandmasters did not bother with it at first since they took it as a simple clash between Marlon and Salomon, but now all eyes turned to Cain, wondering the young man's identity. Cain felt the eyes of the Saint genetic coders on him, but he showed no reaction, maintaining a composed expression as he glanced back at Marlon. While joining the Genetic Coder Association would bring all sorts of benefits, and he was sure his talent would be more than enough to excel, he had significant reservations about it. Firstly, joining any organization would prompt it to investigate his past, and all sorts of problems could arise from that, beginning with how he reached such a high level in genetic coding without any master's guidance. If he were to reveal the events in Sahara City, that would open another Pandora's box with the organization, and he was not willing to do that. Not to mention, they would surely want him to focus more on his genetic coding than his cultivation. While it was important for Cain, and he did not take it lightly at all, genetic coding was just a means to an end, and in his mind, what truly mattered was brute power, one that only cultivation could grant. Silence reigned in the cube as people watched Cain, waiting for his answer. Is there a third choice? Marlon showed a small smile as he heard that answer, knowing that Cain would not want to join the association. Yes, there is. We have something called the genetic trial. You can pay 1 million military credits to participate. If you succeed, you will get a Tier 1 biogenetic chamber, the type that is even useful for the genome of Apotheosis Realm Masters. Cain was just testing his luck, but it seemed there was a way to get a top-tier biogenetic chamber, which would cost him just 1 million military credits. However, by how the other Grandmasters looked at him, it was clear they did not expect him to succeed, so whatever that genetic trial was, it must be extremely difficult. What does the genetic trial involve? Marlon nodded as he heard that question, seeing that Cain did not lose focus due to the reward. If you and your friends could come to this level, I could explain better. There was no reason for Cain, Jordana, Crane, and Samantha to refuse, so they rose to the higher level where Marlon was. Cain noticed the poisonous gaze given by Salomon, but he just stared back at the middle-aged man with pure killing intent. Since the other party was willing to antagonize him, Cain would not contain himself and would respond with even more ferocity. Make yourself so dangerous that the mere idea of being your enemy would inspire dread in people's hearts. That was Cain's philosophy, one that would deter anyone from offending him. While he had not realized it yet, that was the mentality of a ruler, not a hero. Everything was so gradual that he had not realized it, but his ego was slowly growing like a sun above everything. Once they reached Marlon's room, Cain couldn't help but be impressed by the sophisticated equipment, impressive wave viruses, and life forms growing in different types of genetic chambers. There was even a biogenetic chamber among his devices. Lady Jordana, Colonel. Marlon saluted the duo again now that they stood before him, and Cain and Jordana did the same, replying to the man's politeness and etiquette. Please, accompany me. Marlon guided the group to the level's midpoint, where a large biogenetic chamber stood above a large podium. This one was several levels above the ones sold on the first floor, and there was a massive eye in the center of it. This is Tier 0 biogenetic chamber, a living artifact with a mind of its own. It was taken by the patriarch of the White family thousands of years ago. While powerful, it was unruly and only accepted orders from members of the Legio Eldritch race, so we were forced to lobotomize it. Cain's eyes couldn't help but narrow as he focused on the biogenetic chamber. He knew there were several types of drones among the population of the Legio Eldritch race, and this Tier 0 biogenetic chamber must have been one of them. As for the knowledge imparted in class about all drones lacking sentience, that might have been an error or purposefully taught that way to make it easy for soldiers to kill them. Cain did not care either way. They were at war, and there were very few things he would not be willing to do to secure the survival of his race. Marlon allowed Cain to analyze the biogenetic chamber momentarily before continuing. The genetic trial is pretty simple. The Tier 0 biogenetic chamber has a record of all previous recipes used on it. You can fuse your ego wave into the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber, access the record, and recreate one of the experiments. If you succeed, that genetic formula will be unlocked for all, and you will gain a Tier 1 biogenetic chamber. Saint genetic wave virus's formulas were not different from Saint techniques, with their knowledge so immense that just gazing at it was far from enough to truly learn it. That was why it was so important to unlock them. Jordana was shocked to hear that, and her eyes widened. The genetic trial was incredible in her mind since she was sure the genetic formula stored inside must be extraordinarily precious, and just gazing at them must be more than worth 1 million military credits. How many attempts do I have before being locked out of the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber? Unlike Jordana, who was too amazed by the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber, Kane immediately figured out the problem with such a magnificent artifact. If there were no limits, he was sure that the Grandmaster genetic coders of the association would have long ago unlocked all the recipes inside it. However, that was not the case, and they even allowed total strangers to access it, making it clear that they needed as many people as possible acting over the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber. The rest of the Grandmasters focused on Kane, nodding as they observed the young man's behavior. A genetic coder alters the fundamental blocks of life, and for that, one must have a clear head and always look at the bigger picture, analyzing all factors, even the hidden ones. Marlon was pleased as he saw the calmness in Kane's eyes, but he kept a stern face. You have 3 attempts. After that, the lobotomized Tier 0 biogenetic chamber will adapt to your ego wave and lock you out. Kane stared at the artifact for a long time before approaching the Tier 0 genetic chamber and taking a deep breath. He stood like that for nearly 20 minutes, but no one dared to interrupt him. Even Salomon did not dare to disrupt Kane since the Tier 0 genetic chamber was a sacred artifact for the Genetic Coding Association, and anyone who interfered in the genetic trial in any way would face dire consequences. HMPH, stupid brat. There is no way a mere commoner could unlock a recipe from that thing. Kane's mind peaked, and he opened his eyes, bursting with his ego wave as he communicated with Apex. Apex, make sure the full power of the AI chip module is on the task, as are the genetic coder module's scanning abilities. I will not use genetic suppression to fix flaws, but I want to know the type of effect it would have, so I need the information. Consider it done. I will pause all side tasks and focus the full power of the absolute life form system on it. Apex could feel the solemn aura in Kane's soul and did not take the task lightly. Although for him, this was nothing more than child's play, it was a fundamental step in Kane's path to the peak of genetic coding. Once everything was done, Kane paid the 1 million military credits to the Genetic Coding Association through the military interface. He was ready to use the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber. Kane sent his ego wave into the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber, and immediately, a plethora of information appeared in his mind. He saw a vast space with hundreds, if not thousands, of light dots. As he focused on them, he could see small descriptions of unique genetic formulas. Some were so complicated that just listing the components surpassed Kane's abilities, and even the easiest ones were hard. Kane was not so full of himself as to try the genetic recipes that were meant to alter the genome of a divine ascendance realm master and focused on those that were at his current level. Many of them caught his attention, but suddenly, a flash of shock appeared on his face since he saw a genetic recipe he already knew because he made it and even gave it its name. The Avernus lineage wave virus. Kane was shocked that his Avernus lineage wave virus was among the formulas inside the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber. Of course, the one engraved in this place was of a much higher level than the one Kane created, but that was not the critical part. The Avernus lineage wave virus was something he obtained from analyzing the illegal human experiments that the organization conducted to discover an ancient lineage. Still, he had never expected the bloodline to be traced back to the dark races. Kane already understood that the organization's influence covered every corner of the empire, including the Silver City. Yet, he was shocked to realize it might also reach into the dark races' domains. Although the information was shocking, to say the least, Kane's eyes soon regained their focus. This trial was by no means easy, and if he wanted to succeed, he needed to keep his mind sharp. There is time later to figure out the secrets behind it. Now, I need to put my mind solely on this task. Kane marked the Avernus lineage wave virus and focused on other formulas until he finally found one that sparked meaningful light in his eyes. After some consideration, he decided and marked it, pushing his mind into the formula and obtaining full knowledge. Manticore blood, elder tree roots, 1,000-year ginseng. Cain began to mention names, and all sorts of liquids with microorganisms filled the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber. Those were the materials needed to process the enzymes and alter the DNA. All of them were expensive, but that cost was covered with the million military credits that Cain already paid. While those materials had little meaning for Jordana, Crane, and Samantha, the Grandmaster genetic coders realized just how complicated the Saint genetic formula that Cain wanted to recreate was. Marlin remained silent, but his eyes narrowed as he saw Cain's choice. Even I would have some difficulty completing that evolution, and I am nearing the 4-star Saint genetic coder. I doubt this young man could do it, but it is fine. Upon realizing the difficulty, he would pick a new one. Drawbacks are good. Although Marlin did not believe Cain would be able to succeed, he did not say a word, nor did he influence this one's choice in any way. The path to success was full of failure, and there was nothing wrong with it. Once all the materials were deposited in the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber, a robotic arm deposited a small beast inside. It was a king beast, but it was clearly lobotomized by the lack of mental waves, making it the perfect test subject. Thanks to Cain's ego wave being fused with the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber, he could see the king beast's genome in his mind, and without any hesitation, he began to act. The first part was finding the correct set of genes he wanted to change. Considering there were trillions of them, it was not easy. Luckily, not only did the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber help him in that task, but his instincts guided him to the correct destinations. After that, Cain would have to personally alter the genetic sequence in perfect order while guiding the change in proteins and enzymes, leading to new cells that would then adjust the organs and so on. It was so complex that even the old world's quantum computers could not succeed, but Cain's mind worked even faster than them in this aspect. After all, his soul force was already nearing the level of a wave king, and he could use his ego wave to exponentially enhance his mental capabilities. Cain was pushing his mind to the absolute limits, instantly triggering an intense fever, but it was nothing to worry about due to his immense vitality, so he just ignored it and continued. More and more genetic changes occurred on the king beast, but it took less than 5 minutes before the first problem in the genetic sequence appeared. The genetic changes in the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber were clear to the Grandmasters through their AI chips, but none of them said a word about Cain's mistake since they were surprised. The fact it took him this long to make the first mistake was impressive. Clearly, his abilities were that of a Saint genetic coder. Cain was only 17, so that type of talent was nothing short of amazing. Still, that did not erase the fact that the Saint genetic evolution was simply too complex, and since he made a mistake so early in the evolution, the chances he could complete it were near zero. Cain understood the task's difficulty and knew just how hard completing the Saint genetic formula would be, but the sole purpose of the first trial was to gather information, so he stayed focused and continued. The hours carried on, and changes appeared on the king beast. It initially resembled a massive bear with metallic fur, but slowly, its hair was replaced by what seemed to be a tree's bark. Along with that bark was an immense burst in the king beast's vitality. Unfortunately, there were not only beneficial changes happening, as parts of the beast mutated in corrupted and disgusting ways, as if tumors were growing inside. While the king beast seemed fine due to its vibrant life force, the genetic flaws in its genome were nearing a catastrophic point, and once that was reached, there would be multiple organ failures, leading to death. Cain was aware of this and knew the beast's genome could only endure a little more. It was at that point that he decided to try something. He took a deep breath and triggered the flow. Diving his mental faculties into such a complex task could lead to fatality, but Cain did not care. It was just time before the king beast perished, and since that was the case, he wanted to try it. The flow was the ability to perceive the vibrations of all things, allowing Cain to gaze into the enemy's body, predicting every possible move this one could make. He wanted to know if it could help him predict the genetic changes that an alteration in the genome sequence could do. Although the flow had an incredibly effective way of predicting an opponent's actions by reading the movements of their tendons, muscles, and the impulses of their nerves, Cain did not think it would be of much use when it came to genes. However, he was immediately shocked by the change in his perception. The flow did not just show him the vibrations and alterations of the genome but even guided his hands, pushing his instincts to the next level. All Grandmasters were sure that the trial would end soon, but shock appeared in their eyes as they saw how Kane's speed improved, and the percentage of flaws was reduced by over 75%. Other than shock, there was confusion in Marlon and every other Grandmaster since they noticed nothing different in Kane, yet suddenly, his skills improved exponentially. Those abilities neared the 3-star Saint genetic coder level. People could barely believe what they were seeing since a 17-year-old boy could not have that skill. It was more than just a matter of talent, his insights were simply too amazing. Yet, despite the fantastic performance Kane displayed upon using the flow, there were too many flaws in the King Beast's genome, and 30 minutes later, its heart stopped, and the creature perished. A robotic claw took the beast out while emptying the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber, but other than that, there was no sound in the cube. Everybody looked at Kane with shock and awe. Even Salomon, who was full of disdain for Kane due to his commoner background, did not dare to berate this one for that failure since he would not have done much better. Kane did not show anything as everybody looked at him with awe, not due to his sobriety or arrogance, but because his mind focused solely on the previous experience. The fusion of his mind with the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber pushed his skill to the next level. Every moment he spent manipulating the King Beast's genome, trying to replicate the formula, was extremely useful, allowing his abilities to advance by leaps and bounds. Not bothered with anything else, he closed his eyes and focused, integrating everything he learned and the knowledge gathered by the absolute life form system. He stood like that for 3 hours, allowing his mind to wander in those insights. Kane had no way to confirm it, but he was sure that if he were to categorize his current genetic coding skills, he would at least be able to earn the classification of a 2-star Saint genetic coder. A smile of satisfaction appeared on his face as he finally integrated all the new knowledge gained in the trial before allowing his mind to rest. Jordana might not have known about genetic coding, but she knew about people, and the fact that all those Grandmasters calmly waited for Kane to rest so they could see his next attempt told her just how impressive the young man was. A meaningful light appeared in her eyes as she focused on Kane, and her interest just kept growing. However, unlike what one might expect from a young woman in the prime of her life, there was no romantic love in her eyes. Jordana had already investigated Kane and knew of his relationship with the Blood Maiden of the Blood Sea. The fact that he used the excuse that he did not know much about the opposite sex to keep his distance revealed a lot, but she did not have a problem with that. What Jordana was after was not Kane's love but his influence and power. He was young, but it was already clear he would become not only a powerhouse but a very influential figure in all sorts of aspects, and she wanted to establish a relationship with him soon. No matter what, I need to pull him into the group of the second Imperial Princess. As countless plans crossed Jordana's mind, Kane finally opened his eyes and spoke. The same material from before. Marlon and the rest of the Grandmasters were surprised to hear that since Kane would try the same Saint genetic formula from before. While he showed surprising improvement in the last half an hour, it would still not be enough to complete it. Marlon knew that and was about to offer a word when he saw the resolution in the young man's eyes. In the end, he could only sigh since he understood that his words would be useless and would not change the young man's mind. Just as the chamber was filled with the materials and the King Beast was about to be deposited, Kane acted. Stop. Kane forced the robotic claw to stop before his eyes turned toward Crane. What are you willing to risk to once again strive forward in your path of power? Utter shock appeared in the eyes of the people in the cube when they heard that since even the dumbest could understand the meaning behind Kane's actions. The young man asked Crane if he was willing to enter the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber and become the test subject for the Saint genetic formula. If successful, Crane would gain an impressive lineage, but there was no way that the risk was worth it, especially since it did not seem that Kane could succeed. However, people didn't understand that the effect of the bloodline on Crane would be much more than just an enhanced talent. That lineage could replace wounded organs with wood elements, and the overflowing vitality meant it should be enough to heal his cracked evolution core. Crane remained silent as he heard that offer. Kane's radiance of life would be able to heal him in the future, but that was always under the condition he was of value, and the assistance he had been providing the last week was very low. Chances. 80% success. Kane immediately replied to Crane's question, making many grandmasters frown. Based on his previous trial, the chances of success were less than 80%, and the young man should know it. Crane noticed the reaction of the other grandmasters. Yet, unlike them, he had been quite some time by the side of the young man and knew he would not lie to the people who put their lives in his hands. After a lot of struggle, a flash of determination appeared in Crane's eyes, and without saying a word, he jumped into the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber. Many people wanted to say something, but Marlon glanced at them, reminding them to stay quiet. While Marlon was not happy with Kane's words, Crane acted of his own volition, so there was nothing to say about it, and they could only respect his decision. Kane's eyes grew sharper and sharper as he blocked everything, triggering the flow and pushing his ego wave to the absolute limit, but that was not everything. Apex, while I work, use the genetic coder module to suppress the genetic flaw that might arise in Crane's genome. Allow some to appear, but make sure they are recessive genes incapable of causing any physical or mental disability. Use the hacking tool so no one realizes I fixed the flaws, and make them think they just never happened. The genetic coder module could suppress flaws at the Saint genetic coder level, but the price was high. That was why Kane did not use it in the first test. Are you sure? Not only will that cost a lot of destiny force, but leaving such minor flaws will rouse suspicion and put you in the spotlight. Apex gave his opinion to Kane, remarking on the cost and dangers of what he was going to do. He put his trust in me. Let's do it. Kane's eyes burst with red light as he uttered those words, and Apex did not say anything else, limiting himself to help him, making sure no genetic flaw would remain in Crane. Kane did not hesitate nor waste time and began to work, acting over Crane's genome. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour passed, and with every second, the shock in the hearts of the Grandmasters became more and more intense. Marlon and the others were entirely focused on the information reaching their AI chips and could barely believe what they were seeing. The number of genetic flaws that appeared in Crane was simply too minor. Some even wondered if they were getting the wrong information, but they saw how the middle-aged man just kept growing stronger, and there were no visible defective mutations on him. The process was excruciating, but Crane did not utter a single scream. He did not want to distract Kane, and the feeling of his body growing more and more powerful and an immense source of vitality fixing his evolution core was more than enough to help him ignore all of it. Crane could see how bark grew in some areas of his body, but not only were they minimal, they had an aesthetic component and only made him look even more handsome. Of course, if he were to trigger his bloodline, an incredibly thick bark would cover every centimeter of his body, better than most gold wave artifacts. After 5 hours, Kane's eyes were bloodshot, and he felt a sharp pain due to the high fever resulting from overexerting his mind, but that did not erase his smile as he had finished. Boom! A blast echoed across the cube as Crane emerged from the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber. He looked no older than 30, and his body was full of life, but that was not even the most important thing. What filled the man with thrill was that his evolution core was fully fixed, and due to the new power of his bloodline, his essence wave was bursting with energy as he evolved to the late wave king rank. Crane could not contain his smile, but soon, focus appeared on his eyes as he appeared in front of Kane and kneeled on the ground before performing a deep bow with his head reaching the ground. Kane stared at the man before nodding, signaling for him to rise. The duo exchanged glances, and while no words were spoken, a tactful agreement was made between them. Before, the relationship between Kane and Crane had been a simple transaction, but now things have evolved. Kane had given Crane the thing he wanted most in the world, and the middle-aged man was ready to return the favor, even if it meant putting his life on the line to do it. After that, Crane moved away from Kane before using the top-tier energy inside the cube to improve his body and energy, solidifying his cultivation. Silence reigned for a long time before people finally reacted and saw the change in the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber. Kane had unlocked a new Saint genetic formula, and it was one that could help to grant a mighty lineage. Although a powerful lineage was far from enough to secure the birth of a new powerhouse, it was enough to grant someone willing to push themselves beyond their limit a chance to reach the peak, obtaining the power to crush mountains with their bare hands. Marlon stared at Cain, who was recovering, with pure awe and amazement, and he was not alone since the rest of the Grandmasters felt the same. The young man's talent in genetic coding was simply too exceptional, and no one in the young generation of the Genetic Coder Association could compare with him. Just as Marlon was about to declare Cain's success and give him his reward, he spoke. "There is still an attempt, and I would like to use it." Marlon was a little surprised by the question, but while he felt there was something more about Cain's inquiry than what he was revealing, there was indeed no problem with him using the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber a third time. "You can use it, but I advise you to wait. You should come back when your genetic coding abilities have reached the Grandmaster level. That way, the type of formula you will unlock might be of divine rank." All the Grandmasters that heard that slowly nodded since Marlon's words made perfect sense. Cain was a supreme talent by every measure, and in just a few years, he might become a Grandmaster and unlock one of the top-tier formulas stored inside the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber. Since he already obtained the reward and significantly improved his ally's battle power, there was nothing wrong with waiting. After all, there was no new reward for unlocking a second genetic formula. Cain glanced at Marlon and softly shook his head. "I appreciate your advice, but I will use it now." Marlon could only sigh and nod as he heard Cain's words. Many of the Grandmasters shook their heads, thinking Cain was being too rash and wasting away his last chance. Of course, there were also some, such as Salomon, who only displayed nasty smiles and silently looked down on Cain. HMPH, stupid brat. What's the point of being so talented if you can't control your drive? That mentality will never allow you to reach the peak. Salomon thought to himself as he focused on Cain with coldness. There was already significant enmity between his family and the young man, and since the latter was so talented, Salomon was more than happy to see this one making foolish mistakes. Cain could feel the intent behind the eyes of everyone in the cube but didn't care. The genetic formula he was about to recreate was several times harder than the one that gave Crane his lineage, so his mind had to be in peak condition, and he could not lose focus. He consolidated the new knowledge and insights, pushing his genetic coding abilities to the next level before resting for a few hours. Finally, he shouted out the name of the material. Darkness Mountain Heart, Silent Web, Shadow Moon Core. Marlon and the rest of the Grandmasters were shocked as they heard the materials that Cain was asking for since they were of an extremely high level. A genetic formula of that tier could morph the genome of a peak apotheosis realm master. Even though the genetic formula that Cain would recreate didn't seem to reach the divine rank, it wasn't far from it either. However, their shock turned to complete stupefaction when they saw Cain remove his robe and jump into the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber. "What are you doing?" Marlon shouted as he saw Cain jumping into the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber. The young man was actually planning to alter his own genome. Cain's face was calm as he turned towards Marlon and communicated using his ego wave. "I am free to choose whatever test subject I want for my trial, and I chose myself." Cain didn't wait until his skills reached a higher level because he had a perfect use for the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber right now, and that was to evolve his Avernus lineage into its purest form. If he were to wait to become a Wave King, the effect of such evolution on his lineage would be minimal. The dangers are too high. The level of that formula is too much even for a 4-star Saint genetic master. "I know, but I will be able to do it." Cain's eyes glowed with red light, and they had nothing but absolute confidence. Not only did he have the system to suppress the genetic flaws, but he also had a downgraded version of the true Avernus genetic formula, so the number of genetic modifications to his genome would be much lower. Marlon saw the determination in Cain's eyes, but he couldn't allow such a promising youth to waste away his life like that. He had a favorable impression of the young man from the moment they met. Despite being part of an ancient and respected lineage and among the highest-ranking nobles of the empire, the White family had always held in the highest esteem those who sided with the military. Marlon had antagonized Cain during the feast to rally him so they could face each other without holding back during the genetic tournament in a month. He never wanted to generate genuine animosity between them, but now he would have to. Although Marlon knew that someone like Kane might not take this kind of intervention well, it was a price he was willing to pay. I am sorry, but this trial must. Let the trial carry on. Before Marlon could finish his words, a booming voice emerged from the ceiling of the genetic evolution cube. Everyone looked up to see a thin, bald old man in a white robe calmly descending from above. Despite his thin body and old appearance, a bursting life force ran through his veins, and a bloodline force made those with a weak lineage tremble. Father! Marlon exclaimed, surprised to see his father appear. Silan White was one of the few divine genetic coders in the Empire, and he typically spent his days engrossed in his experiments, rarely paying attention to anything else. There were times he would spend years, if not entire decades, isolated in his laboratory. That was why Marlon was so taken aback to see him appear for a mere genetic trial. Silan nodded to his son before turning to Kane, and his expression grew sharp as he saw the bursting red light in the eyes of the young man. Go on. Let's see how far the drive of youthfulness can take you. Kane met the man's blue eyes and nodded, blocking out everything else to focus solely on the task ahead. System, how much destiny force do I have? Before proceeding with his genetic evolution, Kane reviewed the calculations since they would play a crucial role in this evolution. Despite the help of the flow, many genetic flaws were bound to occur, and he would need the help of the genetic coder module to address them. The absolute life form system immediately answered Kane's query. Destiny force. 245,870. Before his journey into the Blood Sea, Kane had fewer than 20,000 points, but over the past year, he had battled titans and influenced a civil war that could have changed the destiny of an entire sector. Hence, his surge in destiny force wasn't surprising. However, he didn't grow complacent. While it was true his current destiny force measured in the hundreds of thousands, the amount the absolute life form system consumed when involved in tasks related to energy levels above the Wave King rank was astronomical. System, how much did I spend fixing the flaws during Crane's genetic evolution? 91,289 points of destiny force were spent. Kane had to burn over 90,000 points to avert critical genetic flaws in Crane's genome, and the true awareness genetic formula was more advanced. If Kane had been the target, the cost would have been around 30,000 since using the genetic coder module on someone other than the vessel costs 3 times more. According to the AI chip module calculations, how much will it cost to prevent serious genetic flaws during this evolution? According to data analyzed by the AI chip module, the destiny force needed will be between 140,000 to 200,000 points. Kane silently sighed when he saw that substantial figure. 200,000 points of destiny force was an insane amount, and it was not like a civil war would happen every day. However, his eyes showed no hesitation as he set to work. His ego wave merged with the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber, and he began his task, analyzing his genes and initiating the alteration. The genetic evolution cube was enveloped in silence as everyone intently watched Kane use the genetic formula to modify his genome and awaken a bloodline. Destiny force was burned by the second, but Kane did not even bother to track the amount as there was nothing else in his mind but the changes to his genome. Kane's mind was in a state of absolute focus as he altered his genome one gene at a time, steadily pushing it to align with the true awareness genetic formula. Genetic flaws arose occasionally, some incredibly dangerous, but the genetic coder module suppressed them every time they appeared. No one knew these flaws thanks to the AI chip module. The only thing the Grandmasters and everyone else observed was Kane flawlessly recreating a genetic formula that was too complex for even a 4-star Saint genetic coder. A 17-year-old boy capable of performing the same type of genetic modification as a 4-star Saint genetic coder. That was something so incredible that it was worthy of being a legend. Silan's eyes couldn't leave the Tier 0 genetic chamber as he analyzed the changes in Kane's genome, which were genuinely shocking. The young man displayed a talent that surpassed everything he had seen in his life. To be fair, Kane's inherent talent wasn't anywhere near the level he was currently exhibiting. However, with the aid of the genetic coder module, he was at a level unparalleled in the Empire among the young generation. Some might label it as cheating, but such a viewpoint would be overly simplistic. First and foremost, Cain expended a tremendous amount of destiny force for the module to operate, a force he had earned through hard work. Furthermore, the system was an intrinsic part of his soul. It was no different from a young man from the old world acing a test due to a combination of intelligence and the enhanced focus from caffeine and other not-so-legal substances. As Cain modified his genome, intense pain assailed him. Nevertheless, his willpower was sufficiently robust to suppress it, ensuring it didn't impede him. His movements and genetic modifications only became faster and smoother. Suddenly, after 4 excruciating hours of work, Cain's eyes opened, and they began to glow, the red light in them bursting forth. This sudden occurrence surprised and baffled many. However, there were individuals like Silan who perfectly grasped the situation. The young man's mind has entered a state of enlightenment. He's attained a profound understanding of the human genome, allowing his brain to operate several times faster by consuming his ego wave in the process. This state is temporary, but upon awakening, his talent in genetic coding will be even more formidable. Marlon and the other grandmasters gazed at Cain in sheer awe and amazement. Cain's talent was already divine, but it escalated before their eyes. The young man was simply astonishing. For over 30 minutes, Cain's proficiency amplified exponentially. However, his bursting ego wave began to wane. Silan saw the red light weakening but was not surprised. After all, Cain's willpower was on par with a late wave champion. The fact that he maintained his state of enlightenment for this duration was already impressive. Soon, his mind will revert to its usual state. It's endured long enough for him to complete the genetic formula. However, it's unfortunate he couldn't sustain it longer. There might have been a possibility that, in this enlightened state, he could have achieved an evolution even more potent than the formula described. As these thoughts crossed Silan's mind, a golden humanoid deep within Cain's soul noted the sunseed's diminishing force. Apex's eyes narrowed as he examined the orb before him, cloaked in dark purple flames and black-white lightning. It contained the condensed soul force of the astral blood beast that had once tried to exploit Cain's soul for its rebirth. A stream of sky-blue energy emerged from the orb, gently merging with Cain's soul. The primary reason for Cain's expertise with blood-related abilities was Apex nourishing his soul with that of the astral blood beast. While using someone else's soul for nourishment was highly efficient, consuming the soul of another being was perilous. If even the tiniest fragment of ego remained, it could cause extensive psychological damage. The challenge lay in the intricate relationship between the soul, ego, and will. Purging the latter would invariably damage the former. Yet, Apex utilized the unique powers of the dark purple flames and black-white lightning to circumvent this issue. Apex observed the sunseed momentarily before redirecting the astral blood beast's soul core energy into it. This rejuvenated Cain's ego wave, allowing his enlightenment to persist. From an external perspective, everybody only noticed Cain's ego wave suddenly bursting with energy, extending his enlightenment. The spectacle left Silan flabbergasted, as he failed to comprehend how the ego wave could continue supporting the enlightenment state. He viewed Cain as though he was beholding a monster. For Cain, after entering enlightenment, everything else became inconsequential. He was plunged into a realm where genes transcended mere code, evolving into a universe of wonder, an experience that was nothing short of magnificent. A remarkable transformation occurred after 10 hours as Cain's evolution neared completion. His soul force exploded with power, his hair attained a chrome pigment, and his eyes became entirely black, resembling a sea of darkness. However, the most awe-inspiring aspect was the appearance of a rune above his skin. Rune masters could interpret the laws, energy and etch them onto a target's skin, granting them innate abilities without the necessity for learning. Cain hadn't suddenly become a rune master and inscribed one on his skin. Instead, his lineage had attained such prominence that its strength manifested as a blood rune. Blood runes differed from engraved runes in that the former emerged when a bloodline's power reached a specific threshold, while the latter resulted from a rune master's intervention. The rune on Cain's chest, which appeared on his right shoulder, was enigmatic, and its power elusive. Once the rune solidified, Cain regained his focus, emerging from the chamber as shadows covered his body, only for him to scatter into thin air. Observers in the cube were left agog, unable to fathom how Cain simply vanished. Scylla was equally baffled, but his attention was abruptly diverted to Salomon. The genetic coder from the Azure royal family appeared perplexed by Scylla's gaze, but he soon realized the older man was looking past him. Horror dawned on him as he turned to find Cain right behind him, poised atop his shadow. This power is incredible. Dark energy cloaked Cain's right hand, radiating a destructive aura so potent it seemed to eradicate the very air. The power incinerated both oxygen and carbon dioxide, which flames usually left untouched. Salomon focused on the hand, fully aware that, had it targeted him, it would have effortlessly pierced his skin, even with the protection of his wave cloak. Boom! A detonation reverberated throughout the room as Salomon unleashed the full might of his late wave king cultivation. However, Cain remained unfazed. Although facing a late wave king was treacherous, Salomon's combat capabilities were average, and Cain didn't fear confronting him. Of course, Cain wouldn't attack. He wasn't so arrogant as to believe he could simply kill someone inside the headquarters of the Genetic Coding Association without facing severe repercussions. Although Cain's mentality had changed after the events of the Blade Mountain, and he would normally take care of their enemies, not giving them a chance to strike in the future, Salomon was just a symptom. The real problem was the Azure royal family, and they were too strong for him at the moment. Cain only glanced at Salomon before his body again melted into a mass of shadows. However, this time, he didn't vanish. Instead, he moved in that form at an astonishing speed, returning to the Tier 0 biogenetic chamber. Now distanced from Cain, Salomon's fear diminished, replaced by pure rage. "You dare to sneak up on me?" the old man shouted, filled with anger, ready to call the security forces of the Genetic Evolution Cube. "What are you talking about? I just awakened a new power and wasn't adept at controlling it. Besides, I didn't harm you in any way." Salomon's rage intensified upon hearing that. He realized he had no valid basis for his accusations. Ordinarily, this wouldn't have deterred him, but considering a potential conflict with Cain, he recognized who the higher-ups would likely support. "Enough, Salomon. Don't create a scene over a misunderstanding," Scylla interjected, then turned to Cain with a stern expression. "I'll give you some leeway since you've unlocked a new lineage for us, but don't overstep your bounds." Cain met Scylla's gaze and nodded. He knew how to adapt to the situation and would not lose his composure. Observing the de-escalated situation, Scylla gave a nod before addressing Cain. "You've rendered a great service to the Godslayer humankind empire, young man. Unlocking those two lineage formulas will pave the way for many future geniuses. Since you unveiled them, you have the privilege to name them." Marlon and the other Grandmasters looked on in surprise. Naming a lineage formula was a significant honor for a genetic coder. From this point forward, individuals adopting the lineage would bear its name, ensuring the widespread recognition of the genetic coder throughout the empire. Cain wasn't overly concerned about naming rights, but gauging the importance others placed on it, he realized it would be disrespectful to appear disinterested. A complicated expression appeared on his face as he sought the name for the genetic formula that granted Crane's bloodline. It took a long time before finally a smile appeared on his face. Due to their powers and nature, they will be known from now on as the Life Trend lineage and True Awareness lineage. Cain's expression was one of pride as he genuinely marveled at the wonder of the names he had just come up with. He was sure that everybody would feel the same way about them. Complicated expressions appeared on the faces of the people in the Genetic Evolution Cube since those names truly sucked. Crane, thrilled to the marrow by his new lineage, couldn't help but show a broken smile upon realizing the name of his bloodline. Scylla's eyes twitched before bursting with silver light. He used all his willpower not to berate Cain for uttering such lame names but managed to hold back and nodded. "Okay, from now on, they are the Life Trend lineage formula and True Awareness lineage formula, as decreed by the honorary genetic Grandmaster Lorifer." Cain's eyes narrowed upon hearing the title Scylla gave him, but he merely nodded and didn't say much. It didn't truly make him part of the Genetic Coding Association, so he wasn't particularly concerned. "I am truly grateful for the honor. I don't wish to be rude, but I must depart now. I must prepare for my arcane ceremony of nobility in less than 10 days. Cain wanted his reward, but to leave immediately after receiving it would be seen as impolite. However, his explanation made the Grandmasters nod. The arcane ceremony of nobility was an important rite, and one should use every minute to prepare. There was no need to waste time on pleasantries. Sillin thought the same and nodded. A Tier 1 biogenetic chamber appeared, which he sent towards Cain, who promptly stored it in his space ring. Usually, you wouldn't receive another reward for succeeding a second time in the genetic trials since just the formula would be sufficient pay. However, the true awareness lineage is of a high level, so I'll return the 3 million military credits you spent and offer this. Sillin took a wave crystal from his space ring. It was unlike any Cain had seen before. The energy was so pure it instantly flooded the room. A high-quality wave crystal. Cain was surprised. Just one high-quality wave crystal was worth 5 million military credits, and its energy was so pure that even Titans used it to re-establish their wave. Using it as a wave champion would not only accelerate his cultivation immensely but also enhance his foundation. Since it was presented as a reward for the true awareness lineage, Cain had no reservations and took it. You have my gratitude. Cain clasped his hands as he stored the high-quality wave crystal. He then showed his respect to Marlin and the other Grandmasters. Once they returned the courtesy, he calmly descended to the first level. Crane silently followed him, as did Jordana and the old Apotheosis Realm Master protecting the young woman. Cain didn't immediately depart as he purchased a significant amount of material. These would be needed in the future, and in the end, he spent nearly 2 million military credits again. Everyone's eyes remained on Cain, and discussions began once he left the cube. It was evident that the events here wouldn't stay secret for long. Sillin didn't say much. He simply nodded to Marlin and returned to his laboratory. What he would do there remained a mystery. Cain, Jordana, Crane, and Samantha reappeared in the central plaza of the Silver City. It has been a great pleasure accompanying you on this journey, Colonel Lorifer. I hope we can stay in touch in the near future. Jordana spoke solemnly, clasping her hands and bowing to Cain. Cain noticed her changed demeanor but simply reciprocated the gesture. Subsequently, Jordana and Samantha used another teleportation formation and departed. Lord, are they trying to create distance between us? Crane spoke coldly, noting Jordana's change in attitude. Not really. That woman no longer sees me as her equal. Her attitude is that of a junior addressing a senior. She will likely attempt to ally with me but not as peers. Cain was fine with Jordana's shift in temperament. It was evident that a genuine friendship couldn't bloom under such circumstances, but it didn't concern him. Let's go. Cain and Crane approached the teleportation formation and soon found themselves in the domains of the 4th Imperial Prince. Colonel Lorifer. Upon arrival, Cain was greeted by Nastor, who had clearly been awaiting him. Is there an issue? Not at all, Colonel. His Highness wishes to see you as soon as you've returned. Your associate can accompany you. Nastor immediately bowed, displaying a subservient stance toward Cain. This made it clear he regarded the young man as superior, treating his guidance more as an invitation than a command. That was fast. Cain suspected that news of his accomplishments in the Genetic Coding Association would spread, but he was surprised by how swiftly Klaus Goldsoul acted. Nastor led Cain and Crane to the same room where Klaus had received him and Damien upon their initial arrival. Klaus sat in a grand chair behind a desk and stared at Cain as he saw this one enter. Colonel Lorifer, you are indeed remarkable, with your name echoing across Eden in less than a week since your arrival. Klaus smiled as he spoke those words and signaled Nastor to discreetly exit before waving his hand, signaling the duo to sit as well. Cain's eyes narrowed as he saw the demeanor of the 4th Imperial Prince, and it was nothing like the friendly and easygoing aura he showed when they first met. Still, he did not say a word and sat along with Crane. It's challenging to control outcomes when engrossed in one's work. Cain replied as he stared right back into Klaus' eyes. He wasn't seeking fame, but it was inevitable, given his achievements. Klaus stared at Cain briefly before nodding and presenting a starry gem, saying, as you had requested, these are the notes and teachings related to genetic coding. With them, evolving your orthodox path to the peak of the saint genetic level should be straightforward. Cain examined the gem, a flash of desire evident in his eyes. While the biogenetic chamber could bypass the vectors and genetic chains process, it could limit his growth. The orthodox path promised a consistent skill enhancement, which he sought. How much? From the beginning, Cain had clarified his intent to purchase the knowledge, relying on Klaus mainly for his connections. That way, their relationship would not grow too deep or fall into one of dependence. Cain had chosen that path since he knew nothing about the fourth imperial prince, and there was no reason why he would trust he had never met before. Ha ha ha. The price is so negligible that I'd feel guilty asking such a modest amount from you. Klaus chuckled as he hinted for Cain to take the starry gem. I would not feel comfortable accepting this from the imperial prince without compensation. If it's without cost, I can't accept it. Cain was displeased with Klaus's attempt to shift the terms and made his stance clear. If Klaus insisted on gifting the gem, he'd refuse it. Klaus maintained his smile, saying, if that's Colonel Lorifer's preference, then it's 2 million military credits. Despite the loss of those 2 million military credits draining most of his liquid assets, Cain did not hesitate and transferred the amount to Klaus. Done. I thank the Imperial Prince for his assistance. After obtaining the starry gem, Cain and Crane offered their respects and departed. Klaus did not attempt to stop the duo from leaving, and while his smile remained, there was a sharp light in his eyes as he focused on Cain. As the duo walked to their residence, Cain's eyes grew cold and his demeanor sharp. Lord. Crane communicated silently with Cain via their ego waves. Although there hadn't been a confrontation, he had lived long enough to notice the tension between Cain and Klaus. Everything is fine for now. We'll stay here until completing the arcane route. Cain's eyes grew colder, reflecting his thoughts. Klaus' attitude regarding the genetic coder knowledge revealed much about the Imperial Prince's nature. Initially, the fourth Imperial Prince was content treating their relationship as a simple transaction, given he had the upper hand. However, this dynamic shifted with the emergence of Cain's dual talents, not just in martial prowess but also in genetic coding. While there were many powerhouses in the Empire, genetic coders were rare and valuable. Sensing a shift in their power dynamics, Klaus attempted to regain control by gifting the starry gem. This minor gesture spoke volumes about his intent. As they prepared to separate, Cain instructed Crane. Use your underworld contacts and wealth to obtain a potent weapon and cultivation technique. Crane's eyes narrowed as he heard that command. He would need a new cultivation technique and weapon to draw the full power of his lineage, and the ones he could obtain through his contacts in the underworld would be superb. However, there were dangers in using those contacts since they could be used as an excuse to go after him and harm Cain. Cain knew about the dangers, but he glanced at Crane, signaling this one to do it, before going to his room. Once Cain finally reached his room, he went straight into his bed. The journey to the Genetic Coder Association had been tiring, and he yearned for genuine rest before continuing his training. Upon waking up, Cain felt much clearer mentally. Without delay, he communicated with the Absolute Life Form System. System, scan me. Wanting a precise assessment of his current strength, he awaited the Absolute Life Form System's response. Scanning vessel. Scan of vessel completed. Name. Cain Lorifer. Race. Godslayer humankind. Path of power. Astral rebirth middle wave champion. Lineage. True awareness lineage. Wave talent. High tier 8. Stats. Strength. 33.1. Greater than 39.2. Stay connected via my virtual library empire. Agility. 22.1. Greater than 24.2. Vitality. 40.1. Greater than 41.5. Wave. 23.5. Greater than 25.2. Blood energy. 39.6. Greater than 41.4. Blood rebirth. Golden blood stage. Note. Wave virus inside vessel enhanced wave talent by 22.1%. The boost in his stats came directly from his new bloodline, as it had been less than 3 weeks since his last body analysis. What truly captured his attention was the increase in talent, which now reached high tier 8. And that was just the beginning. System, what kind of skills has the true awareness bloodline awakened in me? Darkness fusion has evolved into darkness infusion, merging darkness energy at a molecular level into your astral wave. Shadow constitution has evolved into shadow blood. By galvanizing the power of your bloodline, you can activate the ability of shadow teleportation once a day and also morph into a shadow state, transforming into a mass of shadow capable of moving at incredible speeds. Both innate abilities will grow stronger alongside your cultivation and the purity of your bloodline. Cain displayed a brilliant smile upon hearing this. His true awareness bloodline's power was impressive, and he could sense the surge in his physical might. With this out of the way, Cain could now concentrate on his cultivation. He retrieved the sangui's blood tree's fruit and the high-quality wave crystal, calming his mind before circulating his astral wave and blood energy. After taking a small bite of the fruit, an immense burst of blood essence coursed through his veins. The potency was so intense that, for a moment, he feared he might burst. Consuming the entire fruit at once could have shattered his meridians from the overwhelming energy. Despite the risk of such potent energy running through his meridians, Cain could not help but smile since the blood essence was of such a high quality that he felt tempering his golden blood, pushing it to the peak of the level. Still, Cain could not lose focus since that could lead to severe problems. Fortunately, his body adapted rapidly to the blood essence, and he promptly circulated the blood refinement art, fortifying the blood core and enhancing the purity of his blood. While part of his focus was on this task, another part absorbed the exceptionally pure and dense energy from the high-quality wave crystal, making his astral wave brim with power. After ensuring the training of his cultivation base and physique, Cain also dedicated a fragment of his attention to the blood wings saint technique. Although dividing his concentration 3 ways was challenging, cultivating blood-related techniques was instinctive for Cain, so it didn't exert undue strain on his mental faculties. Cain remained secluded in his room for 10 days, emerging only when it was time for the arcane ceremony of nobility. In the remote region of the Prometheus sector stood a majestic volcano, the Ember Ascension Peak. It was more than a mere geological feature, it was a testament to the unmatched power of the Godslayer humankind. The Ember Ascension Peak towered defiantly, its silhouette reminiscent of the crowns of ancient monarchs. What set this volcano apart was the molten lava's celestial ascent. Instead of flowing downwards, the lava, imbued with spiritual essence, surged skywards. This phenomenon symbolized the Godslayer humankind's arduous journey to transcend earthly confines. Above the volcano, crimson-tinted clouds danced tumultuously, with a singular beam of ethereal light emanating from the peak, marking the ultimate goal for aspiring ascendants. This magnificent volcano was where the first emperor of Godslayer humankind conferred the inaugural noble titles to his mightiest warriors. Participation in this trial was exclusive. Those below the marquis rank typically received a mere parchment declaring their nobility and nothing more. In truth, arcane ceremonies of nobility of the marquis rank drew minimal attention in Eden. Their battle prowess, equivalent to the Wave King rank, was commonplace among Silver City's elites. Typically, the first trial of the arcane ceremony of nobility would be overseen by 1 grand scholar and 2 senior scholars from the imperial court, and no one else would be present. However, this occasion was different. Powerful and influential figures of the Silver City, including several imperial princes and princesses, were gazing at the Ember Ascension Peak. The ones that drew the most attention were the Crown Prince, Second Princess, and Fourth Prince. The Golden Emperor had sired 10 children, but there were 3 that stood above all others. Undoubtedly, the Crown Prince was the strongest, but the other 2 did not feel behind. The second princess was considered the best at establishing relationships, while the fourth prince was respected and feared for his military tactics and scheming mind. Suddenly, a teleportation formation at the volcano's base illuminated, heralding Cain and Crane's arrival and drawing everybody's attention. Dressed in an impressive red robe embroidered with the name, Lorifer, on the back, Cain exuded regality. His black eyes and chrome hair drew many admiring glances. From the moment he arrived, his eyes were bursting with red light as he unleashed the full power of his alter ego's aura, making it hard for those with weak willpower to maintain eye contact. Cain's transformation took aback the second princess and crown prince. Yet, both Michael and Emerald Goldsoul discerned beyond mere appearances, sensing the pulsating bloodline power coursing within Cain, and could feel the strength of the true Avernus lineage. Michael whispered to Emerald, "Indeed, that young man is truly astounding." Emerald replied, ensuring only the Crown Prince could hear, "I presume I won't have to contest you over this, big brother." The Crown Prince responded, "While I appreciate promising talents, allying with him could strain relations with Kamel." Emerald softly nodded as she remembered the animosity between the Third Imperial Prince and Cain during the Imperial Feast. Since the Crown Prince could not sever his relationship with his little brother, bringing Cain to his side was impossible. Still, he is part of the Fourth Brothers group, and I doubt he would just let him go so easily. HMPH, Klaus' charm is significant, but he has a fatal flaw. He needs to be always in control and cannot accept a relationship where the other party could grow too strong. I am sure their bond isn't robust. The Crow Prince glanced at Emerald and gave a subtle nod. The Fourth Imperial Prince controlled one of the three significant forces of the Imperial royal family. While he possessed many virtues, he was undeniably a control maniac. Cain observed the dozens of attendees and expressed slight surprise. He hadn't anticipated so many showing up for his arcane route. However, he just walked forward until he reached the beginning of the reversed river of lava. Pausing, he scanned the crowd, acknowledging those he had previously met, such as Jordana and Desmond. His attention then shifted to the scholars of the Imperial Court. The Grand Scholar of the Imperial Court was a stout man with short black hair and a beard. Dominguez typically exuded a solemn and majestic aura, aware of the influence he held over the emerging nobles. However, this time was different. No Grand Scholar was incompetent, and Dominguez was no exception. He had thoroughly researched Cain's background and military achievements. Initially, he was merely impressed by the young man's accomplishments, but after hearing about all the adventures the young man had in Eden, his perspective shifted. Now, surrounded by influential individuals, a single misstep could cost him his title. "Colonel Lorifer, I am the Grand Scholar of the Imperial Court, Dominguez Flamen. As you know, the arcane route is the first of your 3 trials in the arcane ceremony of nobility." Dominguez spoke with a grave demeanor, unveiling a long golden scroll. "You have defended human cities against massive hordes, led armies to annihilate millions of wave beasts, taken the life of wave champion Atrox as a cadet, thwarted the schemes of Dark Kings, and amplified the might of the already formidable Imperial Lightning Fort. Now, you must embark on the arcane route and confront the relentless onslaught of foes, just as our ancestors did when they faced the gods of the dark races. The higher you ascend, the more honor you bestow upon your family name. When you can no longer progress, shout your family name and motto, signaling the end of the first trial." His concluding words resonated throughout the volcano, their meaning evident. If Cain wished to secure a high classification, he needed to progress as far as possible. Cain nodded in acknowledgement. Dominguez then addressed the spectators. "Who among you is willing to stake their name and reputation in support of Colonel Lorifer? Who among you is willing to stake their name and reputation in support of Colonel Lorifer?" There were solemn expressions on people's faces as they heard the Grand Scholar utter those words. While the support of people should not change Cain's grading, it would tell the world that there were influential figures in Eden who recognized his potential and character. As expected, Klaus immediately stepped forward upon hearing the question of the Grand Scholar. A smile adorned his face, but there was an unsettling undertone behind it. However, he managed to hide his true feelings very well, and the only ones who noticed it were the second princess and crown prince. Enjoy exclusive content from my virtual library empire. I, Klaus Goldsoul, pledge my name and honor in support of Colonel Lorifer. Dominguez nodded and jotted something on the scroll. As he prepared to signal Cain, the second princess stepped forward. I, Emerald Goldsoul, pledge my name and honor in support of Colonel Lorifer. An eerie silence pervaded the surroundings as the second princess voiced her commitment. Cain was part of Klaus' escorts during the Imperial Feast, so Klaus' endorsement was expected. But the second princess's unexpected declaration shifted dynamics. Pledging your name in support of someone in the arcane route was not a small thing, and there was no reason for the second princess to do it unless she expected to form a relationship with Cain in the future. Cain cast a fleeting glance at the second princess, his gaze sharpening, but remained silent. After the genetic tournament, he resolved to sever ties with the fourth imperial prince and was uninterested in the royal family's politics. Although there were evident benefits he could attain by being associated with the imperial family, he was not willing to change his freedom and peace of mind for it. Klaus' smile persisted, yet his eyes hardened when he looked at Emerald. However, his attention was soon diverted by another voice. I, Jordana Manixit, pledge the Manixit name and honor in support of Colonel Lorifer. Standing beside Emerald, Jordana made her declaration. She invoked the name of the Prime Minister, causing many present to regard her with surprise. Prime Minister Manixit's cautious and conservative nature was well known, and he typically avoided the darker intrigues of the Empire, nor did he associate with people who worked in the underworld, like assassins. Yet, his name was now used as a pillar for Cain's arcane root, a young man mixed between the schemes of the fourth imperial prince and second imperial princess and also connected with the Aegon family. Klaus' scrutiny intensified as he fixed Jordana with his gaze. He recognized the challenge in keeping Cain close but had at least hoped to deter others from courting him. Clearly, this was not to be, as another voice soon rang out. I, Marlon White, pledge the white name and honor in support of Colonel Lorifer. Standing beside the second princess, Marlon represented the Genetic Coder Association, indicating their endorsement of Cain. The support of the Genetic Coder Association drew even more surprise than the Prime Minister since the association usually always stood neutral to games of influence and power. Clearly, Cain's talent was so high that they were willing to break tradition and stand behind the young man. The Crown Prince remained mute. Since he would not ally with Cain, he saw no reason to antagonize the fourth Imperial Prince. Still, he did not hide his smile and the approving light in his eyes as he focused on the young man. Silence reigned after Marlon's words, as people were beyond amazed by the young man's ability to garner the backing of four significant powers of Eden. Cain had been in Eden for less than a month and had already gained more influence and power than some millenary noble families. Dominguez noticed the underlying tensions but wisely chose to stay neutral, focusing solely on objectively recording the arcane root. As there were people supporting Cain, there must also be those wishing him harm, so the Grand Scholar would fulfill his role without flaw to avoid becoming a target himself. After inscribing the names of the White family, Prime Minister Manixit, and Emerald Goldsoul, Dominguez ensured no further pledges were forthcoming before turning to Cain. Colonel Lorifer, may the spirit of the first Titan guide your steps. Cain nodded, momentarily closing his eyes. As he began to channel his astral wave, it started as a modest mantle but quickly intensified. Boom! His astral wave, a pillar of dark purple energy, rivaled the power of a wave king executing a full-powered wave burst. The source of this staggering power was Cain's output, exceeding 5,000%. A formidable burst of blood energy followed, materializing as ethereal wings on Cain's back. Desmond recognized these as the blood wings he'd traded with Cain. But Cain's wings differed from typical manifestations. They looked as if sculpted from liquid blood, translucent with a luminous red hue, akin to internally illuminated fresh blood. Their edges appeared to drip, yet no droplets ever fell. Desmond's shock was palpable. He had traded the same technique less than 2 weeks ago, yet Cain not only had already mastered the first level, but the wings he manifested were even better than the ones described in the technique. Little did Desmond know that Cain's unique design followed instincts instilled by the soul force of the astral blood beast. Cain's heart rate accelerated, causing the wings to flutter rapidly. Opening his eyes, they blazed with a fiery red intensity. Boom mmm. A thunderous sonic boom resonated as Cain propelled forward with astonishing speed, leaving fissures in the magma beneath him. The Crown Prince, Second Princess, and Fourth Prince had high cultivation and even greater battle power, but even they had to focus not to lose Cain from their sight. Those of the Wave Champion rank, like Jordana and Desmond, had to channel their wave into their eyes to enhance their vision. Dominguez and the other senior scholars adopted solemn expressions as they observed Cain. Although his speed was impressive, the arcane root was designed to test a future marquis, a cultivator with the power of Wave Kings. Thus, they were more than capable of tracking Cain's movements. There were thousands of meters of lava road before reaching the foot of the mountain, yet Kane covered this distance in less than a second and immediately began to ascend. As soon as he set foot on the volcano, adversaries appeared. Dozens of puppets resembling members of the dark races emerged from the magma, lunging towards Kane with lethal intent. Given that this trial was designed for marquises, the initial wave of puppets was already at the wave champion rank. A wave king would effortlessly handle these wave champion battle puppets, and Kane was no exception. Everyone expected him to either dismantle them or perhaps maneuver around them. However, Kane did neither. Instead, he continued moving forward at hypersonic speed. Boom, 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 boom. As the battle puppets approached Kane, their claws and weapons clashing against his formidable body did not inflict even the slightest wound. Instead, Kane collided with them, breaking them into pieces and continuing on his path. Awe was evident in the eyes of the onlookers. Kane had previously demonstrated his physical prowess during the Imperial Feast, but it seemed to have improved further. His body was now so resilient that he could withstand direct attacks from wave champions without sustaining any injuries. Kane's expression remained cold as he demolished every puppet in his path. However, when he reached the volcano's midpoint, his gaze intensified. Two battle puppets resembling members of the Inferno demon race emerged from the magma, their power equivalent to early wave kings. Yet, before they could react, a red flash passed beyond them, leaving headless bodies behind. Kane's hands had transformed into blood claws, each clutching a head. He crushed them effortlessly and continued his ascent. The Crown Prince, Second Princess, and Fourth Prince observed as Kane crossed the midpoint and approached the final third of the Ember Ascension Peak. Although Kane consistently shattered every puppet in his path, his pace began to slow. He has already accrued enough merits to surpass the lesser Marquis title and become a Marquis, but it seems unlikely that he'll reach the peak, Michael commented objectively, without malice. It's understandable, the Second Princess added softly, the trial is set at the Marquis level. To reach the peak, Kane would need the battle power of a late wave king, and even that might fall short. His progress so far is impressive. Klaus, who had pledged his support before anyone else, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the volcano. Kane continued his onslaught, but his breathing grew labored, and his astral wave began to waver. He wouldn't be able to sustain such intense energy output much longer. Despite these challenges, his determination never wavered, and he approached the peak with unwavering resolve. Suddenly, the entire mountain trembled. From the magma emerged a 100-meter-tall Aatrox battle puppet. Ah! The Aatrox battle puppet roared, unleashing a burst of energy that dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. It swung both hands toward Kane, and the sheer motion generated a crushing gale. Although the brute power behind that attack did not fall beneath that of an old-world small nuclear weapon, Kane did not lose his calm and kicked the broken puppet up. Boom mmmmmmmm. Moments later, the Aatrox battle puppet's fist slammed into the ground where Kane had stood, causing a tremor throughout the mountain and producing a shockwave that extended to those watching below. While most onlookers wondered about Kane's fate, the Crown Prince, Second Princess, and Fourth Prince immediately turned their gaze skyward. They saw Kane emerging from the shadow cast by the broken puppet he'd propelled just before the impact. The Aatrox battle puppet, sensing Kane's presence, displayed pure rage and killing intent as it lunged into the sky with its colossal frame. Kane, his eyes cold, was surrounded by a dark aura, especially around his wings. As the massive hands of the Aatrox battle puppet neared him, aiming to crush his body, he uttered two words. Third gear. Boom mmmm. Following Kane's declaration, a dark flash pierced the chest of the Aatrox battle puppet. A mix of awe and shock was evident in the eyes of the onlookers. Kane had brilliantly exploited the puppet's lack of agility, propelling it skyward. He then reinforced his blood wings with dark energy, transforming them into a drill that, at a breathtaking speed, pierced the Aatrox battle puppet. Boom! Another explosion resonated at the volcano's peak as Kane crashed into the ground. The speed he'd achieved was more than he could control, preventing him from halting his descent in time. Despite this, his majestic aura did not fade as he slowly rose to his feet. Bloodied and with a pallid complexion due to the intense strain of using third gear, Kane's triumph was undiminished, reflected in his proud smile. He'd reached the peak, vanquishing every single battle puppet. Drawing a deep breath, he activated the power of his alter ego. A radiant red light soon enveloped him, illuminating the sky. Lorifer noble family, may my wrath burn the sky. His declaration echoed across the expanse, and dark red light enveloped the peak of the Ember Ascension Peak, resembling a majestic sun rising from the magma. All eyes were fixed on Kane, and even the mightiest among them couldn't help but be awestruck by the magnificent red light. Kane's eyes were burning with pride and resolution. Lorifer, the name his father granted him, an orphan of war, would be engraved in the Godslayer humankind empire. For him, the fame and prestige of a noble title meant little. Kane had already understood that the only way to guarantee his safety and happiness was through raw power. But he couldn't suppress the thrill at the thought of the honor his father would have felt if this one could see just how high that name had risen. After catching his breath and regaining his strength, Kane's blood wings fluttered, and he flew over the Ember Ascension Peak, reaching the zone clear of magma where Dominguez and the other two scholars awaited him. Dominguez was a professional, but even he struggled to maintain composure after witnessing such a masterful display of talent, intellect, battle awareness, and raw power. Despite being only 17, Kane's performance during the arcane route surpassed countless seasoned warriors who had prepared for hundreds of years for this trial. Ahem. Emerald Goldsoul coughed, snapping the Imperial scholars back to reality, and the trio immediately jolted to attention. Dominguez's eyes sharpened as he glanced at the other two, and they began to discuss using their ego waves. Kane observed the trio with a calm expression. They would evaluate his performance during the arcane route and assign him a grade ranging from lesser marquis to high marquis. We have come to a conclusion. Dominguez's expression was solemn as he addressed Kane. The man was aware of the stakes. A miscalculation or oversight could have severe consequences. If he were to undervalue Kane's achievements, it would enrage all the people who put forward their names to support this one. Yet, if he were to overestimate him, it would make him a target for those who wanted to see this one fail. The Grand Scholar knew that the only path was to ensure accuracy in his judgment, which was why he did everything by the book. According to what we observed and after evaluating every aspect of your performance, we are pleased to grant Colonel Lorifer the grade of High Marquis. Smiles graced the faces of those who had come to see Kane's performance, especially those who publicly supported him. But none were surprised. Kane had defeated every battle puppet and reached the zenith of the Ember Ascension Peak, so if that wasn't enough to earn the highest grade, then there was no form to get it. Of course, this grade didn't mean Kane was already a High Marquis. He would need to undergo the other two trials, and only then could he claim that title. I thank you three for your service. Kane clasped his hands and gave a slight bow to the three Imperial scholars, who reciprocated the gesture with smiles of their own. Our pleasure. We will see you in 2 months for the walk to heaven. Dominguez spoke before bowing to the members of the Imperial family and departing with the other two scholars. As the trio left, individuals began approaching Kane, with the fourth Imperial Prince, Klaus, being the first. Klaus' smile remained, but the intent behind his eyes was clearly not one of pure friendship. Onlookers maintained a respectful distance and silence, observing their interaction. It has been a pleasure accommodating you in my home these past few days, Colonel Lorifer. You're welcome to return anytime. We always have room for individuals of sheer interest. Klaus' smile faded, replaced by a neutral expression, as he extended his right hand. Kane's eyes narrowed, catching the subtext in Klaus's words. While they might not have become close allies, animosity was unnecessary. Friendship and enmity aren't the only possible relationships. Acquaintances can still assist one another through transactions or exchanges. Kane responded with a small smile, nodding and shaking Klaus's hand, acknowledging their mutual understanding. It was my pleasure. I'll see you again at the genetic tournament in 2 weeks. Klaus smiled, recognizing Kane's commitment to participating under his banner. Without another word, he nodded and departed. A palpable tension lingered for a few moments after their exchange, broken only by the approach of the second princess. Colonel Lorifer, allow me to congratulate you on that exceptional performance. Emerald extended her hand toward Kane, and the onlookers held their breath, curious about his next move. Kane met her gaze and, without hesitation, adopted a military stance, bowing. Colonel Lorifer greets Her Highness, Emerald Goldsoul. A flash of shock appeared in the eyes of many as they observed Kane's response to the second Imperial Princess's greeting. There was nothing wrong with it, but it was the standard response of a military officer to a member of the Imperial family. Kane hadn't severed his relationship with Klaus simply to find a new patron. Anyone who thought that was seriously mistaken. The second Imperial Princess's eyes glowed with a silver light. She maintained a composed expression, yet it required significant willpower on her part to contain her emotions. Her gaze became sharp, but she remained silent and simply nodded. "Arise, Colonel." Afterward, Emerald turned and departed. Jordana and Marlon wore complex expressions as they nodded to Kane before following the second Imperial Princess. Though the duo wanted to establish a relationship with Kane, their primary allegiance was to the second Imperial Princess's faction. Enjoy new chapters from my virtual library empire. They weren't the only ones. Almost everyone else who had come to witness the arcane route departed, believing that trying to ally with Kane was a lost cause. After all, what could they offer the man that the second princess couldn't? Kane watched them go without comment. He was aware that his demeanor might create challenges, and alienating others wasn't the most strategic approach. However, he preferred solitude over being entangled in someone else's schemes. While it's true that the second Imperial Princess might not seek to create a dependent relationship like Klaus, she'd likely still want to keep him close, restricting his freedom in some manner. That was something Kane could never accept. Rumble. For a moment, Kane's eyes widened as he felt a tremor in his mind, but he managed to mask it so no one else detected it. The source of the sudden disturbance in Kane's mind was his alter ego. His actions significantly impacted the Sunseed visualization technique. He aligned with his innate nature by pursuing a path characterized by freedom and autonomy without allowing anyone to dominate him. This fortification of his core values enabled the Sunseed to grow stronger, paving the way for its next evolution. Kane's Sunseed was already immensely powerful, being a duality alter ego. Still, it was growing even more potent, enhancing its potential and allowing his ego wave to grow without any restriction until he reached the peak of the second realm. Haha, Kane, that was amazing. Your mastery over the Blood Wings left me amazed. Desmond's voice, the Deus Bahamut, drew Kane's attention back to the present. There was a fresh smile on the young man's face as he walked toward Kane. Kane's eyes refocused as he saw the Bahamut approaching him, and a smile graced his face. Desmond was refreshingly straightforward, unlike the fourth Imperial Prince and second Imperial Princess, who always had ulterior motives. Although it was easy for Kane to handle people with hidden interests, that did not mean he liked to spend his time that always was plotting something. If he had to choose, Kane would always prefer to be with those like the young Deus Bahamut who shoot straight. I have to thank you. The technique is magnificent, and its powers perfectly synergize with my Asura form. Kane's words were sincere since the Blood Wings played a significant role in his recent triumph. By merging its effects with third gear, he achieved speed so swiftly that even a late-wave King Battle Puppet couldn't react in time. Of course, there were drawbacks, the most important being the lack of control and maneuverability. However, Kane was sure that if he could push his mind and reflexes to the next level, he would have no problem handling the combined speed of Asura form and Blood Wings. No need to thank me. After all, it was a transaction. Your Asura form is truly remarkable, but it's also very complex. I'm amazed you achieved third gear years before your cognitive abilities reached the Wave King rank. Desmond appeared serious about discussing the Asura form. Clearly, while he showed a relaxed attitude, he was very stern regarding his cultivation. While he quickly attained the first gear due to his genius, understanding the second gear was challenging, and mastering it might take months if not years. Regarding the third gear, Desmond doubted he'd grasp its principles before becoming a Wave King. Kane displayed a contemplative look. The Asura form was effortless for him because knowledge and insight about it had been etched into his mind from his past life experiences. He didn't progress faster to the next gears because his body couldn't handle the pressure of such an overwhelming heart rate. Since that was Kane's situation, there was little he could do to help Desmond with his problems, and he only offered a piece of simple yet useful advice. There's no need to rush. Even if you dominate the third gear upon becoming a wave king, the technique will still grant you significant power. Desmond nodded, appreciating Kane's guidance. The Asura form's power wouldn't diminish with his rank, so taking time to master it wouldn't pose an issue. Now that was out of the way, another thing came to Desmond's mind, and he immediately shared it with Kane. By the way, we're heading to the 3 Towers of Adam. You could join us. Kane's interest was immediately piqued upon hearing about the 3 Towers of Adam. Accessing them was a challenge, and while he initially considered seeking Klaus' help, their strained relationship made him reconsider. That was why he did not access the Tower of Stars before the arcane route, despite that being his initial plan. Since he rejected the second Imperial Princess, Kane knew it would be up to him to find his way to the towers, but he was not worried since there was always a path. He was tempted to accept Desmond's offer when he noticed the Crown Prince's group approaching. Kane hesitated, wary of joining the Crown Prince's faction given their associations. Among the people around the Crown Prince, there were several people with whom Kane had already developed some level of animosity. Not only was the third Imperial Prince and the Asura royal family connected to Michael, but there was also Magnus Hellblazer and Iris Sarong in his group. The relationship between Levi and the Hellblazer family was still a little foggy for Kane, but he knew there was a clear hatred between these two. There was also the fact that Amos Hellblazer attempted to mess up with him more than once during the events of Blade Mountain, like the scheme involving his Cynthia. As for Iris Sarong, while Kane did not have a problem with the young woman, he did not want his involvement in the events around Sahara City to be revealed. It's fine, you can come with us if you wish to visit the towers. I don't have an issue, even if you want that man to accompany us. Some of the people around me actually want to speak with you to solve past grievances. Before Kane could decline, the Crown Prince, Michael Goldsoul, interjected. While Michael had his own plans, they didn't involve Kane. He simply extended a helpful invitation not only to Kane but also to Crane. Crane's eyes shimmered with anticipation since the Tower of Laws was what he needed to explore the potential of his new lineage, but he remained silent, awaiting Kane's decision. Kane weighed Michael's offer and eventually nodded. Recognizing a genuine offer with no strings attached, he wasn't so prideful as to decline. I appreciate the help. Michel merely nodded, not making a big deal out of it, and the group proceeded toward the teleportation formation. A flash of surprise appeared in people's eyes as they noticed Kane among the group of the Crown Prince. However, those in the group seemed unperturbed by the whispers of people they knew nothing about and simply activated the teleportation device, disappearing from the main plaza. Rumors would surely flood the Silver City very soon, but neither the Crown Prince nor Kane cared about the passing time of fools who only knew to waste time speaking about others. It took a moment for Kane's sight to adjust, but a wave of shock and awe overwhelmed him when he grasped the majestic scene unfolding before his eyes. 3 towers, soaring thousands of meters, stood majestically before him, each unique in its grandeur. Unlike almost every other structure in the Silver City, these were utterly dark, radiating a solemn and overwhelming aura. While their core structures were similar, each tower boasted a distinct phenomenon at its zenith. One showcased a dark star emitting such potent gravitational force it seemed capable of warping space. Calling it a black hole would be a mistake since, despite its massive power, its core intent was something else beyond destruction. Another tower had a multicolored fiery sphere that simultaneously emitted myriad meanings, resembling a force of both overwhelming destruction and infinite regeneration. Each intent was immensely powerful on its own, but combined, they grew to a level that was nearly impossible to describe. However, the one that captured Kane's utmost attention was the central tower, where a colossal beating heart pulsed at its peak. That is the Emperor's heart. It's believed to have been left by the first Titan, the Crown Prince mentioned, drawing Kane's attention momentarily. Kane was sure that the ego wave used to generate that phenomenon had a power beyond the limits of ether. The 3 Towers of Adam are among the great treasures left behind by the greatest emperor of the Godslayer humankind. They are named the Tower of Laws, Tower of Concepts, and Tower of Stars, Michael elaborated, glancing at Desmond and the young man from the Anima Mechanicus race. Though Kane had some understanding of the three towers of Adam, he paid keen attention to Michael's explanation. The Tower of Stars is designed for astral cultivation. It helps cultivators familiarize themselves with the principles governing the astral rebirth path of power. While it might not seem essential now, it becomes pivotal as you traverse the apotheosis realm and the set of rules that will guide your cultivation beyond the divine ascension realm. Continue your saga on my virtual library empire. Both Desmond and Kane listened intently. Both understood that the potential of an astral rebirth cultivator laid on the foundation they developed with each step they took. However, after surpassing the Wave King rank into a new realm, things evolved. Michael did not wait long before his eyes turned to the next tower. The Tower of Laws offers insights into the 5 Taoist elemental laws. Additionally, it provides access to the laws of space and time. Although more elusive, their formidable power can refine your essence wave. At the very least, every essence cultivator should gain some insights into them to achieve the divine ascension realm, Michel continued. Although Kane did not take the essence evolution path of power, that did not mean he would just ignore it, and his eyes grew sharp as he focused on the tower. After letting his words sink in, Michael directed their attention to the final tower. The Tower of Concepts is distinct. There's no true guidance or insights offered within. The ego-eternal path of power follows the principles behind visualization techniques, each unique in its own right. Inside this tower, you'll confront the ego waves of ancient gods vanquished by the first Titan.